leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we call Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
If the children crying for starvation, just don't Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't Spoon. You want to know what is happening, more of your don't Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, don't Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. You want to get a news update, don't Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon Balabadibadiba, Skidibidi Dabado, Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Go to there.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the Spoon, and your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the Spoon to get your information. On the Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't Spoon. You want to know what is happening, more of your don't Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, don't Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, don't Spoon. Yeah, don't Spoon. You want to get a news update, don't Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV, Spoon it.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO and coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV, Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon
Spoon
TV, Spoon it.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Wese kua, kujuleo. Kua, kujuleo.
To the spoon to get
Yes,
your information.
So on a very quiet Thursday night here in Liberia, it's been a day of going back to the past where there wasn't the invention called internet, and all you need to do was to play snake game on your phone. Either you're playing snake game or you're playing building blocks. So there has a name for either Tetris or something of that sort. If I still remember the name. Today again, we got to know the importance of internet, social media connectivity, internet in itself, in its whole, because right now you cannot do mobile money transactions, you cannot make international calls, you cannot browse or surf the internet, and a whole lot, is going on in the country. So if you're trying to get your friends and your relatives, you already do know that there is a problem we faced with in Liberia, and it's not just a Liberia problem. It's a West and Central African problem. We've been informed. Yes, we did read the articles, and all of you still have got stable internet connection. You've read the articles as well. We'll paste the screenshot on for all of us to know what's happening. But according to what we've gathered, the LTA is going to speak to the issue of happening in the country. There's been a major internet outage that has affected West and Central Africa. And the African subsea cable operator, CCOM, has confirmed that services on its West African cable system were down, and customers who relied on the cable were redirected to Gogo Equano cable, which CCOM uses. So this has affected Liberia, Gambia, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Benin, and Niger. So it is not just Liberia that we're experiencing this. According to CCOM, it's being experienced in Ghana, in Niger, in Benin, in Ivory Coast, in Guinea, and Gambia. So we're hoping and praying that this can be resolved, because it has not just affected family relationships and interactions, but also business transactions as well have been affected by the internet outage in the country. So once again, you're welcome. This is Liberia's biggest talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. Yeah, Spoon and Iron Rack. People asking, so Spoon, how can you got internet the whole country off and other any need to know. So that is what we talking about. So you're welcome to the show. Angie Mama is here as well. The rest of the panelists, I do see Dr. Richardson in the background, looking splendid as always. That guy. Oh, Dr. Richardson. Somewhere that you know in college you learn bluff in Hology 205. Eh?
Look at that. 205. Damn, you sound so funny. You sound like the dean of my department. We had a meeting today, and she's like, Dr. Richardson, are you getting younger or older?
Oh, like the question they be asking you?
Yeah, that's what the question she asked me today. We had every Thursday at 1:00 we have a department meeting. And so she's like, I'm like, Dr. Richardson, but I worked last night, and you guys know I work very late. I have 2 classes. And so I try to like just make myself, energetic and just beat myself up, because otherwise I'm like tired. The teaching for 6 hours, can take a toll on you. So yeah, we are. So we got internet.
Yeah.
I panicked a little bit.
No, I didn't get a question, Dr. Richardson.
I said we got internet. I panicked a little bit.
Oh yeah. The internet situation is still ongoing in the country. In fact, 98% of Liberia is off the internet. Just as like 2%, that's on. So
That's
if you look at social media, the internet traffic, is only coming from one way this time around. It's not coming from Liberia to the rest of the world, but it's coming from the rest of the world. Liberians around the world are concerned as to what is happening. So folks are saying Ghana is on, Guinea is on, the rest on. Those countries have backups, and they've been diverted. So CCOM that provides the internet has diverted, much of their providers to the Gogo Equano service. So they have 2 services that they supply West Africa with. So if those countries are on, it's because they have been diverted to the Gogo Equano, service.
But
Liberia is still off.
That's very scary for Liberia. I'm worried.
You can do business transaction. You can do mobile money. You can do anything virtually on your phone. The internet is off. You cannot even make international calls.
You're losing money. The country as a whole is losing money.
Yeah, the country is losing money. Businesses are losing money. You know,
potential for corruption to happen, big time. Yeah. People can see.
Yeah. So, and there's a national security risk as well.
Yes. Where's the president? Can he go home? Does he have service at his home?
Well, I can't speak to that.
Well, that's the security risk we're talking about, and his immediate leaders, the people that are around him.
I can't speak to that.
Does he have access to them by way of phone?
The local calls are going through. The local calls are going through. It's just international calls that are not going through. You can call internationally. You can call from Liberia, from outside of Liberia to Liberia. You can do mobile money transactions.
So if the president needs to speak to some international leaders, or you need to transact international business for Liberia,
that's the president we're talking about.
Huh?
That's the president we're talking about.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So you only thought the people.
And my answer to you is that's the president we're talking about.
Okay, Diamond. Whatever political way you want to put it, but I'm good. I tried calling you today. because
You try calling me?
yeah, CEO panic. What he was panicking. I was panicking
Yeah,
when
don't
everybody.
care about me.
Yes, he panicked and he was calling me. He said, "Call Diamond. Call this person." Because there was a conversation at T-Mobile. I have T-Mobile service. Other people have Verizon. You got different services. So they thought that T-Mobile was going through. So he had, or everybody trying to call you. All of the panelists trying to call you or Miss TT, so to make sure that you are live.
Yeah. Well, life. So this is not a Liberia problem, This is not a Liberia problem. This is a West African problem, and the provider CCOM has said they've diverted some of their customers to their backup, supply line. That's the Gogo Equinum cable. So if others are saying other countries are on, that's because they've been, put on a backup cable. So what about Liberia that we cannot be placed on a backup cable as well? That's what we should be looking at. How long is this going to take to be resolved? I've been informed that it's going to take 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days.
Mhm.
That's what I've been told. But again, I can speak for LTA, and
Mhm.
they'll come on the show and speak
Simon, how
to.
does that impact the airline business?
You said?
How does lack of communication in our country internationally impact the airline business? People flying in and out of the country. Do we know?
Hmm. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. You have Steve Johnson. He's from the Civil Aviation Authority, like your own set boy. So, so you can.
Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking aloud because I know there has to be. I don't know about aviation, but I'm just thinking that there has to be, communication from
Mhm.
different, pathway while you're in the air. And if like the flight from Europe cannot communicate with the people on the ground in Liberia,
Mm.
how do
So
you? Uh-huh.
I'm not an aviation expert. Like Angie Mama has got extensive knowledge, when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to aviation. What kind
Mm-hmm.
of bandwidth they use, whether they
Yeah,
use the shortwave radios, whether they use the UHF, whatever they use, Dr. Richardson. I'm not an aviation expert, so I can speak to what they use in terms of making their calls, whether they use UHF, whether they use shortwave, whatever means that they use. She can rather speak to that, and then the folks of the Civil Aviation Authority, including Steve Johnson, who's there, or their spokesperson, can speak to that as well.
true. I hope they ain't got nothing to do with us not paying bill.
From what I'm seeing all over the internet, this is not a Liberia problem. Yeah, this is not okay, that this is only happening to Liberia for a specific reason. Yeah.
We're so cynical, it's hard to believe it.
Mhm.
I said we're so cynical, it's hard to believe that it's not our problem because we're just so cynical. We don't trust our own systems.
Yeah,
So
so a lot of things were being insinuated today, especially with the lack of information as to what was happening. It took the GSM companies almost half of the day
wow.
to send text messages out.
Are
Let me
you
see when I
serious?
got a text message from Lone Star.
Wow.
Let me see when I got a text message from Lone Star today was okay. So I got a text message from Orange at
Mhm.
4:45.
What?
4:45. That was when I got a text message from Orange. Almost half the entire day, the entire working day. That was when I got a text message from Orange. So I got a text message from Lone Star at 10:29. Yeah, at 10:29 a.m. So
AM.
confirming that the submarine cable has got an issue. So came to the station, and because we have
Because
internet.
that's his
Yeah,
phone. Mhm.
yeah, that there's a spoon and we have internet. So I then went to research what was happening, and I realized that a company called CCOM is the one
Mhm.
that's providing the internet cable service to West Africa, and it has not just affected Liberia. The reason other countries are on is because they have alternative options, and we
So,
do not have. And I
so
think we need to start looking in that direction now.
very yes.
We do not have.
You
Yeah.
know how much money Liberia is losing today? And if that would be one motivation for us having our own. Do you know how much headache it caused? A lot of. We tried calling family members in Liberia today. We were very concerned. We couldn't get. We haven't
So
gotten through.
Abdul is saying that Abidjan, Orange is currently off the entire day in Abidjan. Orange is
Okay.
in Abidjan as well. So
Okay.
some network providers have backup. Somebody says it's happening in Ghana too. So it depends on which network provider you're using. But some have backup. And we as a whole country, we do not have a backup. We're taking it from one source.
Huh.
So once that source is off, everywhere is off.
No alternative plan. Sounds like a lot of things.
But the LTA is going to speak to that because I'm informed, again, the LTA is going to speak to that the LTA controls all internet and telecommunications in the country, so they're getting source from them. But again, let them come and speak to the public and let us know what's going on. How is it going to be resolved? How soon is it going to be resolved as well?
Wow. I
So
just hope
somebody is saying Ghana is now on. So
it's in
it not only West
Nigeria.
Africa, it has affected central parts of Central Africa as well. So we
Yeah.
need alternatives. We need backup.
Yeah. We actually that's something that the ECOWAS states should prioritize in the next business meeting because if all of us could suffer like this, it impacts us, economically, socially. Like I said, I couldn't get a hold of my family members today. My husband tried calling. We were concerned. We have one family member who's in flight. That was a very big concern of ours as well. Like that's why I was asking the communication piece, like how do you land and how do you get to Liberia? You know, it's interesting. Very. I hope we get a backup plan. It causes me headache. It's giving me a headache right now.
So Angie Mama is here, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, please
And
bring me on.
I'll bring her on. And
Yeah. Auntie Mama.
yeah,
Oro, how you?
I'm fine. Just tired.
Yeah, I know. I heard you had a wonderful show last night.
Yeah.
Uh, it was very emotional
And
dreams last night.
and I came out back with I came out to say the facts because the other night when I said I agree that I used to carry food and that's true I used to carry food, but I didn't know who all were eating it. When he told me like he ate some of my food, and I said, oh yes, because all the progressive were in jail. But then when he said 1979, 1978, I said, but then it can't be that he ate my food because then I wasn't married or wasn't going out with my husband at the time, so I could not have brought food for you to eat. And he said that I was losing my memory and that I wasn't saying the truth. And other people called from all around the world, from Detroit, from different places, and said, no, it wasn't her. It was my husband's first
Wife.
not wife at the time, or girlfriend that he had. I used to carry food in that year, 78, 79.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't know it was me. I said, no, I'm not going to lie. I met the man in 1980, so it couldn't have been me. And that was a big tussle all night on that thing. And company we said called and said the same thing. Said, look, that's not true. She was not the one at the time. And I said, I'm not going to lie for you. I did my research and I found out that no, you didn't eat that food because 78, 79, 78, I was in the 11th grade. 79, I was in 12th grade, and I wasn't anywhere around Dustin. I
Yes.
graduated from high school 79, and I entered the university in 1980. Dustin had graduated 79, so I didn't see him.
Yes.
And that was
Thanks
the whole
for clarifying
tussle.
because a lot of people are talking about war crime courts and
Yes.
economic crime courts. So we need clarification. The timeline has to match
Yes.
up. So
Yes.
I'm happy
And
at least.
he kept saying, oh, your mama will look at you there. I said, no, wait a minute. I'd like to clarify something. I went and did a proper research and I got everything right that you weren't there in 1980. In 1980, when I was carrying food to my husband, I wasn't married to him in 1979. So how can you say I carried food? I wasn't even loving to him in 1979.
I
So
trust
that
you.
made him upset. You were a little bit upset about it, but however,
You gotta clear your name.
yep.
You gotta clear your name. You gotta
It's
say what
good
you
to have
know.
you.
You gotta say
Yes.
the facts.
Yes.
Mhm.
Hey, good to have you back on the show because we miss you.
Yeah, yes. On Wednesday, I'm teaching 2 classes. And so
Oh,
I'm really tired by Thursday because it's like talking, answering questions, your emotions with the students, everybody asking questions. You can't even take a break because during the break time they
yeah.
come up and start asking you, Dr. Richard, what do you think about this? Or, what do you, and especially the first class is more psychology oriented. It's for students who are out there in the field working, they're doing a practicum, and then they come back
Okay.
once a week, and so they are presenting cases to us, like how. And my
Okay.
job is to test them. How did you diagnose this person with autism? What measure did you use? Are you sure this
Okay.
person has autism? Like
Okay.
or if you use
Yeah.
PTSD, post traumatic. So it's very energy draining. But
Yeah.
here, I already finished
You,
cooking
you,
everything.
you, you look beautiful and you look great. That the
Thank
Richardson
you.
is she taking some
both of you,
she
Angie Mama,
taking
you
some
say yeah,
vitamin.
looking at you, yeah, you know, Angie Mama, but I'm always glowing that Richardson.
I tell you that I say that's special. I come to can't get out oil when I come with you. You gotta give me some of that oil.
No,
You
you,
don't get it
No
all
wonder
the
why
time.
Saint Charles said she don't want to use a carry food because she always looking you.
She's too fun. She's beautiful.
but you know what? That know the secret. That the vitamin they can take in America. When I was taking all the vitamin, you take all the nice vitamin, your skin come back because you know the sun.
Mm,
Yeah.
The sun has a way of just drawing all the moisture from your skin, and your skin need to always be moisturized. I mean,
Yes.
you need to be hydrated with
I
water.
am beauty
But
class
yeah,
201.
but yeah, the water. I mean, when you come here, the sun. Dr. Richardson saying, "I'm being, oh my God." I mean, it's crazy. The sun is so hot. I'm just, oh no, the heat
I
too
mean, but
much.
your skin, yeah. I mean, looking at your skin, because I can tell your neckline and everything is
Yes,
very, very. It looks very
yes,
fresh. Very
Yeah, the
yes.
youthful looking.
cosmetologist. The one
Youthful
talking
looking.
about.
Youthful looking.
I just lost in the whole class.
Yes. So it's not
Yes,
easy. It's not easy. I'm
yes.
here catching the sun and meeting all my friends and families that I missed the past 3 months. So I'm okay. I'm catching away. But Dr.
It's
Richardson, let's discuss something
it's a
that
plum
really
season,
catch
yeah. Let before we go on to anything. It's a plum season because I missed that plum season. Yeah.
is it what?
Plum season, like the plum
Plum? Is it plum
mango.
season?
It got me small.
Small, small.
Yeah.
Okay, I really.
No, it comes during the rains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
By maybe June, July, we have enough plum.
Okay.
It coming
Yeah.
small.
But what I want us to discuss, I want to talk about,
Mhm.
I just want to congratulate EPA. The people of EPA, I've been working with them quietly in the background, and I'm so happy that they won the case, Dr. Richardson. Most time when that's why I tell the young people, anything you want to pursue, be persistent and be consistent on what you want to do. And I encourage them. So I want to congratulate them. They went to the Supreme Court. Wilson Tapet took them to the Supreme Court and put a
Mm.
stay order on the president's appointment. You know,
Oh,
Dr. Richardson, it
I
is so
didn't know
crazy.
that. That breaking news. So
Yes, that's what he did. They respecting the president Republic of Liberia.
and that
The
Mr. Yuri is saying over there.
Huh?
Who taking over Wilson type of position? Mr.
Uh,
Yuri, right? I think
Dr.
like
Yakparo,
Yuri.
what are
Yeah,
they?
Emmanuel Europe.
Yeah.
Emmanuel
Okay, so now
Yakparo.
again.
He
So
went there and he took the man to court and put a stay order on EPA. They could not do nothing. And he went and said he has a tenure. Yes, there's a tenure at the EPA, but guess what? When President George Weah appointed him, he was acting. He should have called a board meeting. And then the board vet, I think about 5 persons.
And get a name of 3.
And
send
vet,
three
and then they would take 3 names and send it to the president. Then the president would choose 1 name, and then you go for a confirmation, right, Tama?
Yeah.
Then you go for confirmation. That wasn't done. He never did it. He sat down there because he thought he was going to be winning the next 6 years, and so he didn't do anything. Now, when President Joseph Yuma Baka won the election, and they appointed a new person. He had a nerve to go and put a stay order on the man. So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Tamo, they won the case.
Tuesday.
Wow.
Okay, on Tuesday, the EPA won the case. So I want to congratulate Dr. Yakwaro and all his deputies and all the children that in the EPA. You know, that was a challenge to Joseph Waka. Because how can the president appoint somebody and then you decide that you will not let it go? And you never had to turn it. At least the other people got turn you. And even those people that got turn you, right? I think it's GSC and I think NASCAR and
LTA too.
what the other one? No, not LTA, LACC. I think those are the people who turn you will be sustained. But all the other people, once you wore a party t-shirt or a party hat, once you wore that and you campaign with a government car, so all the people that are talking your fishery among Glasgow, you come to LTA, you go to most of the people, then forget it. They should be removed immediately. The president should make sure that they are removed because every one of them got a picture. We got a picture with all of them campaign with government cars, the campaign in the t-shirt, everything. The pictures on the internet. So I don't see no reason why you cut me off.
No, you don't.
So I don't see no reason why they should be there making muff. You know, and if the government doesn't take it seriously, because the act is there. The act says that it's there. You shall be removed for this cause. So only 3 of the institutions that are exempted. You understand? All the other people need to be removed. Why are they still there? What is the government doing? You know, we cannot sit there. How can you sit there for a judge? We have people to be in all the strategic places, all the lucrative places they're in there. They don't want to give up. And the government said, not looking at them.
But I hope we learn our lesson from this, though, that you can't just be dishing out tenure positions to everybody.
Yes, in fact, the tenure position should be canceled. It should be canceled. Only three that NASCAR, that LACC, and which other one?
So if I can chime in on this tenured position thing at 5 minutes.
Yes, please.
Experience her interest.
Yes.
What is the essence of a tenured position in the first place?
Thank you.
Is to avoid the interference of the executive.
Yes.
You know, that perform. But all of these commissions and agencies and authorities that have been given tenureship, do they all need tenureship? You know, that's one of the questions we should ask, because now you're talking about something as crucial as LTA.
Yes.
The president is always going to appoint somebody who is going to be in his interest to LTA. So let's assume that president is a one-term president.
Yes.
And the next president comes in. Yes. Are you telling us that those from the previous regime will manage the telecommunications aspect of another president that they campaign against?
Thank you.
What is the risk of sabotage? But let's look at the interference of the executive. The executive has always interfered in all of these agencies, with just a minimum exception from the NEC. So let's look at what needs to be done, Angie Mama.
Okay.
The Human Rights Commission, Dempster Brown, that commission needs to be a tenured position, because that way he speaks the truth about human rights violations to a president without fear of being removed from that position.
Yes, I agree.
LRA.
Yes.
PPCC. Because you're talking about procurement, you're talking about money, you're talking about GSC.
Yes.
Needs to be a tenured position.
Yes.
You know, IAA. Because these places are very technical, and to mention just a few.
Yeah.
But do we need a tenured position at Lottery Authority? Yeah, they play with money and all of that. But come on, man. Do we need a tenured position at NAFA?
Fishery,
you know,
fishery.
And
everywhere is tenured.
The safeguard for the tenured position has already been abused. The executive interferes everywhere and everywhere. So look at the crucial ones. But at the end of the day, it should be done by law. That is the thing, Anjimama. It should be done by law, because they were created by law, and they should be done by law. Because
but Dama, let me just come in. If the act that will pass into law, it states that once you campaign in your party t-shirt or wear a party hat or campaign with the cars, You have to be gone.
Yeah, but
Cause to be removed.
Yeah, there should
and
be.
They are all of them campaign impacted teachers.
There should be
I
due
saw
process.
Them. I have all the pictures.
In as much as it says you should be removed, you will not just be booted out of, out of the office like that. You should be given a due process to remove you. Look, the reason we have all of this tenureship, Angie Mama, was the fact that we were just coming from the civil crisis in 2005, 2006, thereabout, and we needed our partners, our development partners, to trust that the processes would not be interfered with by an all-powerful executive.
Yep.
That was one of the main reasons of establishing tenureship for most of these places, like the PPCC, the IA.
But Diamond, let me ask you a question. If I understand that these institutions were established and given tenure positions so that executive cannot interfere, but the executive interfere because all of them went to campaign with government cars, they went to campaign with government t-shirts, they went to campaign with government hats. I mean, with party hats, party t-shirts. They wore it. That's why they were sure of winning. That's why we all agree. They violated the laws. That's why we all agree. But if you violate a law, Angie Mama, you should be removed using the rightful means of removing you. What was there to remove this person if they violated? You present your evidence to the fact that this person violated. They went against the code of conduct, the ethics that put them in that position, and you have them removed. Because man, you Angie Mama, we're not only doing this for Liberia. Our international partners and the rest, they're looking at us like, how do we carry out removers and the ending or the cutting short of tenures based on breaching of those rules and ethics? Do we use due process to do it or not? Listen, that's the thing. Remember, even the ambassadors and were complaining that people were tenure, but now they didn't say 10%, but they said government officials were using government money and government cars. These very people you're talking for. No, I'm not talking for them. No, what I'm saying. I'm not talking for nobody. I'm talking for the right way to do this thing and let it be done once and for all. Even if the president goes to the legislature and repeals tenureship from the very commissions and everything, the law can go beyond. Hello. The law will go in for. What I'm saying, President Joseph Human Baka, you remember we were sitting right here. I don't know whether you remember it. Where Yinka walked with EPS people and went to which office he went to remove the man. The man was in meeting. He removed the man from behind his desk. He went there. He removed the guard. They call him what? What kind of Yinka? Where he other name Yinka? Gabriel Yinka is in Gabriel. But he went and he removed the guard. Look at, and when Gregory Coleman was over there, Gregory Coleman, they went and stood on top of his desk. And the man had to go and write a letter because he respects himself and he's a decent, educated man. He said, look, I will not take the. He wrote and resigned and sent in a letter. Can you imagine the way he stood on his desk? So if you campaign for change, Angie Mama, you campaign that you're different from everybody. This is the problem. Would you want to use all of these radical approaches that the same people that you said you better off than did? I'm not in terms of breaking the laws. Don't get me wrong. Don't misquote me to the public. I'm not saying that the people should go and also do it the way CDC did it. So how should CDC carry people and remove them from behind the desk when they see tenure position and put people in it? I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying to them, the president already appointed people in the position. Let them tell there's something. Take the government to court. Take the government to court. But the government is sitting out for job. We have people, government, stay holding the government at hostage. And they're sitting out watching them and saying, thank you. The whole government stay on a Josh Weah. Honestly speaking, stay on a Josh Weah. And wait, let me learn. And the very European people, the very international people, they spoke about it. The American ambassador spoke about it. He complained about them using government and government vehicle, government money to run campaign. While other political parties, they didn't have money to run campaign. And these people boldly in our faces here. They wore the t-shirt, they took the cars, they wore the hats, and we all watched them. They all our friends. We saw them. But it's wrong. Should we come and sit on the international platform and say we're going to plead for them? If they feel the guy taking a position and the guy rise, let them take the government to court. and we will find money to pay them. But they cannot come and hold the government hostage. That's what got the government lingering like that. Because can you imagine, George, we are still have control over the entire government. George, we are still has control over the entire government because all his people interview. How is President Boyka going to operate when everybody who campaign in the political with political t-shirts and hats and other things are still holding onto the job? Why President Boyka cannot even twist or turn because we are still running the government, the entire government is telling you. How do we do that? So when we're appointing our people, let our people take their position. If you know you got tenure, take us to court. But they can't sit there and holding the government a hostage. So you want, let's say security something. You want LTA to know everything that's happening. You want LTA. People going there to go, Patrick Hunter want to take a seat. They're fighting him. You go to, so what kind of power they got? The people don't have no power anymore. If they want them to take us to court. But we cannot allow people like Emma Glasgow. Emma Glasgow is to get bags of money to go report to our boss man. Different people. So you got the entire government at hostage. And we sitting on top of tenure. No. If they feel that they got tenure, take the government to court. That all you need to do, that's your right, that's the law. You honor the Constitution, take the person to court.
Angie Mama, you know that Dr. Richardson, you can chime in, you the moderator. We just exchanging ideas. You know that this issue of removing someone from their position,
but you guys
whereas the person is under contract, is going to bring a stalemate. Like you saw what happened to EPA. It's going to bring a stalemate because
EPA one day.
Is it fully
you guys
resolved?
are just saying the same thing over and over and over. So
Okay,
can we
the EPA case is an isolated case from the bunch because Professor Wilson Tappe was not, put in that position following the requisite process that elects an executive director of the EPA. So that one, it was a fruit of the poisonous tree. It wasn't done right. So you cannot go and rectify what wasn't done right. But let's look at the other ones. You will always have a stalemate if the person who's to leave their position is contesting and the person who is to replace is also contesting. The court will have to come in to interpret the law, and in the process of interpreting the law, there will be nobody occupying that position.
The deputy, whoever there.
I'm talking about in terms of who the appointing power wants to be there. But let's look at
no, the appointing power. Let me correct you. The appointing power, the person has the right to appoint somebody there to act.
Even if the person is acting and somebody files a writ of prohibition, you will not act. Because once the highest court in the country says, stop this, come and get an interpretation, you will not act.
I agree.
Okay, let's move on.
So that let me just leave my point, yeah?
But
I'm not for.
George, we are still running.
Okay, but you guys are.
George, we are got Central Bank.
George, we are got
Maritime. George, we are got and what you call it? George, we has ETA. I mean, not EPA. LTA. George, we are got all the lucrative places he stays sitting or the one talk.
Okay.
Because all the people stay reporting to him. And that's what got the government. That's what got the government drowning. The government is drowning because no money will come to George to President Boyka. All the people stay reporting to George Weah. Tell him they have a big meeting. All the money will still be going to George Weah.
Simon, somebody left a message. So you should check your message. Marjorie Duncan
Okay, so let me check my message. My point is, Dr. Richardson, I'm not for.
I heard you. I heard
all of these institutions being tenured positions, especially if the tenure is also going to elapse to another government that will be elected. There are certain organic institutions that should be tenured: the GAC, the NEC, the central bank. Every other thing that was brought about by a legislation should be reviewed. Let's look at these tenure things and look at the case in points and examples and see if it's worked for us or not. Has it worked? Has these tenured positions been void of interruption of the executive? These tenure officials, have they stayed neutral, or they breached their terms of their contract? And if so, on a whole scale, what can we say that will be kept as tenured positions, and what can be removed? Then we have to go through the due process that Richardson. If it was created by an act of legislation must repeal it.
Okay, so the question I want to ask you, Damon, were you here when George, we have people, all the tenure people, all your children were campaigning in the party t-shirt? Were you here, your press man? Were you in the country? Because the international people complain about it.
Okay.
The ambassador complain about it.
Move along now. Let's move along. Before you guys,
I
believe that
the government is controlled by George Weah.
Tenure has to be reviewed. All of the contracts,
yes,
they need to be reviewed.
Yes.
Because it doesn't even make sense why some of these businesses, some of these offices have contract. I mean, why some of them are tenure? Why? We don't know. So that's my position on it. I think they need to put a task force together, or the president, in fact, said he shouldn't create more jobs for people to give them more money. He should just create a task force right within his executive management team there. Let them sit down and go through them one by one,
Yes.
and see the validity. Why should we have tenure over here and over there and all of those places, and then make some strong, compelling arguments for why we should have tenure. Everybody shouldn't just have tenure, because the tenure business went rampant.
Yes.
Rampant everywhere you turn tenure. I never heard of such a thing before. Is it because we weren't professional enough? We weren't respecting professionalism? Why would somebody at EPA have tenure? I don't understand. And Mama, why would anybody at EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, have tenure? What I did? Huh?
George Weah created it because he had all the people, wasting time that George Weah uncle. So he had to create that one. George Weah uncle that wasting time. So you put 7 years tenure there. Then the future Emma Glasgow tenure. That your friend.
Why should any have tenure?
Everywhere and something. So the whole government that Richardson is being held hostage. There is no way for the president for President Barker to even operate, because you have all these sensitive position got tenure, and they still reporting to George Weah. That is my point. And the whole country, people can't take pay. People can't. There's no way to do anything, and it's really, really tough.
But what Diamond is saying is like how EPA used the court system, and you are so excited about today. That's how he feels.
Wasn't that took the people to court? Yes. So I'm saying, if the feeder got tenure, and then take the government to court,
okay, so you want to be
the why were you wearing all the t-shirts? I'm already here.
Yes, they broke the tenure clause. When you tenure, it doesn't mean that you can't be fired, but if you break the clause, if you break some of the rules,
thank you, Dr. Richardson,
you can be fired. You can be fired. You can be dismissed.
Dr. Richardson, will you just be fired like that, or you'll be given a due process before you be fired?
What due process? The clause?
Except if I insist, but I know I'm wrong already. Yes. Because when I got hired, my tenure was on certain conditions. I'm tenured. My tenure is on certain conditions. Okay. One, I cannot behave inappropriately with my students.
Thank you.
Two, I have to be fair and knowledgeable in terms of grading them. I can't play partiality with them. Okay.
Thank you.
So there are certain things, I have to represent the university fairly at all times. Represent my university. So there's certain list of things that I was given that I had to sign. For tenureship. Now, if I know I violated, for example, if I started having inappropriate favoritism towards my student, one of my students or whatever, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't do that. That is against my tenure contract. So they have every right to come to me and say you are fired. Now, it's up to me to say if I want to argue of the fight or to take them to court.
Thank you.
But if I know, for example, that I'm wrong, I will not take them to court because I'm wrong.
But because JMB is very busy with other things, so they no, we will remove all the tenure people and then take out to court. Let them take out to court and let our people that were appointed take over the position because they already violated the clause that in the tenure position. And I want the best lawyers in Liberia to get together for JMB so they can go together.
I think we just have to, as you're the moderator of the show, and I remain on my point that in as much as we want to get rid of tenured positions, it should be done the right way. People should be given due process because we're setting an example.
Yes,
and we're setting an example for other governments that will come after to follow. You know, we're setting a precedent as well.
But
so if it is this way, that if a new government comes and just say, okay, you violated, we can take you from there with what is due process? You can be given due process whether you're present or you're absent.
My man,
you can be given due process.
My man, Damo, my son, the due process is being misused in Liberia too much. It has been misused. Due process. Where were you when the people were violating the clause in the tenure position? Where were you? You are right here. All the journalists in here were here. Ambassador McCarthy spoke about it. How they were using government funding. How did you government vehicle? Ambassador spoke about it. They never liked it.
It's
you
true.
were right here.
It's true. So, like I said, I mean,
that the government
is on me to say that I was not wrong, that I was not fired illegally. So that's where for the due process is available, is there. However, if you feel like, you know, they just took your job away from you and you know, they were illegal. If I felt it was illegal, if I felt like they were just discriminating against me because I'm a woman, because I'm black, because of whatever reason I have an accent or whatever reason in this country, then I can fight. And you believe me, I'll fight. Okay.
Thank you.
But if I violated the contract clause, if I violated the contract,
that is my point.
And they caught me violating the contract, they have evidence. Will put a case together against me.
Thank you. And that's what I want to do. All the best lawyers in Liberia get together. Y'all need to help President Baka because there's a pure advantage to taking over the president. Not because he's a soft-hearted man. No.
But then moving forward, and like Dama saying, Sister Jemima, is like moving forward, we have to review all of those contracts and we have to actually put the proper due process in terms of how do we remove or terminate you from your position, because these people they're taking a stand, they're fighting, you know. But when I think about LTA, the LTA boss, we got LTA news today.
You mean my friend? She fighting on broken ground. That's my friend, but she fighting on broken ground because they all violated that. All of them wore the t-shirt. I'm my friend. She wore the t-shirt, she wore the hat. I got the picture for all of them.
Oh, but then you gotta help build the kids, and this is why we have to have
kids. Me, I working for free. Nobody paying me.
Case, and you have documentations, evidence to point out.
we
Then
will build the case. The pictures are all on the internet, even though some of them erasing it, but we still got it. We have it.
Yeah, you know, guys, I wanted to talk about something else. That I wanted to talk about this issue of, you know, you guys were talking about the war crime court yesterday, and one of the effect of that is the trauma that Liberians experience that we never got to address. You know, and I want just Liberians to know that trauma can be manifested. People can experience trauma differently. You know, all my work I've seen, some people will have an immediate reaction. In fact, most people, first of all, will have immediate reaction. They're shocked. That's what trauma is. Trauma is when you exposed to an event,
yes,
or multiple events, and you become very shocked, life-threatening to your body, like you know, a big car accident. You watch somebody died. You know, you're being physically, sexually, and emotionally abused repeatedly. In fact, sometimes just even one time can put you into that shock, that trauma. All right. And then some people will just get like they can't even move. They're frozen. All right. And then there are other people who they will act like nothing happened to them for maybe 1 or 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. They're numb. They just block it out. They disassociate themselves. And then maybe sometimes a year later, some people, 2 years later, some people, 3 years later, something triggered in their head. Okay. And bam, they start having what we call these traumatic symptoms again. And we like to use 4 words to describe the traumatic symptoms: is fight, freeze, flight, and pond. Those four words. Okay. Some people, after you go through this initial shock, and this biological too, we know this is the parasympathetic system. Hold on. Parasympathetic system. The parasympathetic system and the sympathetic system, that's the nervous system inside of us. Both of them are working, and they have measured this. This is scientific, this is biological. And so people can freeze. Some people are stuck in a frozen mode. That means that they numb, they disassociate, they suppress all this trauma thing, that war thing that they were going through. They don't want to deal with it. But it's coming out in the body sometimes. Sometimes when you're in our system, or people just getting sick. Some people, they get headache. They don't know why. Some people, they're just throwing up. So your body, it affects you biologically. Then there's some people that are fighting all the time. They're just angry. They're irritable. They're frustrated. They don't even know how to concentrate. To sit down for them to write. It's hard. When you're telling them one thing, their mind all over the place. Those people are fighting. They are fighting. Those are the people who call the fighters. Okay. And then, there are some people who are they just in flight. They continue moving. They just, basically, they just can't deal with it. They, fearful. They got anxious. They worry all the time. Every little thing, they're making them like small thing, they make it big. Those are people who are fright. Okay, we call them the fright, freeze, flight, and pond. The pond are the people pleaser. They want to please everybody. They can't make decisions. They're very indecisive people. All right. They got confusion. They don't know who they are. Gender confusion. Sometimes even in this country now, they can, if you're born a female, they're taking different identities just because they want to get away. That pain is so much inside of them. They don't have no boundaries. They don't even know what boundary is. You'll be sitting out here, they're just talking, we're having a nice conversation, just jumping the conversation again, very loud, or your things will be here, they'll just go into your things without even being considerate of you. So those are some of the experience that we never got to address during our wartime period. All right. We just kept going on, and it's building up, it's building up, it's building up. So it's a reason why we're going to our country. You see some people that they're living in these houses. They can afford to pin it, but they have no motivation to pin it. They just day by day, they're just going, they're just surviving. And so when I heard you guys, I heard the show yesterday, and for me, it's always a place of trauma. And I think having the ability to explain what happened to you, to talk it out, to share it, because a lot of people are holding it inside in a constructive and confined way, will give people, if anything, some kind of relief that somebody listened to them, or some kind of to memorialize the situation and know that it happened, because you don't want to feel like, oh, it's fake in your head that this didn't happen. So that's kind of what I wanted to just kind of talk to us a little bit about this whole, every time we say, oh, Liberians are traumatized, it's a big trauma going on. We have to think about the 4 F that's going on, the flight, fight, freeze, and pond, those 4 Fs. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to just share with you guys today.
Oh, thank you so much.
Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Hi, Francine. How are you? How you doing, Angie Mama? How's everything?
How you doing, Uncle Sam?
Yeah, how you made it with all the internet today in Liberia? How Spoon TV managed to be? You guys got some kind of VPN service?
He asking you.
I'm asking you, Jimama.
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, Diamond need to answer that question.
Yeah.
The people asking that they got magical things going on in the station.
We can let everybody know our secret.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I tried to call my family for today. Oh my God, it was just like I was panicking. Then I had to put on Facebook to ask if it was internet. Then I got this thing about the thing breaking of the cable, the H cable, and it affected many countries. It kind of was there. So it was hopefully, I don't know how soon they will reconnect, but because I know Sandwave suffered today. They couldn't get anything with Sandwave today.
Mr. Jackson,
Some of us, some of us guys,
that five component. I mean, anytime these things happen, I think on the money, the economic impact on the country. You know, like we can send money to send wave.
Yeah, but at least some of our guys, some of our guys excuse now. So we can say send waiver down. So we'll send it next week. So to give a little breathing space.
So you want to get a excuse? No. Yeah, but again, and those little things, you know, the fact that we couldn't get in touch with our family members today, it was like very anxiety provoking for us. And this is why trauma is so important to Liberians, because we're such a collectivist culture. You know, sometimes in the culture that I live in, that it tend to be more individualistic. You know, sometimes like I can't even tell the last time I talked to any one of my neighbors to tell you the truth. Nobody cares. That's what it seems like. Nobody cares. But it's not like that in Liberia, you know, and you know what it is here. I can see the houses. I see them sometimes when they're out walking the dog or whatever. But so if something were to happen, you just another social security number. People will just pass on. But in Liberia, we're not like that. People know each other. We are interrelated, you know, sometimes biologically. Yeah. And so trauma affects us. When something happened to one person, it affects us deeply. It's something that we carry with us. It's not something that you can just pass over, or it's something that you can just get over with. So there's even this something as the internet shutting down that affected the entire, you know, West African region, as we're hearing so far. You know, it can be traumatizing because we couldn't get a hold of family members today. We're like, what happened? You know, my brother-in-law is somebody that we talk to on every other day. We're like, what? We hope he's okay. You know, again, because in Liberia, anything can happen. We have no stability. We have no way of saying, is he okay? You know, well, we're sure he's okay, but the fact that we don't have no confirmation. So yes, something as simple as that can trigger, and that's why I mean when I also talk about triggering people, it can trigger you to say you feel we felt vulnerable.
Yeah. So one of the things. So you know, Francine, and you're a psychologist. You probably understand this better than most people. I did a study a while back, like about 2006, 2007, and it was about the DDR process and how and the impact on the society. And what I found out that was that there was only like 2 or 3 days of psychosocial counseling given to ex-combatants. You know, they did the disarmament, they did the demobilization, but the rehabilitation, reintegration portion, those 2 portions they really suffer. So, and I believe a lot of the things that you have with drugs and dysfunction in Liberia is closely connected to that, you know, and that is the reason why it's extremely important for any government to spend a lot of resources and time and energy trying to, for number one, reconcile us. And one of the ways you reconcile us is you should have some kind of, I mean, you can't have total equality in any country, but if you provide economic opportunities and people are earning a living, and that can reduce their trauma, you know. But we have that problem. But I mean, like 21 years after the war, I still see a lot of dysfunction in the society, and that dysfunction will continue to affect a larger society. And hopefully, some of you people who are in the mental health and social welfare space will have some kind of a strategic plan to deal with that. Because if not, we'll have a society most of them stay fragile for a very, very long time. You know, very, very long time. It'll be fragile.
Lendio, welcome. How you doing, Mama?
Hello, I'm good. Hello, everybody. Hi, Doc.
How you doing?
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you're not speaking to me today.
Oh, when you just got here, I was here before you. You're not gonna say hello to me. You want to plow with me?
Hello,
I'm not offer no plow. I'm not offer no plow to you. Yeah. I had a very beautiful day. The usual 8 to 10
I hear you
hours.
asking the people telling me hello. I hear you, so I want to make sure.
I had a very beautiful afternoon. No, so you want to come forward with me? And I
What you want to fight with you?
I was there.
I want to fight with you.
Okay, here's the part. Say he the only child. You are the only child.
I saw something that he posted. Something you were responding to somebody. He put that wall.
All my life.
He put that wall.
I'm an only child. I went to an all boys high school. I had to fight by myself. I'm not used to people coming to my defense and fighting for me. I fight by myself. I stand by my principles, and I do what I do. Well, you know, I mean, I grew up in a house with a lot of girls, but this is my first cousin. Yeah. So, but I was lucky enough for saying that.
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to touch what you're saying.
Yeah. No. Basically, quickly,
I grew up. I heard you say that the research that you read or what you saw, which is probably consistent.
Not the research. The paper I did. What I discovered. What I discovered from the paper.
You discovered. You discovered that there was.
Yeah. I wrote a paper. It was about. This paper, it was about youth employment. Yeah. And of course, you know, at the time, like it was just 1 or 2 years after the whole DDR process, right? And there was a thing I found, I think it was a guy called Mulba and somebody, and they wrote this whole thing. And you saw in 2006, there were a lot of serious social problems in the country. But luckily for us, we had on mail at that time. So because you had on mail, it stabilized the country in a serious way. That's why, even on this war crime thing, you know, I mean, I'm very, very, you know, like, I'm flabbergasted by the fact that people didn't push this war crime thing with the same kind of intensity that they're pushing it now. Why they didn't do it in 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10? You know, it's just like, it bothers me, you know, because when you look, I think somebody said, Benke King, something said, before we institute the war crime code, we have to do a security analysis, talk to the neighboring countries, the ECOWAS, to do a security assessment of Liberia, to make a determination as to how we can do this and maintain our stability and maintain our peace. I mean, you know, look, I'm not trying to get away from war crime. Just let's be very clear about that. I don't care how far back people want to go, but I don't want to see any destabilization at this age in my life. I just don't want to be living in a foreign country, staying away from home. I want to be in Liberia. I want to spend the rest of my days in my country, enjoying myself, eating my dumbo. And my wife loves Liberia so much. Oh my gosh, she's crazy about the country more than I am. And this is where she wants to be, you know. So I just hope you all put all of the structures in, put in the framework, put in the security, you know, measures, make sure that, you know, if you're going to do it, must be impartial, it must be broad, it must be comprehensive. And again, it must go straight to the people, the organizers, the financiers, and then, of course, the generals, the people who did the most egregious damage to the country on the war front, human rights, and on the economic front. So that's my position, and I'm going to be very, very clear about that. There'll be no ambiguities about where I stand.
I want to pass the show over to you.
Pass it over to me for what?
So moderate.
No. But you know what? You shouldn't be doing this. Okay, let's try to do the show together.
Okay, let's do it together. We'll do it together.
Yeah, let's do it together. But how you doing, Dr. Richardson?
Good.
Minister Jemima Woodokodi, the mother of Samora Woodokodi. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Thank you. Piki, how you doing, Piki?
I'm good. I'm good.
Mr. Sam Jackson, whether they jail you prior to 1979 or prior to 1980, whatever the case is, you were in jail. Let's just establish that. Whether before or after they jail you, somebody jail you. Okay? And that's a fact.
I was in jail 2 times. Oh, but listen, look, the problem is, listen to me. The problem what people have is a guy who left good time like me, a guy who lives who's a social butterfly. They can't picture in their minds me being a revolutionary, standing up for a cause, and going to jail 2 times and getting my butt fluck in jail. The post-tac was a bad experience. It was a
Really?
very, very bad experience. We got beaten almost every day. Okay, of course, we got whooped every single day. Okay, and I saw casualties. I saw casualties of the coup because there was a lot of shooting within the barracks. The killing of some senior military officers that came, but was trying to do a counter or something, and I saw all of that. I saw the bloodbath. Okay, I'm not so people cannot imagine in their heads who flying from here to there, such a social butterfly to have been in jail, so they cannot fathom it in their minds. That's why they thought I was never in jail. But the fact is established, I was in jail, was arrested April 17, 1979, and we were released June by the Brown Commission, General Amnesty. Then I went back to work for the government. I was director of price control. The Toba was not a bad guy.
Understand that. We are not going back to the long story.
You would be very penetrating. Yeah, the story last night.
Brother, you say he don't start that story again.
I was just
if I start talking now.
No, but
I was introducing myself to you guys.
Santa, you are not here. You are not here. You just can't come and just jump inside what thing like that. I know you own the team, but you gotta give us a chance to air out
I was trying to speak to you, Uncle Sam. Whether the JU, what I talk about JU.
I'm glad you're trying to speak to me.
Yeah. What I talk about JU 1979 or 1980, whether do JU or do didn't jail you.
He did me in 1979 and 1980. I was jailed both times.
We all can confirm that you went to jail.
Twice.
Yes, someone. There's someone he told you.
No, Glenny, I'm doing the show now. You have your time, please. If I want out. Whether you went to jail, we established that fact you went to jail. Who free you? Who ain't free you?
Twice.
We can see you strong.
Once, but twice.
We established the fact that you are no longer in jail. So whatsoever the situation is, Uncle Sam, you say, call my best friend, coming up, we said, you made a mistake. You exposed coming up, we said, you dealt with him, then you turn around to call him that he can agree with you. So he said he deaded you up too. But it's okay.
He did not dead me.
I
was in jail.
Uncle Sam, whether Dustin would have called his first girlfriend careful to you, whether his second girlfriend, whether it was Aunt Jemima cared the food, whoever cared the food, your food that was brought to Dustin would have called it. Now, we cannot establish whether it was Aunt Jemima or whether Dustin would have called his first girlfriend, second, third girlfriend. Because all you guys were players. You coming up, we said Dustin would have called it. All you guys were players. We got a story. That's why you cannot see eye to eye.
My man, I was married. My man, stop
that thing. Stop that thing.
I was married.
That's why you cannot see eye to eye. Look at how beautiful Aunt Jemima is. Dustin would have called it. Seeing Aunt Jemima in high school, maybe they were in New York City, they traveled together, maybe they were back home, whatever the case may be. You trying to get Aunt Jemima, then you were chasing somebody else. So Aunt Jemima, right now you should ask Dustin what to call it. No, we understand that, that's the justice business there now. We're not putting our more on the justice. But the question is, was he seeing someone while you were cooking, carrying food for him in the prison compound? You gotta ask him. Because it had been exposed by Samuel Jackson that we gotta bring Dustin Willicott on the show. How many young girls you were chasing? But anyway, let's have our show today.
Have our business.
And I will tell you guys, that's the reason coming up, we said Samuel Jackson, Dustin Willicott cannot see eye to eye. Because they went zigzag. And and Aunt Jemima, they were the young people during those days. Imagine coming from convent uniform or cathedral uniform, the green and white, young. Imagine. And Dustin would call it in his old car just hanging around looking. And Sam Jackson coming up from Ducor, the young deputy minister at Commerce. These guys didn't cause problem in the country.
This man and my brother-in-law.
How you know all that?
Because
the man and my brother-in-law.
Sam Jackson was a brother-in-law. Sam Jassy was messing with Aunt Jemima
So
brother.
they were abusing the women.
Your sister.
No. It was
No,
done
your girl, my
intelligently.
sister.
His sister. It was done
My sister.
intelligently. To be frank,
My sister.
you got. Listen, we can even include our own father.
Don't
Maybe
include
my
my
papa in that
father.
cycle too. Maybe Glenn Jean Juniors, all the cases of
Don't
power
include
with
my
Georgie,
father. Don't
all the
include
cases
my
of
father
power
in
with
your
Georgie,
team.
or power in that same too.
Good party for yourself.
Your party and party not good. All the people that was eating Sonny. That was sometimes today. We even know how many sisters we get, how many brothers we get out there. Sam Johnson got 11-year-old in Liberia. Can you imagine that? At the age of 70, he got 11-year-old in Liberia.
That's true. That's true, Mr. Jackson.
Sam Jackson, I know the young girl he got his last baby
I
by
know
his
you
last
That's
child.
very true.
I know the young girl. They said 20. Dr. Richard C, stop asking questions. Let me explain the story to you.
Yeah.
You hearing the message? Yeah. You think I'm a smart investigator? And you say not true? Sam Jackson got his last baby around 2010.
So that means
The girl was maybe in her 20s.
That is abuse.
I'm not trying to put my puppy outside. Just a few days. Sam Jackson was somewhere smoking weed, but he got medical document for smoking weed. The first thing Uncle Sam said, you see me smoking weed, don't go tell the Liberian people I get medical paper. Papi, not you?
So we have some reputable people who married. The people that married to get a wife. They're gonna bring all type of that story there. People that married with their wife, they come and bring all story on
Yeah.
I take a pill called Marinol. For the Marinol, when I had the cancer, I was 20 chemo. I couldn't.
I know. That's why you're taking your job.
Marinol for me. So anywhere I go, where is a legal jurisdiction to go to get some air out in New York, instead of taking the pill, I just smoke my plant.
So you see,
Hasim
Fadiga, welcome to the show. Prince Maxwell, welcome. Dr. Richardson, you saying that maybe it's a mistake. No. My Saturday called Uncle Sam. When he went to swing in a corner, he took a couple of John and he told the people, say, you don't go tell Spoon, say, I'm smoking here. I got legal paper to do this thing.
That one part, marijuana is, free in some states. You can use it to, without getting in trouble. But the part I'm talking about the child business, where I'm stuck with that.
But little man, 11-year-old baby, you say I will lie. I just give you the information. Uncle Sam get 11-year-old baby.
Yeah, 11-year-old baby.
I'm not gonna deny my son Hugo. My son Hugo. I have a son. His name is Hugo Jackson. He's a very brilliant young boy, and I'm raising him very well. I built a hospital.
You don't have a show, man. You sit down the show. You can't even ask questions about each other.
How old is the mother?
I'm sorry.
The mother's about what, 38, 39?
Yeah, but when you had her, she's 38 right now, because I know her, she's 38. When you had her, the little boy is 11, 12 years, so let's do the math, though. She was in her 20s. And at that time, how old were you? You were like
28 years old.
Yeah, 28. She was a grown woman. But then your age, actually, you're 70 right now. You are like 60, you are like 60. You are like 68 years old. That's your granddaughter.
I was 59. I was 59 going to 60. I was in my 50s. Yeah. You tell me to deny my son because of you?
No. We're not saying you deny your son. Listen, I'm just saying, let's keep it real, man. I know too much on you guys. Even Prince Maxwell just got back from on vacation. I got a picture of Prince Maxwell. He was in Belarus. Is that Belarus, Prince? No. Let's say Prince Maxwell, tell you just came back from vacation. I got a picture of you and your beautiful wife. Beautiful.
I was in Greece.
Let's say before we bring Fatima on the show now, because
I was in Greece.
You are in Greece.
Exactly.
Yeah. You are in Greece.
So Spoon
TV is all the people in story. All the people story.
Standard has a network of individuals that provide information on everybody.
No, Prince. Most of the things Stanton say you just joking.
They don't provide it. You don't seek the information.
They ain't got no information on me.
Listen.
Yeah.
You say I'm joking.
I said for the public. I know Stanton just joking.
Auntie Mama. Andrew Mama, Uncle Sanjay admitted he got 11-year-old son. So it wasn't a joke, it was a fact.
No, I don't know for me. That
Oh,
joke.
no, Andrew Mama, no. The only thing I get on you, you the mother of Samara wouldn't call it at all. That's the only thing I get on you.
Thank you.
Prince Maxwell just went on a long 2 weeks vacation, right? In Greece.
Yes,
He enjoyed it.
yes.
All right. Yeah, he's beautiful. Well, he asked me not to show his wife picture. I respect you. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
But beautiful white woman. I'm not going to show a picture, but a white woman.
But he asked you to explain that she white woman. He told
Exactly.
you that.
He didn't say don't explain. He didn't say don't explain. No, he didn't say don't explain. He said
Senator,
but a white woman.
Senator, there are many issues here that are very, very important right now. There are many issues here that are important.
They don't want me to go. Listen, they don't want me to go. I can go. The only reason why we're doing this today is because the people decided to take internet from Joseph Boakai government. That's the only reason we're doing this today. Now, as we're getting back on track, we're discussing. Fadiga, you say, I get nothing on you. But everybody know everything on you, Fadiga. You refuse to go to the girl that made you sick. You came to America, so the girl still looking for you. So I'm not going there. And listen, gentlemen, go on Fadiga page. Fadiga went and shook Money Captain hand and said, I trust you, Money Captain. I know that if Liberian people do not deserve LDC, do what you got to do. You got my blessing. The picture up there, we'll show you guys a picture. Yeah. So Fadiga have turned his back on the Liberian people with the LDC thing. Fatima, welcome to the show, Fatima. Salam alaikum. Okay, we'll see. Sorry, Fatima.
I got news for you. For you.
Yeah.
Stanton, I got news for you. You want to hear the news?
Yes, sir.
Fatima's father was my boss man when I was director at the Ministry of Commerce. Ibrahim.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That was a brilliant man. That was my boss. He was assistant minister for commerce when I was director of press control. Brilliant man.
Oh, that's nice.
So that's the reason why she was saying we're cool. That's why we're cool and we're calm and everything is fine between us because her pa paved the way for her with me. So he took good care of me as my boss man.
So leave his daughter alone, okay? Stop texting her every evening. But think a long time, man. Where have you been?
I've been
After Fadiga get mad on the show and said, stand up for the shit. He back again. Where have you been?
I was looking for a new picture to post.
Fadiga, they posted everything at the executive mansion, man. What you be doing there?
I'm working there now. I'm behind Joseph Boakai to hire me. He won't hire me. I'm making a public service announcement.
Thank you.
Joseph Boakai, that we that fought for you, you don't need to look our way too.
Thank you.
I'm tired of people telling me thank you.
Yes.
Nobody want to tell me thank you again. You won't tell me thank you, give me a job. We came here to help the country.
Very good.
Wow.
Are you with me?
How are you? Dr. Rachel, see how you found that so today.
You know, once I want you to, we tell them Facebook down. Facebook down, just made it team worse.
So guys, we will be calling a winner, Zakwa, the commissioner of LTA, the commissioner chair, by the way, to give us update on this internet issue that is so affecting the region. You know, it's so bad. You know, but Spoon is live. Spoon is on in Liberia. Spoon is on the radio. Wow. You see, Angie Mama is in studio because most often, you know, you got to work your way around. I've been saying, listen, let me say this. And maybe people don't want me to say, but I would say, I want to say thanks to Jojo, the son of Joseph Imam Boakai. You know, he provided for us Starlink. You know, and seriously, I got to say,
what's Starlink? What is Starlink?
Starlink is a satellite internet services. At some point, people say, "Oh, you can't use it in Liberia and there," but he's been very, very grateful. You know, he loves to hear Spoon on.
That's nice.
It got nothing to do with the government, and he says, "Stanton, let's go over the subscription and do this." and he gave it to us a little while now. So we said, Madam Titi, well, we can check it out. But if you get Starlink in Liberia, know how to use it, connect it, it will work.
Okay.
And other internet provider likewise. So we are on. Some other people may not be on, but we have to announce this because maybe this thing will take a week or two or who knows when.
Jesus.
Other telecommunication services provider, they are on. I don't know which one, but we will call Wina Zakba, the commissioner chair from LTA. You know, she's on tenure position, and that's a bad time to mess with her too. While they try to kick her out, she's there trying to provide internet to the nation. So we want to hear from her. And in our chat room today, Samuel Johnson posted the information that Burma Kamara submitted the budget. All right. I was able to confirm with the lawmaker. You know, Fonati Kufa is not.
I don't trust that source. I don't trust that
No.
source.
I think it's on the website. I checked the website.
No. Let me finish now, Uncle Sam.
Check the
Uncle
website.
Sam, it is true. It was submitted. Uncle Sam, it is true. It was.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, wait now. Wait, I beg you, let me finish. I won't forget.
I saw it from some.
Uncle Sam, let me finish. It was submitted. Fonati Kufa is not in the country. It was submitted to the Deputy Speaker, Thomas Fala. Thomas Fala called some of the representatives, and they confirmed, you know, they will actually distribute it, but 692 million dollars. That's a lot to it.
92 or 25?
Something around 600 and something.
Yeah.
That's a lot to it. Yeah. And I want to say this, it's a lot. It's a lot. And people are now, the lawmakers, they are now going through the line. And we will not discuss it fully because we have just a little bit of it. But it is concerning a lot of sticking issue. It is concerning. So this is our conversation for tonight. But the biggest one is you can get your people. People that are saying the orange card, the scratch card, they're not selling no more. The economic downsides to this internet issue. Ministry are not functioning well. The hospital will not be functioning well. It is concerning. So let's have a good conversation today. Anything else on your mind you want to discuss, and let's discuss it. But again, I want to say thanks to Jojo Barker, a friend and a brother that that provided a way that we can use our services to be on air. I'm very openly going to appreciate him. That's what a good person would do. It got nothing to do with the government.
You pay for it, right? You pay for it. And it's
no, but the fact is that for them to send you the equipment, you can. It's not in Liberia. It's not in Liberia. So Spoon will be on. That's a good thing from Jojo. So again, we say thank you. So let's have the good show. Welcome to the show, Aunt Mama, Uncle Sam, Sister Glendy, Prince Maxwell, my friend, Al Hussein Fadika, openly expressing that he needs job. It's about time you get a job. Let me say this to you, Fadika. You deserve one, to tell you the truth. And I hope the government, those in authority will listen. As by fire, by force, we will make sure you get one. It's about time. Fatima, welcome to the show. I know you are not too well, Fatima, so we'll consider you when you're coughing. I know you're not too well. And you're taking antibiotics. So whenever you want to leave, you can leave. That's you have your show, man. I can't force Fatima to tell me her stuff. She can tell me it. Then I say there you get back. Yeah, Fatima is taking Batrin, antibiotic Batrin. BACTRIM, Batrin. So
you can just go lying. That's so flat. That the first antibiotic that came to your mouth, so you just call it a so flat. Complete lie.
Really, baby, I love you.
Fatima is taking Batrin 500 milligrams twice
that
a day.
That didn't even reach to 500.
How you can use it to get information from you will not get it.
Fatima is taking Batrin 500 milligrams, right?
I plead
BID times 10 days. Batrin 500 milligrams BID, which is twice a day, morning and evening, times 10 days. I finished telling you that's why she's taking. I saw the prescription. She sent me the text message to that prescription. She received the medicine from CVS. CVS, Willenboro.
What's he taking it for? What's he taking it for? What's he taking it for?
Infection. You want me to tell you the kind of infection? Yeast infection. Yeast infection.
It's too crazy.
Now the only infection you know. Nah, Becky,
But wait, white lady running away, and I'm asking questions.
For you. I was just sick on that one.
You asking questions, you running away. Oh man.
But
give us update. Fadiga gave us update from Liberia. The country was quiet today on social media. The country was very quiet today on social media. Give us an update. Where are we, Fadiga, with the internet issue?
Stanton, I just sent you, checking our chat room, I just sent you a picture of all of the countries that were down. You will see that your name is there and the amount of internet receiving that we got. You can see that in our chat room. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, he coming from Greece. He coming from Greece. Why you gotta do a Fatima? Fatima black. Where you coming
Andy, you put on the thing too. You trying to season the thing too, Andy?
Coming from Greece. So why you gonna do a black?
You're trying to season the thing too, guys. Today we have a major issue at hand today. I was called by one of our colleagues here today about the internet service being down. I would say the internet.
I beg your prince. I know you're not in Liberia. We are not. I want Angie Mama and Fadiga to give us serious update because a lot of people they are dying. They are dying socially. Fadiga, you wherever you are in Liberia, talk to us communication wise. I mean, what's going on in the country right now?
So what happened is I think it was around 1 p.m. this morning. Was it 1 a.m. this morning or something? But it was I don't know because I used the Wi-Fi at the hotel. So when I'm at the hotel, and then we got this thing from Lone Star. I would just read it. Say, dear value customer, we apologize for the disruption you are experiencing with your internet and mobile services. And it's due to Outage International submarine cable that provides connectivity to Liberia. You see the engineer working on it. And then the next thing I woke up in the morning, Facebook now updating, nothing going on. People calling and saying that the internet is down. Actually, yeah, people just calling around saying that internet was down. But I didn't know that because I had internet. And luckily for us, I don't know what service they are using at the hotel yet, but it's pretty strong. I think you can see from the image is pretty clear. Luckily for us, we have.
I think it's VSAT. It's VSAT.
It probably VSAT. I will ask tomorrow to see what they're using, but it's pretty clear. If you look at the image, it's very good for Liberia. Yeah. So, but and then social media. What I realized is, I don't know, but the people in Liberia actually use internet everywhere. I mean, internet is more prevalent now in Liberia than anything else. It has become a lifestyle for a lot of people. So I know people are frustrated. People want to go online, and it's an inconvenience, to be frank, for a lot of people. But I don't know much about it or what's going to happen. I pray that the lady from LTA will come and share some light on the technicality about what happened. But
thank you, Fadiga. It's good that you bring it up to date. Before we go to Amji Mama, I have the commissioner chair, Ewena Zagba from LTA. She's coming. Will be speaking to us by way of the phone. Well, thank you very much, Ewena, Commissioner Ewena Zagba. It's good to have you. We woke up today, man. We went dark in our social media world. We went completely dark. People got sick. Facebook was so quiet. Our usual jokes and laugh on Facebook went blank. Where are we? Can you update us? Can you help us understand? Liberians listen to you home and abroad. What's going on?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So this morning, well, first of all, let me speak. So good evening, afternoon, evening to all. This morning, we got up to the news that the ACE fiber optic cable that comes into Liberia had been cut by some means. So we really didn't have the proper information. No one really did, because it had just happened. And later on throughout the day, we're finding out that many, 2 or 3 different fiber cables actually got cut. And which it's affecting between 10 and 15 countries in South and Western part of Africa. So you've got South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Benin, Gambia, Guinea, Niger, just to name a few of the countries that are affected by this outage. Okay, so they've identified the problem, and they're working, the technicians are working on trying to resolve the situation.
Oh, Commissioner Zagwa, thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson Zagwa. Well, give us some understanding as to the security implication here when you talk about internet. We heard that the mansion went off, the president's home, his residence went off, ministries were shut down. What's going on? Are they back on?
No, I mean, it's obviously, it's major. It's nothing to joke about. And it tells us that there's a lot more that we have to do. You know, we've been trying to champion Liberia digital transformation. And one of the first things that we must do is we must have reliable and consistent internet service with redundancy. All right, so this is definitely an eye-opener for us. It's always been, is one of the things that's on our list, and we've been working on getting a redundant link to Liberia, redundant fiber link to Liberia. Majority of Liberia has been down. Now, I know some people may be asking, well, then how am I on right now? Well, there's one internet service provider that has a particular different kind of link. Okay, PowerNet. PowerNet has a loop kind of link that they've described, and because of that, they're able to get on. And so we were able to get the mansion on today. We worked and got the president's house on internet, so that they're working on the president's house as we speak. We're also able to get the foreign ministry on. Now, of course, getting all these people on PowerNet, they're becoming a bit congested. So, because they only have but so much capacity to share around. Okay. But just to talk a little bit about the redundancy, we have been talking about getting a second fiber cable. Okay, you know, Liberia is a small country, population of 5-point-something million. Fiber cables are extremely expensive, and it has to be paid for. Now, our population sometimes does not allow us, it's not so easy, you know, for people to come and invest such large amounts of money, not knowing how they're going to get their, return on their investment. So that's one of the reasons why, you know, Liberia, we've been a bit slow on moving forward with it, because it's private sector investment, and because the country doesn't have the requisite funds to just go and procure the fiber cable itself. But the good thing about it, the World Bank, we've been in discussions with the World Bank just recently in the last 3 months in getting a second fiber cable into Liberia. It's called the Amri-Kaba cable. Yes, go ahead.
No, so what I'm going to do, I'm begging you, I believe I will allow the studio to call you. I have to just go and get my daughter. So it's just a quick emergency. Let me let the studio call you, and when I come back, I can jump on maybe from the car. Who's in studio? Okay. Is that Damo? Ajimama?
Magic.
Okay, so Damo left. Oh boy. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send your number.
Yeah. Damo is here.
Can Damo call? I will send.
Hello, Aunt Jemima.
Yeah,
All
Andrew.
right, Shamina.
So what I'm gonna do? Let me send your number over to the producer Diamond, and Diamond will call you from the studio because this is interesting. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, too.
You're welcome. Dr. Richardson, let me go pick up my daughter. She waiting on me. So, but let me send the number, and y'all can continue the conversation. I'll join you guys later. Okay. The budget is online. I think is in our chat room. So if you want to discuss the budget, everything is there line by line. It's in our chat room. Thank you.
So, does anyone have any reaction to what you heard from the LTA chairperson?
Yeah, I do have a reaction to that.
Go ahead.
I'm surprised that, first and foremost, like I said in the chat room, in 2016, I did research, because that's what diplomats do. If people don't know that, I did a research and I sent in an assessment report to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Office of Minister that received my assessment report was Deputy Minister Fambole at the time. And I reported to the government of Liberia that based on security analysis, the fiber optic cable that runs parallel to Africa was in a jeopardized position. It was a threat. And it was very, very important that our national security look at contingency. And within our report, I provided a contingency for our cybersecurity at the time. In 2018, I made a second recommendation to that effect. People don't listen to diplomats. I don't know who they think we are. Bunch of crazy people sitting down, just sitting down, rented room in an apartment. They forget to know that they send us out there to harness and get information that are relevant to our national security to take our country forward. Now, this issue that is now at play is just as predicted. If you look at the National Security Assessment Report of the U.S. government back in 2016, 2017, 2018, it made references to these possibility of outage, because all these infrastructure are basically target for extremists, terrorists, and other people. So now this is why I'm shocked in terms of the recommendation that are being made. The fiber optic, we know fully well that it's vulnerable to attacks.
Yeah.
Why would we be asking or recommending another fiber optic cable for Liberia when we should be looking? Because fiber optic cable is sea-based, land-based, right? Why should we be looking for another sea-based, land-based cable that has just proven to be insecure? Right now, we should be looking for higher orbit, which is something else that no one can reach. We should be building contingency into that area and infrastructure into that area as opposed to land-based, sea-based.
Yep. Yeah, I see a point. So let's just everyone get a chance to speak to this. And before we do that, I just want to say Stanton likes to joke a lot. So for all of you who are ready about Fatima in the comment section, it is all a joke, okay? So just realize that everything he says here, that joke, he will argue us, but it's a joke. Jamal, what are you thinking? What were your thoughts about what the commissioner, the chairperson said? I didn't hear a sense of urgency, maybe because it was the phone line. Today, there should be a sense of urgency going on about our internet in Liberia. What are your thoughts?
Did you say you didn't hear a sense of urgency?
Yes, I didn't. I did not.
Well, to be honest, that's how she speaks. And Winner is not the kind of person who will speak with anxiety or action like me. I speak with action. And when I want something done, I'm there. I speak with force. But when I feel in that kind of way, she's the kind of person who will tell you what she want to say is serious, but she will say in that manner. That's how she is. But number two, I don't think LTA is supposed to be blamed in this manner. Because if the internet system is going off in all the various countries around us, then I don't think we're supposed to blame them. Critical as I am on them, saying that they should give us the position and take us to court. I mean, that's my girl. Y'all calling me ancient mama, but I would say it like it is. You know, take us to court, but you cannot hold on to the position that is.
All right.
I cannot blame them.
No.
Because it's an international issue, local and national issue. So I think they're working on it, like she said, they're working on it. So we got to look up to them and see how many days. It depends on how urgent they can, how urgently they can do it, because it's not their problem; it's an international problem.
So, Dr. Richardson, we have Commissioner Sapa on the line.
Sure. So,
put her on speaker. She's hearing you guys clearly.
Chairperson, I'm going to just give you an opportunity to finish saying what you are telling us.
Again.
Yes. Welcome again. I'm going to give you an opportunity if you have any other final thoughts, and then we'll let the panelists ask you questions. Okay, if you allow us to do that.
Sorry.
Okay, let me work on that, Commissioner, so that you can be able to hear her. So just.
So we'll just take turn asking.
You can hear her now.
Barely.
Okay, Doc, give me a minute. Let me sort this out quickly.
Yeah. So
that can be able to hear.
Mr. Jackson, any thoughts before we go to Lindy? And then
I just want to ask her. It's just a technical question. It's a very stupid question. I believe I'm sure a lot of you guys know the answer for it, but I just
wait until she come on. She's not here yet. She's not here yet.
Oh, she's not there yet. Okay.
Yeah, so you can hold that.
Yeah, okay. If anybody knows they can answer it, if anybody knows they can answer it, you know that when the GSM came to Liberia in 2001, there was no internet, but you had a GSM technology. So I'm just wondering, why can't I call someone now on GSM technology to their number, without internet? Is there a particular reason why? Anyone knows why I can't call? Anybody has any idea, or we have to wait for her to come and talk and tell us?
Yeah, maybe let's wait for her to come. I don't know.
Were you trying to call someone in Liberia on GSM? Is that going through? You guys just made some calls to the US.
Yeah, it's not going through.
It did go through.
Yeah.
But
maybe my people flew off. Maybe my people flew off.
Yeah,
so there is GSM. Okay, but there is GSM service. I can call Liberia. Okay.
So I just called the US. I don't know whether you can call back, but I did call the US.
Any reactions? Any thoughts about what you heard the chairperson of LTA say? At least coming back.
Ask the question. You please just repeat it.
Okay. I'm sorry.
She's on the line. So once you ask the question, I will just do a repeat.
Great. So we were going back to Mr. Jackson. Please ask your question again.
Yeah, Cesar Winner, good afternoon, good evening. How are you? How's your mother? How's everybody?
Mr. Jackson is asking for your family. How are they doing?
Doing very well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very well.
Can you hear me?
Barely, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm saying is is GSM service, can I call people in Liberia without the internet being on? Can I call my family and friends in Liberia without the internet being on?
So he wants to know whether or not he can call his family and friends in Liberia without the internet being on, if international call services have been restored.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, so, it's GSM. Ask them whether the GSM is on.
This particular situation is affecting some international calls. I mean, it's affecting your banking. It's affecting mobile monies. And so nowadays, a lot of what we do intertwines with the internet. So it's affecting a lot. And it's not just in Liberia. It's internationally. I mean, well, it's globally in the south and western part of Africa. So.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go to Glenn.
So it means that Liberians can speak to each other. No, let me finish quick. So it means that Liberians and Liberia can call each other on GSM?
Say again?
He wants to know whether or not we can make local calls. GSM local calls.
Yes, local calls are definitely going through. Yeah, so local calls are going through. Okay. It's just international calls are not. And of course, I'm on the international line right now. So anybody that has PowerNet internet at their homes or offices will have access, internet access to call on the internet phones.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Lindy, your question?
So hi, Awina. How are you?
Glennie is saying hi to you.
Who's that? Oh, hello there. Thank you.
So my question is, waking up this morning, of course, this is an unexpected event. Once we're able to overcome what's happening, will there be plans for the future just in case if such a thing were to happen?
Would there be plans to solve this issue if it were to reoccur in the future after it has been solved?
Oh, of course. I think, like I was saying before, we had been talking for the last several months, or I would say, years. It's always the plan. If you're going to have an efficient digital transformation, you should have redundancy. All right. So, and it's just a cost factor. It's, hundreds of millions of dollars. It's for the fiber undersea cable to come into the country. But we've just been in discussions with the World Bank, and they're encouraging and supporting Liberia's digital transformation, and knowing that having stable internet throughout the country is, the primary thing that is needed for that to happen. So we're in discussions with them to see how they can try to fund a second undersea cable into the country. We've been talking about a cable called the Amrikaba cable. So we'll keep you updated, as to how far the discussion is going. But as of right now, it's a little process when you're trying to source funding for these projects and, with the international bodies.
Thank you. I forgot to welcome.
Additionally, we can start looking at, solutions like Starlink, satellite internet, and others, just as redundancies.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just welcome Ava. Ava, we're in something when you came on the show, so welcome Ava to the show. We'll go to Hussein was here before Fatima. Hussein, Fatima, and then Ava.
All right, she says she's not commissioner, right? She's what's her title?
Chairperson.
Chairperson. I don't know, Madam Chairperson. I have few questions. I'll just make it two. Have they told you guys? I know they said some cable cut, but do you guys have a definite information about what is the main cause of this outage? Is it out now?
As of now, there's we don't have any official or unofficial information on what caused it. We do know that there are like 3 to 4 different cables that are cut. That's why it's affecting so many different countries. So no, as of right now, we don't have any information. I don't even think the international news agencies have been updated. We have a company, a consortium called the Cable Consortium of Liberia, CCL. They're housed in the Liptalco compound on Broad and Lynn Streets. They're the ones that manages and operates the cable that comes into the country. Cable Consortium of Liberia is owned 55% or so by the government of Liberia. Another 20% for LTC, so that's added to government. And then Lone Star owns 15% of the cable. Orange owns 10% of the cable. Okay, so that's the structure we have right now. When if we're able to get a second fiber cable into the country, different arrangements will be made. But for right now, this is what we have, and we're definitely going to try to see how best to get other redundant solutions in the country so that this doesn't happen again.
Do you have any time frame that the Liberian people at least we'll be able to get back online?
No, we really don't. You know, it's a technical problem. Even the technicians on the ground haven't really said not much. You know, basically they've said they found the problem, and they're trying to resolve it as quickly as possible. That's basically the information we're getting. We were hoping that, you know, by tomorrow morning it would be remedied. But then the message that I got this evening is that, you know, they're working on it and they will resume working on it tomorrow morning. So, you know, it seems as though, but the good thing is they found the problem and they're working on the problem.
Okay.
Jack, can I just show you something? Is just I'll be going soon. Ivory Coast is coming up as severe. Do you know why it's severe in Ivory Coast than other countries?
I really wouldn't know. I don't know. It's weird because the cut actually occurred in Ivory Coast. I really wouldn't know why it's more severe there. If it's the way the fiber is run throughout the country. But no, I'm sorry. Don't have an answer.
Fatima?
Madam Chairperson, I just wanted to make a little correction. I was reading on the internet and I did see that internet service is restored in Nigeria. Do you know of that, or are you aware of that?
Can you repeat that, please?
She's saying she was reading on the internet and came across an article that says internet service has been restored to Nigeria. Are you updated with that information?
No, I'm not updated. It could be many things, so I can't speculate. It could be they've gotten a satellite on. It could, so I really wouldn't know. I can, you know, try to find out the details and then refer to you as to what they're doing and if it's something we can do also.
Can I provide information on
that? We'll come back to you, Prince. Let's just go.
And then my next question is, does Liberia have any backup plans or backup services in the event this was to ever happen? I mean, it's just there, like if it goes out in Africa, that's a period, point blank. Like, is there any backup services or backup plans that we have in the works?
Did she say a backup plan?
Yeah, she wants to know whether or not Liberia we've got a backup. Like the article did say that the Kogo Equilum cable was being used as backup. What backup plan do we have as a country?
Okay, right now the only fiber we have coming into the country is the ACE fiber cable. ACE is Africa Coast to Europe, and that's the ACE that is managed by the CCL.
So there is no backup plan.
And like I said earlier, we're working on working along with the World Bank and trying to get people to use as at least. Additionally, the area has, you know, laid fiber cables throughout the country, and they've run it from Monrovia to Nimba to the Guinea and Ivory Coast border. And at this point, they're connecting their fiber cables to Ivory Coast, to the Orange and Ivory Coast. And Orange and Ivory Coast has a second fiber cable. And so if that is not down, then some internet, you know, we can get some capacity from there to come into the country, and they will wholesale it to the other companies if need be. So we've given them that temporary authorization to connect to Ivory Coast as a backup. So there are several things, you know, we're looking at doing so that just to ensure that this doesn't happen, simply because, you know, we cannot move forward with digital transformation. We can't truly rely on the internet if we're not sure that it will always be there. So we do understand the seriousness of this situation.
So Diamond, I don't know. I didn't get the answer to my question. So is there or is that not a backup plan?
There,
That's
according
what I
to the
wanted to know.
chairperson, Fatima, there isn't a backup in place as of
Yeah,
yet.
I didn't. Okay.
They're working on it, and Orange Liberia is running an area fiber cable that they've given them temporary permission to connect to Cote d'Ivoire. And if that is done, they will be giving wholesale service to other GSM or internet service providers in the country. But your direct answer is no, there isn't a
Okay.
backup as of now.
Yeah, I was just looking for the direct answer. All right. Thank you.
Ava?
You muted, Mr. Tupa.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand, Madam Chair, there's no backup, but is there a contingency plan? Is there any kind of emergency plan or a risk management plan that, countenance these kind of situations, and are there like standard routes to take or paths or steps that are established?
Good question. That's why we're working diligently in trying to ensure that we get the second cable into the country as quickly as possible. It's a major priority of ours. So we've been knocking at the doors. Like I said before, investing or funding these cables, these projects, is extremely expensive. Now, the LTA, we don't, we regulate. We develop the regulations and we monitor and enforce the compliance of them. Now, we also are responsible to advise, government and the Ministry of Post and Telecom in policy making and pushing these things forward. So on our national ICT policy, a redundancy is part of it. So it's something that we're diligently working on trying to ensure that it happens as quickly as possible.
All right.
Dr. Richardson, can I throw in one question in there after Mr. Tupa is done with his
Sure.
question?
Let Isaac get done and then you can go ahead.
Right. I hear you. I just heard you talk about a national policy, and I hear you talk about digital transformation for Liberia. Is there a plan with specific milestones that can be made available to the public? And who is considered the chief technology officer or chief technology czar for Liberia? Who's driving that plan across all the different sectors that we have?
Okay, very good question. The policy arm is the Ministry of Post and Telecom. The policy arm of the sector is the Ministry of Post and Telecom. And so they're the ones that drive the policy. Yes, there is a national ICT policy document that was completed by the Ministry of Post and Telecom and published. So that document should be available somewhere on the internet. If you need me to, I can forward a copy to you.
Please do. And then the last part that was about the CTO.
The last part is, I'm sorry, repeat it.
CTO
is there
chief technology officer or chief technical
chief technology
officer? There's anybody in Liberia that's driving that policy.
Digital transformation.
I would say I would say it's the Ministry of Post and Telecom. Okay. So from the LTA's perspective, LTA is the regulatory body. In our mandate, we're supposed to encourage the growth of the sector. Okay. Besides, we regulate and then we just, we advise and we encourage the growth of the sector. All right. But when it comes to policy, it's Ministry of Post and Telecom.
So not to cast blame, but my last point is typically in these kind of situations, and I've worked as a IT project manager, and I've seen these things happen. When it happens, somebody head rolls. So in this case, who's responsible directly, and who should we thinking about, say, fire the person or take some kind of action, that this kind of stuff, when it happens, we have, some kind of system, to be able to combat it and not have the country down, because I've not heard anything about the economic impact. And I know it's huge on some people who are depending on connectivity and systems to be able to function properly. So where are we?
I want to know who head is going to roll in relations to what has happened according to him in other places. If such a thing happens, people take responsibility, they resign, they get fired and all of that. Who should be held responsible? Who should face the penalty?
Like I said before, this pandemic is happening to like 15 in like 10 to 15 different countries as we speak. They're down. This is a national disaster. It's not something anybody could plan for. And I don't it's not something that anybody could control either. So I don't.
Madam Chairperson, my one question to you is, I heard you say the LTA, regulates and comes up with, advice and all of that. In such an instance, Madam Chairperson, key installations like the executive mansion, where the president is and all of these things, what is the contingency plan as advised by the LTA? Are they also shut down, or there is a contingency that keeps key government installations up and running in this blackout that we're currently faced with?
Okay. I think initially I mentioned that currently the internet service that is working is made sure that the mansion is on and the chief executive has access. So that's what we've put in place. At least that's what we've advised. And then thereafter this, we'll definitely put some other things in place when it comes to ensuring that, telecommunications, at least we have redundancy in, just the majorly key areas. But you know that the telecommunications service is funded by each ministry, each agency. And so if each entity has to just simply agree that, they want the service. We can advise, but the advice has to be taken and implemented. So,
let me just ask you a question, Chair Lady. You spoke about compliance. In my opinion, the phone companies like Orange and Lone Star were not in compliance when they warned customers very late. It is my understanding, and then I don't know, how the messages went out, but I was just speaking to someone who said that they didn't get the first message until around 10 o'clock, and then the second message came around 4 o'clock. So do you think they were in compliance with informing the customers what were happening today with their phone services?
So the question is, GSM service providers in the country, the earliest text came about 10 a.m. this morning when we started experiencing this around 1 a.m. this morning. And another GSM service provider sent a text message informing subscribers around 15 minutes to 5. So her question is in relation to letting people know that the service is down and why it's down. Were they in compliance? We're getting information that the internet is also back up. Madam Chairperson, can you confirm that as well to Liberians listening?
Okay, I can go on and try to confirm at this point. When it comes to informing, I know that this morning I was informed around 5 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things is that we, remind, in a crisis situation, usually, sometimes the very first thing, we're seeking is, number one, inform the public so that, people are aware that there's a national situation going on. And then secondly, try to get it done as quickly as possible. All right. And not knowing what the situation will be down. Many times people, think that, it will be down, it will be back up shortly, quickly. But in this case, it didn't happen that way.
So do you think the GSM companies were in compliance with informing people early, even if the systems were down for a minute, to have informed Liberians, that, okay, we have a system down and we don't know when it will be up, or they could coin a nice message to let people know that they're working on it, but to wait for 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock, they were in compliance.
Please allow me to review the situation without, making judgments, without really understanding that, yes, they're not, hectic day. So we haven't had time to review the
breaking up, Mama. She's breaking up. We can't hear her.
I would hate to just come on here and, lay judgments prematurely, please.
So is the internet back up, Madam Chairperson? We're getting information.
Yeah.
And my second question, Timon, is that so it sounds like there is no rule on the book as to when they're supposed to inform people or customers when there's a crisis like this, because she's saying she has to go and check, and she might need to go and do some background work. But does she think that it's wise to have a rule on the book that says, okay, within X amount of time, even if there's a crisis beyond anyone's control, that they can inform their customers?
Madam Chairperson, you got the question? Or I should repeat it?
I did. No, just please repeat it.
Okay, so her question is there any sort of protocol put in place that informs on the timeline as to if there is a problem and the LTA acknowledges and knows that there is a problem, for GSM service providers to inform the Liberian people if there is a timeline for that, or everybody does what they feel is the right time to inform the people?
No. What I'd like to, we have quality of service regulation that we are launching, that we're signing on Monday. Generally, the instruction is to report an outage as quickly as possible. There is no time set at this point. Up to now, there hasn't been a quality of service regulation that sets the key performance indicators, the benchmark that we'll use to regulate quality of service. And quality of service means if your calls doesn't go through, if there's a lot of drop calls, if your money disappears, if the service goes down for a period of time and they're not informed, all of those things, indicators are listed, and we've set milestones. We've set the stage for it. And so now, if they violate the indicators, then we can call them on it and regulate or fine or reprimand, however. We'll be signing this regulation on Monday. This is extremely exciting for us and, the consumers, telecommunications consumers here in Liberia and abroad, because telecommunications is one of those, interstate kind of things. So if the service is bad on this side, even people calling internationally will be affected. So we're really excited about that, and we want you guys.
Let me answer my question.
Yes.
Okay, because my question wasn't answered. It was saying that respond to the customer as early as possible, which is not good enough for me. But go ahead,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Auntie Jemima.
Yes, Auntie Jemima.
What is your role as a chairperson at LTA? Number one. Number two, I'd like to know what are the responsibilities of the GSM companies, knowing that they make millions and millions of dollars. What are the rules? Number three, I want to get my 3 questions, then you can go ahead. Number 3, for 6 years, you have been there, Edwina. Why haven't you put in place a backup plan, knowing very well that these things can happen? Why?
Okay, so as the chairperson, I preside over the board. We are constantly regulating and monitoring for the growth of the ICT sector. It doesn't happen just naturally. In 2016, I went to the LTA in 2018. And in 2014, the sectorial revenues was at its peak at $150 million. That's the income the telephone companies make. That's 2014. In 2015, in 16, in 17, because of the price war, $1 for 3 days, $1 for 4 days, $1 for 5 days, the sectorial revenue kept reducing. Okay, and one of the telephone companies was, at the verge of bankruptcy, and that would have been horrible to have a monopoly. And so our major role is to ensure the growth, the stability, the growth of the sector. Okay, and in order to do that, we are to draft regulations, rules, orders, guidelines that has to be followed by these operators so that the sector grows. 2018, after 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022. And it's been now because of our leadership.
I can't hear anything.
And that's the primary role for the LTA. Okay. Like I've indicated, we are not service providers. We don't offer services. We regulate, and we try to encourage investors to come into the space. We help with policy making. We help guide or advise the Minister of Post and Telecom on policy making from the technical perspective. All right. And when a policy is made, it's not the LTA that implements. Okay. So I think the sector has been doing extremely well. The numbers are clear. You can see that. You can see the numbers.
She's breaking up.
We can't hear nothing. We can't hear the answer. It's difficult for us to hear. And our advisor,
it is the internet connection.
The answer is short.
From our side, the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so it's confirmed that the internet is up a bit. But it is. I can't say it's confirmed. I mean, another individual near me said that it's up, but I can, when I get off the line with you, I will confirm from the technical people, and then I can text you.
Yes,
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, you did not answer my question. I said for 6 years, you have been there as the chairperson. You say you can advise.
We lost her, Auntie Mama. We're trying to reconnect with her.
You say we lost her.
Yeah, we lost her. I'm trying to reconnect with her.
Soon as we need her.
I think my other thing is Mama, that was a great question. I think for me, I'm a little disappointed because that was a serious crisis today in Liberia. Even though it may not only be Liberia, there were other countries. You're the leader. So you want to tell me there was no command center, there was no center?
She's not on, Glendy. She's not on.
No,
I'm just saying, I'm just expressing myself
because everything we asked
I'm just expressing is that all of the questions
around the road.
You have a crisis that should have been like a command center. You're on the line.
No
People are telling us that the internet is not on. You don't even know and say, I'm going to check. What was the plan? What was the this is for me, it's very disappointing. It's disappointing. Seriously.
Auntie Jemima says 6 years you were there. So what are the policies and procedures you put in place in the case, in the event this thing ever happened? What you were gonna do? What is? And she went around like ring around the road, just going back and forth, and came back and nicely dished something that I didn't even understand. So I'm just saying.
Thank you, Fatima. Let's go to Prince. Prince been waiting to say something. Prince, what did you want to add? That's okay.
I will ask her my question, but let me just bring clarification to the Nigeria being connected. According to right after, because I got a call from a friend of mine today, somebody on the panel, and I decided to do a research about this as quickly as possible. The general cable operator is called CCOM. CCOM informed Africa that at the moment the internet went off, there's an automatic switch system that is already in place. So they already have that company is in South Africa has its contingency in place. That contingency is an automatic switch system that immediately switches the fiber cable optic that they are using immediately to the Google Equinox cable. And if you go online and you Google out the Google Equinox cable, you realize that it goes directly to Nigeria. So immediately when they switch, Nigeria had connection immediately. And the reason why Nigeria has connection, because Nigeria is the most populous state in Africa and one of the most vibrant economy in Africa. So it's South Africa and Nigeria that was connected immediately because the two are the biggest. Okay, it's Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa. I mean, Samuel Jackson here can correct me if I'm wrong about that. These are some of the biggest economies in Africa. So obviously, they were immediately connected. Okay. On the part of Liberia, we weren't. Now, for me, my only question to her would have been, I understand, and I'm not going to take the big stick on her. I'm not going to do that based on the fact that they are a regulatory agency. But because as a regular agency, they dive in a bit of policy, and we understand that the issue of cybersecurity is a national security issue, and the fiber optic is a national backbone infrastructure. What is the scale of Liberia's vulnerability in terms of 1 to 10 right now? How vulnerable is Liberia, even if we have the fiber optic back online? How vulnerable is Liberia going forward on a scale of 1 to 10? That is a question I want her to answer. I think as a regulator, she can answer that question because the government needs to understand how vulnerable is our national security and our national infrastructure to this.
Timer, can you translate that question?
No, she's not back on the line. I'm sure she's trying to give us information, so she's fetching for information. But concerning the availability of internet service that is being reported, yes, I'm getting internet service as compared to this morning. You know, I was on the station's network. I just went off to use my personal data and it's connecting. So I can't speak for the other network, but for Orange GSM, it's being connected. We're getting service as of now. I just wanted to make that clear. That's what Dr. Richards.
Yeah, another thing she said that kind of concerned me is when she made mention of our joint agreement or a growing agreement or agreement in progress with Cote d'Ivoire to connect our fiber with Cote d'Ivoire. That made me see that our cybersecurity policy and infrastructure is haphazard because of the way we are doing it. Why are we going to want to connect ours with Cote d'Ivoire when there are other alternatives that are viable and that will secure our backbone infrastructure? Because right now, to be honest with everybody in the country, we have a 5.1 million people and growing. The president's agenda is mainly based on infrastructure in technology.
We're going to move on.
Yeah. So if we cannot get our investment in the country based on having poor internet services in the country, then where are we going?
Well, Prince, can I get coming, Dr. Richardson? The fact is, we spoke to the chairperson certain questions you ask, she said she doesn't know, she will check. You ask her this, she said she doesn't know. You ask her this, she said she's going to check. So it's like, that's why I asked her, I said, what is your role as a chairperson? Because you're supposed to be really up to the task. But, and I asked her another question. 6 years you've been there, you don't have a backup plan. And you know, this is a country, an independent country. You should have had a backup plan. Ever since knowing fully well that anything can happen at any time, and the president need to be on, all the businesses need to be on, the people of Liberia need to be on. So what have you done? If you're telling me there's a growth in the GSM sector, they made 150 million, they made this other million. So if there's a growth, that means the customers are really using the internet, and they're making the GSM company rich. So you as an advisor should show that
we're having trouble hearing you. You're breaking up on us here. We heard
Hello?
you. Yeah, we heard you where you got to this part of, the companies are making 150 million, but yet and still they don't have a backup plan. And I think, to me, that's a compliance issue. Not having a backup plan, not being able to alert your customer in the event of emergency in a timely manner, not having any kind of timeline as to when and how. Just say as soon as possible. Still, to me, it doesn't sit too well with me. And again, if when I told you earlier, I didn't sense the urgency. That's kind of what I meant. Like, in that position, you shouldn't even be home. You shouldn't be home. You should be calling people. People should be calling you.
I think there's a first though.
Well, it doesn't
the first time there are four ladies on the panel and only one man. So I'm proud to be that one man.
But I say,
what are you talking about?
It's the first time for something, right? So
yes, there's a first for everything.
So, and Doc, I know you talked about this earlier, and Stanton is not here. There are a lot of people who are. Sometimes a lot of people on the live feed who keep writing. You already tried to address that. I also want to add my verse. If you all, I think sometimes we joke and we forget where we are. And sometimes people, when you're talking or you're joking or whatever you're saying, there's always two people in the conversation, how you say and who receives it. The folks that's receiving it, while we were joking about
I don't think that was
Fatima, hold on, let me finish. Fatima's illness, I think how it ended with the description of what illness she had, though it may have been, I think that part of it was not appropriate. So to Fatima, my sister, I want to say, I don't even know how to speak VA. Please accept my sorry for that, and also to the viewers who's concerned that this was done as a stage that they don't like what they heard, they think it was wrong. I'm sincerely apologizing, because when you do think about it, it's almost like you're talking about, even though he may have been joking, but the way you said about somebody personal. There were people, and I don't think it was right. I think it was wrong to say that. So never mind.
But okay? But can I just interject? I don't think it should be you saying,
I'm just saying it for me because I have to get off. Yes. I'm just saying it for me. I know Doc already around, but I'm a female here. Doc already made mention. I just wanted to say something about that also, so you will know from the depths of my heart. I don't think any harm was meant, but it just teaches us that we have to.
It was just inappropriate. I mean, I understand that you're apologizing, but I don't think it should be you apologizing to me. You didn't say any ill, you didn't say anything ill-intended or anything to me. I think, even if he was playing, that was inappropriate because I've been suffering. I've been really sick, like really sick. I work from home and I haven't even been, like the doctor said I shouldn't work. So I haven't been working. So I've been very sick for someone to just come up and say, I had a coochie disease. No, I didn't. I have serious sinus infection, serious. And I had strep throat, very sick. And it's, highly contagious. So I can't go nowhere. I've been homebound. Although I work from home, I haven't sat on my computer. So he just wanted to know. I mean, I'm not supposed to share all of this. And this is the most precious month in my religious life. I can't even fast because I can't even eat. So for him to say something like that, it was very offensive. And so if I see why I'm reading people saying, well, it's unacceptable behavior, period. I mean, we joke around, we play around. You don't play with other people. And then there was a clown over there saying, oh, Fatima does not respect her marriage. And who are you to say that? I don't put words into other people's mouths. I mean, I come here, I attack people on the issue. I don't attack personalities for you to come and say that nonsense that Fatima does not respect her marriage or her husband or whatever. I don't talk about my husband. I don't say anything. Who play around when they're joking with me about Maxwell. I take that as a joke because I know Maxwell would never date me. He like white girls. I would never date Maxwell. And, you know, I respect him. So when they're joking, we play around. We talk about that. And that's on that. And anybody can say a joke about that. It keeps the show going. It keeps the viewers engaged because most of them like, when Maxwell talking, Fatima can just be smiling because I be reading their comments and smiling. They think and sometimes Maxwell be saying things that enlighten my minds and I'm happy about it. And I smile too, just like any of the other panelists. But for someone to come out here and say that I actually have the coochie disease, that was offensive because I'm a Viagra. I take excellent care of down there. Yes, I do. Yeah, so I find it very offensive. And so I will address that. I mean, Dr. Richardson came out and said, we play around, we joke around. She said that, but no, it's unprofessional. It's disrespectful. And I won't tolerate it from no one. I don't care who you are, period. That's it. And you know, I was going to address it before the end of the day. So I'm not like, it doesn't, I tell people you can say anything about my person. It doesn't bother me. But there's just some things you can't say. I won't just physically, personally joke with something that will offend any one of you. No, that's not a joke. I've been really suffering. I couldn't swallow food for days.
Well, we're glad you're feeling better.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm feeling a
the
lot
better
better.
people say, well, Pastor men say never
You know this man, my daddy was actually working in finance. They arrested all of them the same time back in them days. My father.
Okay, guys.
So why you were saying I was bad?
So you know,
you know that one.
Back up.
Yeah, so I really
no, but you can say okay.
To discuss the news, the issues. This is a situation, to tell you the truth, no matter what we say or what we don't say. I was just trying to actually protect you, Fatima, when I just said that you were joking, that that you've been really sick. You even told me in my inbox that you were sick, and don't pay attention to what was said about the medication you were taking. And people don't sometimes understand that. They tend to say whatever they want to say. Sometimes there's nothing we can say that would make it right or wrong. And people have to just make their own decisions. That's all I have to say about that. Again, I apologize to you, and I would advise that, Stenton is your friend. You guys can talk it out in the back. We don't have to be a part of, your displeasure, the dislike of what he did today. And he's listening. I'm sure Stenton's not the kind of person that draw back from these kind of issues. So he definitely either, talk about it publicly or privately. So, but let's talk. He left us here and he asked us to talk about the budget. So the budget supposedly was submitted to Thomas Fowler today. And in my opinion, it's actually on the website. I went on the Ministry of Finance website and saw it there. It's $692 million. So I just want to go around. Let's take turn asking, beginning with Energy Mama, go to Mr. Jackson, Glendy, Fatima, Prince, and then Isaac. What were you thinking? Your initial thoughts about the budget?
Well, Dr. Richardson, we haven't read the budget. We haven't gone through it.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
So how do we discuss that? At least if we go through the budget, then we can look at budget line. We can look at different, and then we can be really critical.
Do you have any expectations of it? Do you expect it to be any different than the budget that we've been seeing?
Different in the sense of
what is allotted? What in the sense of are they going to give more money to education, more money to health? Are they going to be less dependent on an expenditure budget versus a revenue type budget?
Well, for me, honestly, I would take a rain check on that. I like to read the budget. Let's look through the budget and see what they prioritize more than the other, and what supposed to be in the budget, whether
Thank you.
it's in the right places, the right amount, and stuff like that. So since I haven't seen the budget, I haven't read it,
I
I will
respect
pass
that.
up on that. Yeah, I will
Respect
pass up.
that. For Liberian people,
You
information
see, is
is on
it
the
is it
website.
possible for you to share the link in the chat room?
I think it's there already. I have shared.
No, I saw a newspaper story, but not the link for the budget.
Oh, okay. Let me just see. I definitely will put that there. But let's go to our economist friend here, Mr. Jackson. Do you have any thoughts about that? Are you looking at it, or do you want to wait? Let me share it with you.
Yeah.
You put it in the chat room.
Yeah, I mean, look, but just looking. Yeah, no, but okay, yeah, you want to share with you want to put it in the chat room? Yeah.
Yeah,
but I just want to make a general comment, and then when I look at the figures, I'm looking at okay. Yeah. So since we don't know the numbers, I just want to basically let the audience know what are some of the things that we should be looking for in this budget. Okay. The first good thing about the budget is an increase from the budget that George Weah presented. George Weah government presented 625 million, and this is 692 million. So it means that they did some projections and probably saw some growth in the economy, and there will be some increased revenues, or there'll be some kind of budget support, or there will be some borrowing, or a combination of all of those things. But the bottom line is the fact that there's an increase in this budget. It tells me that government spending will be 692 million, and 692 million for the size of the economy that we have. It is fair. So the only way that I can make an informed judgment on it, if I see the composition of it in terms of the core revenue coming in, and then what other kind of revenues, and then the disaggregation of this in terms of taxes, international trade, corporate taxes, and so on and so on and so on and forth for GST. So, but basically, for now, the fact that the budget has gone up from 625, which was the one that presented by the previous administration, to 692. That is a budget increase, but we have to look at now those numbers to see how they play out. Whether in terms of core revenue went up, whether there's going to be some borrowing, whether there will be some budget support from the International Monetary Fund or international organizations, donor funding, and all of that. So those are the kind of things that we should be looking for. But just on the face of it, it appears to be a budget with an uptick better than the one that the Weah administration presented.
So, Mr. Jackson, what I'm hearing you say
not the last budget.
It's an increase in the budget. That's what I'm hearing you say. And when we get the details,
I'm not saying it's an increase from last year's budget. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's an increase from the outturn of last year's budget. I just saying the budget that was presented for 2024. Because don't forget, January 27th is
692 million.
625 million.
Yes.
625 million, right?
So there's an increase.
692 million, right? So it means you can make the conjecture. No, but no, I'm not talking. See, I'm not talking about what happened last year in terms of January to December, because you can only know that from something called a fiscal outturn. It means how the budget performed last year. But the difference I'm talking about, there was a budget that was presented by the Weah administration for 625 million. Sometime I believe in January or something. So that is
and this government presented a 692 million.
It means that the current administration is projecting more revenues. So what do the revenues consist of? Core revenues in terms of
that's exactly what I was trying to
international taxes, corporate taxes, GST, all of that. So much. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
No, but I just want the public to get a clear understanding, right? So there is an increase, not an increase from last year's budget per se, because I haven't seen the fiscal outturn yet of last year's budget.
Okay, yes, Mr. Jackson.
They can make a projection. I think they made.
We got it. We got it. Thank you, Glendy. Your thoughts?
I think you just want to shut me up, but that's okay. You can shut me up. That's fine. It's okay.
No, I mean, because I heard exactly. I'm sure the public heard you too. I heard you.
It's okay to shut me up. That's fine.
Yeah, explain it.
No, I don't have. I think that.
But
I'm
not speaking to people with PhDs. Okay, I'm speaking to people. Like my water there, and the children then are going to school, so they can understand that I'm not saying this Joe Burger budget is bigger than the Joya performance budget of last year. All I'm saying, the budget that the Joya people presented earlier this year, this is an increase over that budget, right? So what made those increase to come, whether they'll be collecting more revenues, whether they will be borrowing more, whether there will be some budget support from the international community, we don't know that yet. That's why when you send that link to me and I take a look at it, I'll be able to make those informed. But those are the general assumptions I can make now without even looking at the budget.
On the website, and I was asking this question, it's an abridged budget that I believe I saw. I'm sure they have another one there, but maybe I just being busy and rushing. Okay, so yes, so they have in a brief budget there. Basically, I think we can deduce, because it's like a summary of the budget, because we can make some deduction from that summary that they gave us, and it's a draft budget.
Can you send me that link, please?
I dropped it in
the budget in there is still showing the 623 million total revenue.
Okay,
so that can't be the.
I see it.
That's why I'm confused. I keep looking on the budget. I'm saying the same thing you're saying, Isaac.
Yeah, they have not shared the new budget.
The new budget. Thank you.
I think you're going over sequence, Francine. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Yes, Glendy was next.
I don't really have much to add, Doc. We'll wait and see. It's in its entirety and see.
Yeah. So this is the old one.
That's it.
Yeah, we established that, Sam.
Yeah.
So this is the old one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is the old one.
And if the new budget is not yet out, it is one thing that we cannot speculate on. I will hope that we can move on until we can get the new budget.
I mean, you can have expectations.
We can speculate on.
Sam, hold on. Sam,
we have expectation because the figure is 692. Okay.
Expectation is different from speculation. You know that.
No, not necessarily. For me,
it is.
I expect
it is,
shifts.
Isaac. It is.
I expect shifts in the allocation in this budget, right? It can be the same thing with 76 to 80% on recurrent expenditures. This government has to show with its first budget that is moving in a different direction that prioritize either some kind of social commitment to the people where they try to uplift them, or some kind of infrastructure, but not to the same kind of expenditure we're talking about. And especially if they're actually increasing from 625 to 692, that's about what? 67 million. I will be very interested in knowing where that 67 million will be going. I hope it's not an increase in salaries. They're already cutting the payroll with all the things they are exposing in terms of those multiple consultants that are making 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 and probably not doing anything. That's not much money for a consultant, but you're supposed to be producing. And if they can produce, they shouldn't be getting that money. The payroll has been padded. If they're shaving the payroll, there must be money going to other activities. So I will be very interested in seeing at the highest level what the allocations are and how they break them down within sectors, and whether there's some increment for some critical sectors that are being underserved from a budget perspective. So, as much as we don't have the physical numbers yet, it's important to note that our budget and how they are being hiding monies in different places, should be totally reviewed, hopefully over the next couple of days, where we can really strip that budget. Now, I won't say they get scared, but strip it down and get all the details that people can really understand it at the lowest level.
So I don't know. I don't know what I'm reading the right thing here, because I see on the website they have their breached 2024 budget. and then I went back and looked at the 2023 budget. There are some changes. For example, I'm looking at something in education, in health and agriculture. There seem to be like there's some changes in those figures. Okay, so you guys look at that for
changed because we are them, or 12 them, we are them created a 2024 budget that is presented before. It's different from the 2023 budget. Now with this new government coming in, they've decided to redo this budget, kind of projecting their own policies and influences into this budget.
Thank you.
And that has not happened.
That's not okay. Yeah. So then that budget, we know that they submitted it to Thomas Fala because I understand Fanati is not in the country. That budget is not yet visible to us.
Yeah. But it hasn't been uploaded yet. It's not uploaded yet.
Okay.
So it's just the figure that was given, okay, with the news story, but the actual budget in terms of even the summary form is not uploaded yet. So what you're looking at is 623 million is the one that was presented for the previous government for 2024. So you haven't seen that in terms of the configuration of the new budget yet. Okay?
Great.
You haven't seen that yet.
Great. Yes. So let's talk to Maxwell, and then we'll go to Fatima, and then we'll go back to Sis Jemima. Maxwell? Oh, Maxwell left. I do have some expectations for the budget, just to say that before she comes in. Yeah, and I hope because of the agenda of this rescue team that they show some increase in things like health, education, agriculture. Those three things are big for me. And I hope that it shouldn't just be an overly expenditure budget, a budget that is just meant to pay salaries and everything else. I hope that, we want to see since they have this increase that we're talking about, maybe there are a way where they were able to curtail money, they were able to save money, to say, okay, here is where we found a way to increase the budget. So that's what I was thinking. And I hope that they have this part of the budget that I started seeing it recently, especially during the George Weah government, is the public sector investment plan. I didn't see it in previous budgets, and maybe you can correct me.
It's been there.
It's always been there.
It's always been there, but it's
whether it's a token or it's used for one of the Weah projects, it's been there.
No. So it was there during Editon? It was there?
Yes, the public sector investment.
Yeah. That is
wow.
So Francine, that's the difference. That's the difference. Let me explain that. That's the difference between the cost of running the government, which is the public sector wage bill, okay, and goods and services. Don't give you the cost of running the government, right? So whatever is left, in economics, call that fiscal space. That amount of money that is left, that is what is used for public sector investments. So what you want to do is to have a larger fiscal space. So you want a big difference between your total expenditure, right, and the cost of running the government. So you want to minimize the cost of running to the government at a bare minimum, so you can increase that space, so you can invest the money into health, education, infrastructure, and so on and so forth.
It just seemed that became enlarged. The PSIP became enlarged during this government. But anyway, Fatima, let's get to you. Let me hear your thoughts on this. Your preliminary thoughts on the budget until we get the details.
Yeah, I didn't actually get any details, but I've been with the whole rescue mission vision that I had going into this, election subsequently, and then, Joseph Boakai winning. I was thinking about some of the things that I was looking forward to him tackling. The number one thing for me was healthcare. You have to have, well people to be able to live in a country. I was thinking about, investing in healthcare, investing in sanitation, cleanliness of the communities, investing in infrastructure building and education. Those are my three major things: the healthcare, the cleanliness of the city, making sure that the youth were educated. Because I don't know, everybody talking about, people. I just want a total overhaul of the education system in Liberia, period. I mean, and then last year I was hearing them talking about a PhD program when most of the students at high school and undergrad levels were speaking like elementary students. I mean, basically. So, and I heard them talking about having a PhD program. So, if you can invest in education, and we want some beautiful buildings in our country, we want some beautiful roads, infrastructure building. I think if it's in the budget. And my last thing that I was looking forward to is to increase revenue generation and decrease expenditure. You know, we're spending more money on salaries. We are paying a lot of people, put a total freeze on hiring. You know, make sure that we're opening businesses, a lot of investments coming into the country to have, you know, good investors and investment and generate more revenue, and then make sure that we're using it to build our country from the ground up. Those were the things that I was thinking about. I mean, if he gave us a bunch of well people, because this is what when I sat down to talk to him, this is what he actually told me. He said his idea for this arrest plan was to go overseas to Cuba or India, bring in 200 to 300 doctors, work alongside our doctors in every county, expand healthcare, make sure that people are not dying from little illnesses. And those were the things that he's looking at. He's really thinking about the next 5 years, bringing in doctors from Cuba or India to come into the country, or both, you know, stay there, train our doctors, our nurses, expand our healthcare system, and make sure that people are not dying from little or nothing. You know,
Thank you.
and so that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Fatima. Prince, you had I had called you earlier, but you weren't here, and then
Yeah.
we just do one more round of thoughts, and then it's almost at 6:51 before we.
Great. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to speculate on a budget because it's numbers. My expectation is one, I would like to see the budget, to understand the budget language and the guidance that it will bring. That's number one. Sam Jackson spoke about physical space. For me, my expectation is to understand as to whether this budget is going to narrow the physical space or is going to widen the physical space. The interpretation of that on the issue of national security, because the budget also addresses the issue of national security. I'm looking forward to see the issues that the budget will address or seek to address on the national security side of things. Most importantly, in terms of the paradigm of the budget, is it going to be a defensive budget, or is it going to be an offensive budget? Meaning, are we going to be looking more towards recurring expenditures, or we're going to be investing in new projects that are going to bring more revenue into the country? So these are the kind of things in terms of big infrastructure, maybe the rehabilitation of ports or airports and other things. So those are the kind of things I'll be looking forward to see. My expectation, looking forward to see from the budget.
Yes, yes. And so I believe we all had a chance to do a round of speaking of the budget. I'm just going to add some things that I like to see. When I looked at the old budget, I saw things like they were paying for the residence of the vice president and the president. I think I want to see that decreased, especially considering the country that we have. I think that they should really go through the amount of money that they give the legislature. I don't think that a country like ours should have people driving those fancy cars. They should really look the way that we can decrease the budget, find money. I believe that they can look into getting some good stable cars. There's some good stable cars, except all of those big fancy Jeeps and all of those things that quick to break down and utilize a lot of fuel. So I think they can increase in that. I think I talked about that PSIP over the years to me has been increasing. They can find ways to decrease it, make it less of a percentage of the government. I also saw that they have on the budget, if you look at the budget even from last year, the president has certain amount of money allotted to him for scholarships. The vice president has the same amount of money, not a different also money allotted to him for scholarship. So I don't know why. Why should the president? What scholarship were they talking about? I need some clarification on that. Is it like when they go places, they can give scholarships to students? But to me, they shouldn't be involved in that. If that's the case, if I'm reading this correctly, I think that should all be channeled through the Ministry of Education. The president shouldn't be having these special privileges, or nor the vice president. And there should be huge emphasis again on education, health, and agriculture. So that's my thought on it. So I'm going to go back to Sam Jackson. We'll do one more round, then we'll do our closing. Sam Jackson, your thoughts? Any other thoughts you have on the budget?
Okay, so yes, so then I mean I can speculate and I can say to you that we will know whether the Burkhardt administration is serious about reforms and is serious about being a rescue team with the form and character of the budget. If it goes back to the same formatting of the previous administration and the administration before that, what it does same things in the same exact way, and it does not significantly cut expenditure, it does not significantly improve spending, okay, on things like infrastructure that will grow the economy. If they don't invest more in healthcare, they don't invest more in education, and if they don't align their budget to a national development plan with sectoral planning. That is the reason why it's called the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. The Ministry of Finance is strictly fiscal, okay, providing fiscal balance. Development planning is when we start to grow sectors. When we say, for example, agriculture, what would be the investment in agriculture? What is the contribution of the budget of agriculture? 3%, 4%? According to the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Plan, which is the Maputo Declaration, they like for you to have minimum 10% of the budget go to agriculture. And then with the education strategy, at least 15%. So it is not realistic for the budget for agriculture, expenditure agriculture, to go to 10% now. But I like to see it inch up a little further. Also, it's extremely important for whether the Burkhardt administration is going to wage a war on waste, WOW, waste or war on waste. Then the next thing is whether it will tell us that we're going to increase domestic revenue mobilization by an aggressive tax enforcement policy. We'll cut down some of the concessions that we give up because there's a lot of tax waivers the United States government and other international agencies have frowned on, that we have almost $300 million of concessions that we've given up. And these concessions typically have not accrued the kind of social economic benefits. They haven't increased income, they haven't given us wealth, and they haven't given us a prosperous, stable country. So those are the kind of things that I'll be looking at.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Editon Mama. I'm sorry, Editon Mama, coming.
Call Fatima spoke the other day. Before
because yes, your time.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm looking at, actually, you people have said it all, but I will stay waiting. I'm looking at education, number one, priority number one. Because if our people are educated, the youth of this country are educated properly, we're going to build a great nation. So I think that they should award education a good amount of money that will be able to pay the teachers, at least be able to get them some incentive to make them happy to teach our children, and also to be able to have a better place for them to go to school. Because like the school houses, they don't have blackboards. Some of them don't have they don't even have light when it's raining. They can't see on the blackboard. So all the things that they need to provide them for the teacher. It makes the teacher look smarter and it makes the student to be comfortable to learn. We cannot put our children into the darkness when it's raining. They can't see. They only have to use the sunlight. So we have to appropriate a good number of money to education. Number 2, health. When you are not healthy, of course you can't do anything. Health. First of all, we need to stop all the medical doctors and all these nurses from having their own clinics, their own hospitals. That should be against it should be against the ethics, because whenever drugs come into the country, no matter how much money pump into health, because we all talk about health, they take those drugs, all the equipment, and carry it to the clinic. When you go, they say, go to my clinic, go do the test. Go to my clinic for the drugs. Go to Lucky Pharmacy. It's horrible. So we need to pump money in, but we need to actually scrutinize them, make sure that we got somebody who can go around checking. Once you're a medical doctor, you should know that you're not supposed to own a clinic, because there where the corruption starts, and that's the reason why the poor people go to the hospital. They cannot afford to buy drugs. No drugs in the hospital, and then they give them slips to go and buy drugs in a specific drugstore, because they got share in that drugstore, which is very, very bad. It's against the practice.
Thank
Number
you.
3, agriculture. One more. Agriculture. Agriculture is one of the signature for Joseph N. Boakai, our president. You were agriculture minister before, I think on a Doe government, and he did extremely well. So they were moving him from place to place. Agriculture Ministry, LPMC, LPRC. I mean, he did well. So I expect again for our farmers, the cocoa producer, the rice producer, to come back on par like the way it was when you were agriculture minister. We need to pump a lot of money into it. And not only just pumping money into it, because you see, the past agriculture ministers, what they did was they got their own farms. They focused more there on the farms and on their relatives' farms. So they gave them the tractors. They gave them the huge sum of money. They gave them so much immunities over other farmers. I think we need to get somebody. They're monitoring. They need to set up a monitoring system in public works, in agriculture, in most of the ministry, to monitor these people, how they're spending our money, and whether the money is being used appropriately. So agriculture, if we can focus on it and give more money in the budget, it will be good for us, because right now we only making the foreigners rich. All our brothers and sisters are down to zero, because you know what? The rice that come into the country every year, we spend $250 million every year on importing rice. Now you ask me, that money is not going to Liberian people pocket. So we need to look at Liberians and make sure we get somebody to guide them. Make sure we get somebody to actually monitor the money that we gave them and whether it's being used appropriately. Our people just need guidance. We don't need to continue to put $250 million in foreigner hands for the commodities that we consume every day as Liberians. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't we go to Prince, and then we'll just do our closing, okay? Because it's already 7 o'clock. We'll do our closing. Apparently, Stento got stuck where.
Anyway, my last point on this is I've said my four first. My 2 last here is my expectation is that I'll be looking at the new Minister of Finance for Development Planning, Honorable Kamara, how he finesse and pivot relative to poke barrel politics. We know fully well that over the past regime, poke barrel spending became a major negotiation tool for budget passage. I will be looking forward to how he revised and reformed that approach in the House of the Legislature with the legislature. I'll be looking forward to that. If Liberian people, some of the words I used because I wanted to understand it, because when you leave Liberia, that's all you hear. You don't hear colloquia. So if you want to understand what poke barrel politics means or poke barrel spending, just Google it right now. You will know it. That's the reason why I say what I say. I'm a looking town boy. I know colloquial language very, very much, but I say good words here so you can be able to understand it. The second thing I'll be looking for is on the national security side, which is public expenditure on human capital and labor. We know fully well that the issue of civil service salary has been of a political football for a very, very long time, more than 6 years. I will be looking, my expectation is that I hope that the minister has an approach going forward to finally resolve that, because during the passage of the budget, there are discussions, there are deliberations about approach, policy, and solution to key fiscal problems. And one problem we've had over the years is this issue of civil servant payment. We have major delays here that has had a corrosive effect on productivity in the country. So my expectations, I'll be looking for and opening my ears to see how he explains his approach in solving this national crisis that we've had over the years.
Thank you. All right, so let's move to our closing for the night. And in your closing, you can include any of the issues that we discussed tonight. I guess we can start with Mr. Jackson. I'll be the last to do so. Mr. Jackson, you want to go ahead and do your closing?
Yeah, so basically, I'd like to wish the new administration well. I mean, clearly, if they do well, if they strengthen the economy, improve the business environment, if they do all of those things that will attract foreign direct investments, improve domestic capital formation, improve Liberian businesses, those are the kind of things that I will benefit from even at my advanced age in life, because not only consultancies, but I can also do some little market business in Liberia. Like in my past life, I used to take 2-3 containers to Liberia in the early administration and put 4 cars in there, and I sold it. I made some money, right? So if they give us an opportunity and they improve the business environment, where you're attracting significant foreign direct investments, not just in the extractive sector, because that extractive sector there is old, okay? And if you're going to do extractive sector, you got to make sure you have Liberian economic empowerment. If I were the Joe Bogart government, I would not grant any more of our mineral resources to any foreign company without significant Liberian economic empowerment. The other thing that I would do is to improve the financial architecture. Liberia currently doesn't have a sovereign credit rating. It means that we are only limited to the capitalization of the banks in Liberia. And the highest legal obligor, right, limit is you can only lend $1 million to a company because the banks are undercapitalized. When you get a sovereign credit rating with Moody's, Standard & Poor, or Fitch, Liberia gets a credit rating. Now, Liberia can go out there now and can raise some green bonds. Liberia can do some creative things. Then the banks in the country, instead of when you open up a trade facility where you have to fully collateralize it, international banks can be giving us lines of credit. We can empower the marketing association, the business association, so they can. Then lastly, it's extremely important for funding to agriculture. I would like to see President Boyka make a definitive decision on doing something about a brand new agricultural development bank or some kind of a purpose vehicle for agricultural funding, because he says he's an agriculturalist and this is his forte. He was Minister of Agriculture. So I'd like to see an agricultural development policy encapsulated in Mr. Boyka's economic priorities.
Thank you. It's great having you on the show today. Sister Mama, let's go on to Sister Mama. We're doing our closing now. It's past 7 o'clock.
So you want me to do my closing now?
Yes, Sister Mama, if you can.
We look forward to the budget.
Well, I'm gonna leave you guys. Take care.
But you just take care on and go. Okay, bye.
I'm looking forward to great things being done. And pertaining to the budget, I'm sure that that's a draft, right? Yes. That's a draft budget.
Well, what would your expectations? We saw only the figure 692 million. We haven't seen the details yet.
Okay.
Yes.
That one say my expectation will be that we should focus on education, focus on health, and focus on agriculture. But they should have a monitoring and evaluation team that will focus on whatever money that will be spread into the different ministry for these purposes. Because you cannot just give the money and don't monitor, like the roads that even we're doing right now. Even if they're pumping money into the various roads that they're going to build, you have to monitor. You have to have a monitor team, people you can trust, that they can, people who cannot just be bribed easily. People will go there and say, "Look, this is not right. You have to do it," and give you the right report. We need to start having the kind of team, people who have integrity, to be on our team to make sure that they can make sure that whatever is appropriate for the various ministry or whatever we're speaking about will have some result. But if there's no monitoring and evaluation team, it will be the same 06 and 7. We'll pump the money and we'll never see any result. So that's what I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Angie Mama. Thank you for taking your time. You know, even when there's internet or no internet, you still come to talk to like people. Really appreciate
It's
you for
my
that.
obligation.
Thank you. Appreciate you for that. Prince will let you go, and then Ava and then Fatima, I'll be the last two to close the show today.
Yeah, my closing will be on foreign affairs. Over the past month, for a month now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency, Madam Sarah Beslo-Yanti, has been doing absolutely well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I congratulate her and her new team. We were all here to see the both Deputy Minister, Madam Gray and Dr. Yang, go for that confirmation hearing that will be joining the team to make sure they help the minister to level out and leverage the leadership and opportunities that are there within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The minister has engaged in my observation, I'm stating my observation, that she's engaged in social media, updated the social media of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is a tremendous boost, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is communicative, very much so. And now that people can go on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and see what the minister is doing there. I'm hearing that she's communicating with her senior staff. They are working assiduously. We saw that she traveled with the president recently to Cote d'Ivoire, representing Liberia, dealing with many other individuals that are there. So right now, I just simply believe that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in good hands. I'm also hearing that she's coordinating with staff and the Foreign Service. I'm also hearing that she's talking to them, which was something that was not happening before. And I'm grateful to her that she can continue in that path with her team and the leadership and vision that she brings into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, thank you very much, Prince. Abba?
Yeah. All right, you can hear me, right?
Yep, we're here.
Sorry. Lastly, the report that was, she commissioned a report recently. I'm hearing that the report will be out tomorrow on the 15th. Those that were dealing with the report, I hope they already have the report ready to be submitted to the minister desk, because that report, that people are looking forward to the report. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is looking forward to the report, including that of the minister. So we hope that the committee that was set up, they did that job to present a report on the minister desk tomorrow prompto. Thank you.
Yeah.
Our stater just called. He's coming on, so you guys can hang on with me a little bit. So I'll go ahead.
So both of y'all will hang on too?
Well, I don't know. I don't know
people
yet.
feel looking front of small, but anyway, yeah.
Baby, please get to your closing.
Okay, let me go.
Yeah, I'm out now.
Look, I agree with Prince on the whole pork barrel thing. Power extended, even
Go
in
ahead.
developed societies where they do pork barrel.
Yeah.
There's no real oversight where the funding go, right?
Yeah.
All the different funding that happen in the pork barrel situation, the federal government does not really control it. It's like a concession thing. Say, take it, you're going to use it in your district. In Liberia, it's worse.
can I just add? They kind of just add this extra money to the budget. Like that's what a poke bar is. They add to make it thick. For example, the Ministry of Defense will add extra money that they don't even need, or it's not even in the department.
And we don't have that luxury. We need every dime really to go to something purposeful. That's why Jemama's comment about monetary evaluation is very key. There's no accountability in our system. The government don't even give you a clear analysis of how expenditure went. So that's a major issue that we should look at. Again, we need to go to zero-based budgeting for this government to start from scratch. Let everybody come justify every dime. That high-level justification, they kind of just told XYZ and they accepted numbers and go, no. We need to show the calculation or whole breakdown of each ministry's budget needs to happen for us to clear out all those ghosts, all those unnecessary expenditure, all those duplications across different sectors that happen, because we cannot just operate in silos. We got to integrate for us to get the maximum value for the money that government is spending. On the revenue side, same talk about financial system, but that does not happen until we get national identification for everybody. And with national identification, then we can move to something close to a credit economy, because we're not there yet. And then we have transactions that are just, not no dollar transactions. They're all electronic transactions, payment systems established. We can have multiple providers. But it's just clear that we are not there, and the Ministry of Finance should really lead that approach along with the LRA, where people can be taxed for even down to the lowest expenditure, because you have everybody identified, what kind of financial transactions going on. Everybody who has a cell phone, it has to be tied to the national identification. Everybody who has mobile phone has to be tied to the national identification. Until we can establish some of these controls, then we can be talking about some of these, grandiose plan of building a credit system, getting this rating and that rating, and bringing some advanced stuff into the country. But we have to do the fundamentals. There's no skipping in, there's no jumping in. Today, people are still taking money, physical cash, to go divide it probably in different areas, whether it's from a salary perspective or whether it's a social program. That should not be happening in this day and age. So, the budget is there, but hopefully Bama Kamara is really thinking about changing his approach to the budget, where he really, really changes that whole process. Everybody can see into the budget. Everybody who has some level of sector ownership or ministry ownership, agency ownership should come and defend it. And then we'll come to, like the transparency Mo Ali demonstrated the other day. We need that from all the corporations, all the public corporations. They need to be very clear where the plans are, where the vision is, and exactly where they will be getting the revenue from, because there's dependency on government to build them out. And it's supposedly giving money to the government in different instances or to individuals in government. It's not going to work for the people of Liberia. So those kind of things need to change, and we need to look at it differently. Then the last piece on revenue is that tax exemptions and waivers that we have. $300 million worth that takes away from, the people of Liberia. We don't know. There's no oversight again. There's no monitoring evaluation on these supposedly, quote unquote, nonprofit or these exemptions or these incentives that are given to businesses to show that they actually use the incentives for the right purposes. So if they can have that amount and make it 150 million, that 150 million added into revenue, it can make a huge difference. So I just hope this new budget will reflect that it's going in that positive direction, and we can expect, better from the Ministry of Finance in terms of accountability, expenditure control, expenditure monitoring, reducing fraud, waste, and abuse that exists in our budget today. Thank you.
Yeah, and Fatima, you can go ahead and close, but I just want to say that at both Prince and Ava, since we had time to waste a little bit, I think you guys make a great point about Pope Bearer. I think it's plenty. There's a lot of that going on in the budget in the past. I think about Pope Bearer when I think about money being allocated in the budget for somebody's hospital, as opposed to it going through the healthcare budget. In Liberia, to me, that's what I describe in Liberia as Pope Bearer. I think of Pope Bearer budget when somebody's putting money in the budget for their own private schools, or schools are not ran by the public. So it should go through education budget, So it is there. It is alive in our country. We need to pay attention to those kind of things. So I just wanted to expand on that. That's the definition that I see, and it's done in this other part of the world as well. But Liberia is too poor and too broke for us to not be paying attention to those kind of things. Too broke and poor. And I think everybody has to get that mentality. There's an assumption that we'll get donor funding. Somebody will come and rescue us. I really don't think that's gonna happen. And I said this before. There's different focus of the world right now. The geopolitics of the world have changed in the past couple of years. And I think something at either Ava or either Mr. Jackson said made sense to me. The concession areas. That is, those are places where we can see development if we monitor them. All right. Why should people come into our country now, extracting our mineral from the country, be it gold or iron ore? In all these years, we see one single development. You're going to keep on running even paved. Let me just tell you now, that road not even paved. Rouseport, as beautiful as it is, there's nothing there. Not even one high-rise hotel. All right. Beaumont is where I grew up, a concession area. It's worse now than when I grew up. And I'm past 50 years old. So why should we have these concession companies where we have an NDA, an agreement that is supposed to improve schools, they're supposed to improve the hospitals, they're supposed to improve the infrastructure, like Beaumont Road is terrible. Terrible. They just went and put cement on the road and just left it like that. Nobody to cut the trees from, growing on the road or nothing like that. No maintenance. So to me, that's if we pay attention to those kind of things, and I was saying performance, monitoring, evaluation. Somebody come to us, you say, I'm from Ministry of Health, I want X amount of dollars. Let's make sure that X amount of dollars is going to where it is intended to go. It is intended to go. Let them come, speak to the legislature a couple of times a month, all right, to make sure, or let whoever the health ministry or whoever go out and see what they're doing with their money. So I just wanted to add that. And Fatima, I mean, you can talk about anything else. We're not really closing because I understand I'm trying to use the airspace here.
Oh, okay. Because I was just, well, first of all, I was gonna, shout out all Muslims and everyone around the girl club. Yesterday, I found out 2 of my girlfriends were celebrating Ramadan. They thought I was fasting, because I've been unwell. I couldn't fast. Oh. So until I get well, then I'll be able. And then the thing is, I know I'm not fasting, but because I know I'm supposed to be fasting, I'm only drinking. But I'm not. I don't know. I don't feel like eating.
You're not fasting. You're not fasting.
Yeah, I'm drinking. I'm not supposed to fast because I'm sick, but I'm just drinking, and I see food. I don't know. I'm just having that, like, I know I'm not supposed to eat, but I just want to say to all Muslims and non-Muslims who are celebrating Ramadan around the globe that, be encouraged. Ramadan Mubarak. To everyone around the globe, we just say this is the month of fasting, the month of blessing, the month of the Quran. And I just want to say thank you to all of you that are celebrating. The next thing was I like to see women in power, women in politics, women making the world change, because for our mothers and our grandmothers, they sat in the background, they took care, they made sure our fathers did the best things. But now women are inclusive. They're included in fact, I believe that women come to the table and they are the table. And so I like to see women in power, but I don't like to see a woman who is in this position of power and comes to address issue and everything she say, I don't know. I'll find out. It's not, well, let me see, and go ring around the neighbor, come around my way. No, you should come gunning. You should come with information at your fingertip. I mean, I'm not trying to, I want you to come here when we ask questions. This is the information. This is the Liberian People's Station. I want you to come here with information. Let it be known that you're a woman, you're educated, not to just come here and speak series. come here and give us information. When we're asking questions, I'm just saying, I'm being honest here.
No, I'm sorry, girl. You just having that.
When you come, Gunny, when you come here, Ava know me from where it not is me. It is me. I used to tell them, you come gunning. Come here with information.
You know, but can I have a conversation?
I don't know. I will know. They don't know. No.
Fatima,
yeah, go ahead.
You know, I wonder if because we've lived in this part of the world so much that sometimes our expectations, you know, when I walk into a place and because people see me as a woman and in my skin color, I feel like I have to work double. So I'm always in that double mode. I'm always in that work that I have to perform more. And so I don't know if it's mentality because of living in this culture for this long, or, you know, that I was just trying to add that. And some people, if you don't live here, maybe it's a more relaxed, like right now, if I were in a country in charge of like technology or relating to communication, and that communication was down,
tonight.
I would be having a fit. My stomach would be growling. I'd be calling everybody and their cousin and their uncle. So yeah,
also that's why when I heard you talking about the urgency, I didn't hear urgency either. I mean, I just heard a bunch of series and, you know, trying to show that I'm educated. No, this is something that's going in the country. There was no internet in the whole of West Africa, be it. I'm not concerned about the whole of West Africa. I'm concerned about Liberia. And so what is your backup to the backup to the backup plan? And there was none, period. And so when I asked what is the backup plan, I want you to tell me, you know, there is none. Don't come and make me feel like I'm uneducated when you're going ring around a rave, or, you know. So I was a little disappointed about that. Just wanted to get that out. And the next thing was, what did you wanted to add?
No,
all right. And the next thing was, I'm really like this whole budget thing that we've been talking. I'm really, really big on education. I really am. Let me tell you something. I have one daughter, and I haven't seen my daughter since November. And let me tell you what I promised my children. I told you, Dr. Richardson, you said, oh, Fatu, I like the relationship between you and your ex-husband. I said, oh, it wasn't always that great, right? Until he realized that leaving me alone with my children, I had to work extra hard, get an extra master's, make sure, and I promised every single one of them, as long as you decide to go to college, I will support you all through. So my daughter has never, ever worked in her life, and she's taking full advantage. Chick graduated from college.
Move in your house.
Yeah, she graduated from college in December, and she went straight to grad school. So I have not seen her since Thanksgiving.
Congratulations.
Great. So I'm just saying,
proud of you.
I want all Liberian girls, all Liberian women to be able to do that, to be able to go to school and get an education. So this budget, I want Joseph Waka, because he told me, he was like, you know, I want girls to be qualified. I want girls to be educated, to make up their mind, to choose their own life, their own spouses, what they want, to say yes and no, to be able to direct their path. And so I'm going to hold him accountable to that. So in this new budget, I'm going to, you know, talk to the president. Let's make sure education is a plus, because I see a lot of them on street fries. No, boo-boo. You don't want to be on nobody's street fries. You know, if you want to be a girl who can run your mouth like Fatima, because you know what? There is no Liberian man besides the two that I married that can raise their hand and say, yes, I do know her, like that. So that's what I'm trying to say. We need to have women to have respect for themselves, their bodies, to be able, young girls should be examples, not to go and shake on street flies, because some of them got something to shake too. But we ain't shaking it on nobody's street flies. We're shaking on the table, make decisions. Alva will listen. The diplomat will listen, because we make sense. You know, we're coming with dollars and we're coming with sense. That's what I want to do. The third, I want to talk about healthcare. Dr. Richardson, I watched something online, and it took me aback that in 2023, a woman went to deliver, I think last year sometime, she went to deliver in JFK. She had a C-section because her first pregnancy, like 13 years ago, she was also, you know, she also had a cesarean, but she was kept in the hospital for a long time. Finally, a doctor came and said, a foreign doctor said, oh, this little cannot be delivered naturally. We got to do a cesarean. They had a cesarean. She got an infection. And this little still looks like 1 year, the baby is 1 year, and she still looks like she got his belly and been suffering from this infection. In this day and age. Yeah, I saw it. I think Glendy shared it. I was watching it. You know, when you're sick and you're home and you ain't got nothing to do, you just be reading everything. And I just said, in Liberia today, women are still dying from childbirth and, you know, ill treatment and mistreatment from hospitals because of not having proper care. The lady said she was in a hospital. Matter of fact, after the C-section, everybody was removed from the room because she smelled like rotten dead meat.
Oh my
because
goodness.
Operation opened and she said something else happened. I mean, she was explaining something like that.
Oh my
So
God.
it was just that. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It was terrible, 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 terrible. So those are the things that I think we really need to start talking about, because every Liberian person, our life, you know, I think healthcare should be a right. Dr. Richardson,
Yes, all right.
education,
A human right.
So just to add on what you just said,
Mm-hmm.
yesterday I received a text from a friend. He went to West Point with Madison, this American guy. They were both in the military together. He said, brother, will you be willing to talk to my friend about what she experienced at ELW Hospital in Monrovia, Liberia? She's a doctor that goes to my church here in South Carolina. It was disgusting and heartbreaking what she told me. Black people, adults and babies, needlessly dying because of corruption.
Yeah.
You may already be aware, so it may be a waste of time. But I told you, no, it's never a waste of time to hear about Liberia. I'm aware of it, and we're trying to find solutions, but we're not there. And it's just sad that, you know, some of these people come, they want to help, but just the level of decay that they see in our system, and it just frustrates them. It just, you know, healthcare is horrible in Liberia. Seriously, we can't. There's no other way to sugarcoat it.
And in relationship to that, and I'm glad, you know, Fatima, you're on the show today. I know yesterday I was on the show, and you guys were talking about the War and Economic Crimes Court. And for me, as I was kind of picking a little bit during my break, and when I came home, I kind of followed up on this show. I was thinking about the Liberia, the need for healing from trauma, you know, and educating and bringing awareness to trauma. You know, a lot of people think that we are over this, but we never addressed it. So we can't be over it. And again, I started the show explaining trauma is that shock, that life-threatening experience that you have when you are exposed to an incident or a series of incidents, okay? Like, for example, like when you're in a car accident, many of us can relate to that. When that accident happened, you get shocked. You feel like, oh my God, your life sort of flashed in front of your face. And that's what that life-threatening event is. A lot of times when people are traumatized, they experience that numbness, that shock, that derealization. It can't be happening to me. Maybe it's something, the experience that is happening outside of my body. All right. And then maybe that will subside. You know, the first initial reaction, you don't want to go near the incident where the thing happened. Like if somebody died in your house, you don't want to go in that room. If you're in a car accident, you try to take a different route to where you go into, so you can avoid seeing that place where the car accident happened. Or you don't, if there was a noise like a gunshot, anytime you hear a gunshot, your whole body startled, you kind of just shake for a little bit. And some people are still suffering from that, especially people who were victims of our war. I can't tell you guys how many women that I speak to were in this country 4th of July, because I deal with a lot of women in my practice. That's why I said women. 4th of July is such a problem for them, because that's when they celebrate with gunshots. And so there's 4 F's we have, at least 4 F's that people can get stuck in when you experience these traumas. And the first one is fighting. It's basically, you know, when they're in a state of rage, anger, there's always mad at somebody. Oh, good. I'm glad sentence here. I was just kind of filling up the airspace, you know, when they're kind of mad at somebody. And that's how they
I'm about to leave. Let me.
I gotta go. I heard that. I said, "Val, your light in the back making us blind, man."
I was just about to talk about.
Isaac, your light in the back making us blind.
Oh man, your eye already popping. So your eye already popping. So we gotta take you to the hospital.
Praise, I'm gonna say anything about you. I just knew I was speeding. No, Prince, I beg you. Let me say that I was speeding because I heard that Glendy texted me and she said,
Oh man, don't gotta bring old story up here.
And she said Fatima mad. No, mama, not old story. Fatima, Fatima, my sister.
I apologize officially. Let's move on.
We laugh with Joe. You probably look at you. What Prince running away for? He know what I'm about to say. That's why he running away. But it is what it is. I think you guys had a great show though. I know you guys didn't jump into the budget seriously, but I think the budget thing is concerning. I've already texted Fatima. I share myself and texting each other. And nobody can get between us. That's my cousin. Why anytime I call Fatima and Prince can go? Prince know the text message he sent me. Anytime I call Fatima and Prince get up. All right, Prince, I promise you I will not say.
Give me problems here. Keep going off and coming on.
Anytime I call Fatima and Prince get up. I tell that left on our face, man.
I'm trying to tell the left on your face.
Yeah, we don't want to see my man. That they compass light right there. But Andrew Mama is coming back because Prince, Fatima, my sister for left on the show.
We have daylight saving time, 1 o'clock my time now. Why it's 12 o'clock?
Yeah. But have they given you the job yet?
What are you talking about?
The way
the man praised the foreign minister today, they get him.
But that's why I'm about to say, that's what he's saying going off. They're about to commission him.
The way the man prayed,
this is Liberian ambassador. This is Liberian ambassador to Brussels. The Liberian ambassador to the European Union.
Your salt and pepper business.
This guy is about to take over from Ase.
Stanton.
Prince, be honest. What job you want? Tomorrow I'll talk to the minister. What job you want?
Isaac.
No, Megan, I'll tell you this on the show. Don't do that,
Isaac.
Man. Isaac, these are some of the things. Let me say this, Isaac. And I meant to say this. Let me say this. No, Prince, listen, I respect Prince. No, we got 4 more minutes. I respect Prince, right? Prince is a sincere diplomat, but from day one, he been pushing this thing. He really need that job. I hope they can say as ambassador to Guinea. Right close to like ambassador to Guinea. Prince, what you accepted?
Let
Ambassador Guinea is a privileged position.
Gentlemen, let me speak for myself.
How so? What do you mean? I Prince, but we understand. I got a picture back. I know you'll be the same person getting from me. When we come on the show, we are adult when we joke. And we joke in the back, we joke in the front. Then you get Granny say, you better call Fatima Vel. Why you want to text me to call my own sister Fatima? You don't even know every day what we can talk. Granny texted me privately. You better call Fatima. Granny can push your fire. Say Granny came on the show. I'm telling you guys, she can push your fire. If today, over 3 hours, Fatima went on the mat, 2 p.m. to pray. She was praying for me. 2 p.m. She said, Alam Samaku for me. And, so your stuff, Granny shouldn't come on the show and create problem. And, we're not like I said Vatoba that will go to Cape Man and Joe. We were chasing him. He check out Spoon send car for him, talking to the embassy. Then he get very up. We can't do that.
I got very up because some of your people were talking nonsense.
We are all adult, so people shouldn't do that. But let's get to the fact. Prince, I know you will get that job, but I'm concerned about this budget issue. I'm concerned, Prince. In your closing, I know you guys spoke about it. I received information today from 625 to 692. The question folks asking the $67 million different. And I know we will give Burma Kamara the respect. We will wait for him. And I know the lawmakers are digging into that thing right now. But it is concerning though. I just came to say, let me clear the air. And Glenny say Fatima Ma. I don't know what made Fatima Ma. Fatima, anything made you Ma. We love you on Spoon. You are one of our best sisters. We really do. Nothing can separate you, Dr. Richardson. I don't know what Andrew Mama came back for, but you guys are the best. We are not putting Glenny in this picture because we cannot trust Glenny with our information. All right. You know what you must say to you don't like Glenny. You told me that already that you don't like Glenny, Fatima. And I'm just keeping her here. You told me that. So I'm not going to say it. So we cannot trust Glenny with our information. All right. You told me that why I brought Glenny on the show. So it's okay. Only you and Dr. Richardson get our own conversation here. If you
You
don't want
so-
Glenn on the
you so
show,
wrong. You
Fatima,
better say the
if
thing
you
you
don't want
say.
Glenn on the show, Fatima, say it because you
Fatima
are
never
our
told you anything like that. Fatima never ever told you anything like that.
But man,
I don't like how you
there's
people
a
people
general
like-
consensus for you to
So
apologize
Stanton,
to
can
Fatima.
I
Apologize
address
to her, move
the
on.
issues
And
now?
the thing about the thing
Can I
about
address
it.
the issues now?
Sorry, the thing
Can
about
Dr.
it.
Richardson speak 1 minute, please?
People.
No, but Dr.
The
Richardson must
thing
speak.
about it is, some people don't understand. You know how you like to hard joke, and sometimes most of us don't agree with it because we're not used to it. But that's you, you know. So I don't believe that Glendy said that was a hard joke. I don't believe Fatima said that was a hard joke. I really don't believe that Fatima said that. So that's what I wanted to add. And Fatima said,
but I want Glenn to come back. But guys, I don't know why you get into your feelings. What we discuss on here is joke. When we discuss serious issue. You don't get under your feelings and run beyond your own problem to say, oh yeah, we very with Avatar, we very with Prince, we very with Stanton. No, if you very with any, come on the show and say, when we get on our show, we joke. These are adult program. We joke. I joke with Angie Mama and coming we say, and our papa smoking weed. You'll laugh. But when we joke on the other side, you'll get vexed. So you please get all of your feelings. This is Spoon Talk. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll laugh. Whatever thing we do, we got permission to do it. Okay? And this is what makes Spoon Talk Spoon Talk. It's nothing serious here. That's why we welcome the good, the bad, and the ugly. My sister sitting over there. She's not mad at me. She's been texting me in the back. I can show you the text. She says, Stanton, I'm mad at you. But again, don't talk Fatima.
Please show it.
And you can. No, it's illegal to show somebody text. It's private. We can't do that.
Now it's
listen, I
need to apologize. He
Let's move on.
All right. So, Prince, what you want to say, Prince? You already get a job. Why you worry about?
No. First and foremost, let me make it absolutely clear. I can speak for myself. I'm very well equipped to speak for myself. What has Prince Maxwell interest has always been. Now, to everybody else listening, I hope you guys always listen to me. My interest has been about the reformation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Why? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent me to school. They pay a lot of money to send me to school. And many other individuals at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also went on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs scholarship. Now, my advocacy to this government was to bring in somebody competent enough to be able to lead the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That happened. The next step was to make sure that the minister.
So you advocated for the minister?
No, I mean, we're all here saying the government should make sure the person they're appointing should be the right person to rule, to lead the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the wisdom of the president, he chose a minister. And we all accepted that the president's wisdom to choose Honorable Her Excellency Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti was the right choice for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Not only that, she's taken many brilliant steps recently to move the ministry forward. Now, if right now you go on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Facebook page, 15,000 to 16,000 followers, to me right now, that's a shame. Why? Because we have been complaining as Liberian people that we need information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs now has a vibrant Facebook page that is producing information for Liberian people to understand the workings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That number should be up right now. Because all of the information that we need to understand about the workings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now being done in audio, video, visual, so that people can understand the workings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's no longer a hidden secret in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's opening the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Liberian people. For me, that's a plus. She's also making sure that the president and the cabinet ministers understand where she needs to drive.
So why are you coming on in this one now? We understand her role.
So that was my interest. That was my interest, and that has always been my interest.
So you are not seeking a position.
Never been about job for me.
So how do you?
I respect you on that. It's not about job because you've been very forceful on this issue, and I respect you on that.
And that's the reason why I said. That's the reason why I said.
Right?
By tomorrow the 15th.
If offered, will you accept?
Say again.
If you are offered a position, will you accept?
Who doesn't want to serve their government? It's an honor to serve your government. It's an honor, it's a privilege to serve your government. Obviously, if the president wished me to serve my country, I will serve my country.
Okay,
100%.
so that's a good thing.
So, I mean,
I respect your position, unlike other people that would just say, "Oh, we do this because of, and you know, because of show."
The president want me to serve my country.
You've been very forceful on the issue anyway. I mean, you're right. You've been forceful on the issue.
But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is being transformed. The current minister is working on the welfare, the well-being of the Foreign Service staff, and that makes me happy. She's working on the inner working of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That makes me happy because the previous minister, lazy as he was, never cared about these issues. And now we have a minister.
You were saying something you were saying something to Prince on this issue?
Yeah, basically, I was saying the reform he's talking about. Do you envision yourself as a critical part of that, reform, and where specifically do you see yourself?
Like I said, Isaac, if the government of the Republic of Liberia, under His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka, wants me to serve my country, I will serve. It is not my place to determine where I serve.
Okay, you don't determine it, but you have some capacity, some capability, some experience.
Again, you're making this personal.
A certain direction.
A call to service is of the president's wish. If the president of the Republic of Liberia, in the best wish and wisdom of his cabinet, wants me to serve my country, I will serve. I'm not going to make a determination.
So is Editon recommendation that he put in for you to go to Guinea? If it comes through, you go Guinea?
That's speculation. I can't answer to that.
Okay, but let me just tell you now, Guinea with SPX coming, Guinea will be a hot spot. So don't overlook it in terms of its relationship with Liberia. SPX got money, oh.
I say this to you, that's speculation. Let's speak about the reality. The reality is that Prince Maxwell is a panelist on Spoon TV that espouses the wish and the aspiration of young people to move Liberia forward. That's who Prince Maxwell is at this point. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have always advocated to have a leadership that leads. We now have a leadership that leads, period.
Wonderful. All right. I have a show. Instead, I've invited some Liberian professionals to show them my application or our platform. So I got it at 8 o'clock. So I got 10 more minutes.
I mean, yeah, but you got to go and set up for your Liberian professional. Wish you guys well, and I think it's a great platform. We're going to follow you after this program. You'll talk about making Liberia better. Like yesterday, I can tell you, thank you, Aziva. It's good to have Andrew Mama back. But yesterday I brought something up, and I want us to I know you got to go, Prince Maxwell. It's okay if you have to go. But as always, man, I wish you well. You've been strong on this issue of foreign service. You've been absolutely strong. You said it over and over. When anybody see you, they see nothing but foreign service. All of that, which is we're closing. When anybody see you, we see foreign service written on your head. Whenever we see you, seriously, when I see you, I see nothing about foreign service. So I think, that's where you belong.
Yeah, because there are men and women, there are children, flesh and blood of Liberia in the foreign service.
Mama.
And Mama, good. Good. And that there are men and women, flesh and blood, children, wives, fathers in the foreign service. Prior to that list going into the foreign service, Liberia put out there some of the best and brightest Liberians to represent the country. His Excellency President Boyka's government has come in to not neglect them, but to take care of them so as they can take care of their country. And the leadership that he has brought into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through Her Excellency Madam Sarah Beslo-Yanti is looking at all possibilities and exploring all opportunities to make sure that her policies that will be brought in the ministry takes care of the well-being and the affairs of the foreign service and that of those that are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because one, to remember this, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the first ministry in the Republic of Liberia. And not only that, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a dual role. It has international role and it has domestic role. And it has a large personnel. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very, very important. It also has assets. So under her leadership, she's making sure that she eat away at all of those bad things that were happening at the ministry so that we can move the ministry forward. So I'm looking forward to the next 2-3 years to see the progress that she
You won't say this when they ask you a question and you say you won't run, you gotta go. But anyway,
you talk about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I gotta tell you.
You see Prince, he won't talk, but he won't talk. So I don't know where we are.
You know, but the Ministry of Foreign is in good hands. The diplomats.
I think she's doing that. I think from the start she's doing extremely well. I think let's just give it to her. You know, Sarah Yanti, listen, it is why it is. She's a foreign minister of the country. The folks got to give her the chance that she can reform the foreign ministry and reform the foreign services out there. And there's nothing more but just to give her the chance and the support, you know. And folks like you in Europe that are trying to push for this thing, I think she would do better. She would do better, seriously. And I respect her, you know. She and myself have our own personal dealing. We have our own history. Sarah Beslianti and I, you know, and she knows that. It's nothing for me to talk about. But religiously and commitment and issues that will elevate the country, and, you know, we commend her for that. Andrew Mama, where are you on this Prince Maxwell pushing for massive reform in the foreign service? I mean, you say you're going back, go there as a do. It's 10 minutes as if I go. Yeah, you say you're going there, you just you can't connect with your people. We're not even hearing you. Auntie Mama, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't get the question correctly.
I'm saying, where are you with the massive reform Prince is talking about on the foreign service?
Well, if the minister is doing that, then it's a good thing because most of the ambassadors are overdue. They've been there from Charles Taylor time, and they are still there. We need new mind, new thinking, new breed of people who can bring some sort of changes within the foreign service, because the foreign service not only just representing the country, but the embassies around the world need to bring in. They are the first eye, you know, outside of Liberia. They negotiate with top business people. They bring in investors, but we're not seeing anything like that. So we need to actually record those who are there now, and let people with young mind, people like Prince, then they just come in. All you can see, he's very vibrant. He's smart. So we need to start. We need to record all the OO ambassador. They've been there for record ages. Some of them in the 70s. Some of them pushing 80 is still there. They cannot be wholly on to positions when you have young, vibrant, and educated people who can occupy the position. So I'm very, very happy if she's doing that. It pleases me.
And I think this is big, you know. And as much as Prince going to push on this, I think he got an appetite, you know. That's what actually he wanted, you know. That's something he's been doing. So, given a chance, he's going to do a pretty good job. And another thing, though, you were lining up. We'll be here for another maybe 5-6 minutes. You supported. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you supported George Manawia. Andrew Mama, let you and myself have this one-on-one conversation tonight for 5 minutes only. Let me hear you, seriously speaking. I know it's too early, but I really, really, really want you to tell us today. Don't get into your partisan spirit. Speak truth to power, Andrew Mama. Today, how you see the country?
But first of all, I like to clarify something. You said I supported George Manawia.
Yeah, for 2 years, 2 years. Yeah. No, I just bring it up. You supported him, you know, the little you left him to support Jose Human Parker, right?
Yeah. So this election, I did not support George Weah. As you know, I resigned from the party, and I supported Joseph Human Parker all the way since I resigned. So I want to make that very, very, very clear. When I'm saying I'm for you, I will be for you all the way. I don't play deceit. I don't push around it. I don't beat around the bush. I don't be on the periphery. I come direct. And It is true I supported Mane over the years, but I resigned and then I started supporting President Parker. And wherever I go, I know he will win. And I'm always on the winning team, and I came and supported him, and we won.
So thank you for answering that question. Can I'm saying this over and over, over and over. I want people to understand. Do you think a Josh Manawea can do a comeback like Donald Trump is doing? I know it's too early. I know everything remain constant. It's a fair question. You know, the internet had problem today. President Bwaka is working. Whether he's going to run or he will not run, that's the question. Whether who will succeed him, that's the question. But everything remain constant. Do you think President George Manawea, the former president, can do a comeback?
No. From the bottom of my heart. And I will give you the reason why. George Manawea had the opportunity. He had opportunities. The
Can you tell Damo to check the sound, please? I think they're having problem with the sound.
Timer. You going outside? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, not your sound, the one on the radio. But talk to us, man.
Oh, I said George Manawea had the time. He had so many opportunities to make it right for the past 6 years, but he didn't. There were so many factors that brought him down. And for some of us who supported him over the years, we spoke about it behind closed door. When he didn't listen, I went on all the radio stations and I spoke about it. And people were saying, "Oh, you're too brave. You're talking, the people will kill you, the people will do that." I said, no. George Weah, he knows that I supported him with my whole heart. And because I wanted him to go on the right path, I continued to advise him, but he didn't listen. So I decided to quit. So he had the opportunity, but he misused it. Mismanagement of power, misuse of power, misuse of everything. He did not listen to the Liberian people. The Liberian people voted for him. So they say the cry of the people, the voice of the people, you should listen to the voice of the people. The people made you. They voted for you. And if they come out and say, we voted for you, but we don't like what is going on, we don't like this, you should listen. Or leaders should always listen. And that is what was lacking in Manawea. He did not listen to advices, he did not listen to anybody, but the low handful of people that were around him. I think 3 or 4 persons that were right around him that he listened to. And those people were not experienced. They were not experienced in politics. And those who all had experience in politics and have been in politics for a long time, he said you should fix the sound. You're not hearing me on the radio. He didn't listen to them. So he took another breed of people, all the people that were close to him, that made him from the party. He pushed everybody aside. He threw everybody away, like Liberian can say. So we just sat there, we look at him. We look at him. We got tired talking to him. To even see our war.
And at the end, you make the case.
And don't listen to the people.
And at the end, you make the case that the beat on Josh Manawea, the beat on the government, you and all the people out there, with the exception of me, I didn't say anything bad about John Manawea. They beat on him, and today Joe Weah is not in power. But I'm asking you though, if he come back to say, Andrew Mama, I understand what you're saying. I listen to you. I know how it is, and speak to the nation. I'm a change, brand new Joe Weah. We'll make this. You think the Liberian people will reconsider the option, and they will give him a second chance?
Low CEO, it's a difficult thing you're saying. For me, I want to be clear and I want to be truthful. You see me on this TV, you and I, but let me speak for myself first. We want the best thing for Liberia. We want the best for Liberian people. That's why we sacrifice day and night. I come here all the time. Nobody buying gas on me. Nobody gave me a dime. But I'm doing it because of Liberia. I'm doing it because of the people who want the right thing to be done. We will be here, we speak the truth. I don't have anything against George Weah. But George He made so many terrible errors that I don't think the Liberian people want to go back there. Because if you bring Josh Weah back, you're going to have the same leadership. You have Jefferson Koji, you have Finapuno, you have Percy Yeke, you have Colasco, you have all the people who influencing to do the wrong thing. You understand? Josh Weah in your own nature, to be frank, in your own nature, Josh Weah, he's not a bad person. But he does not like to hear the truth. He doesn't like to hear people telling him the facts. He wants somebody to say, "Oh, Chief, don't worry. Oh, Chief, lead that thing, we'll win. Oh, Chief, don't worry, man. Forget what Liberian people. Oh, Chief, you don't have to speak."
So you
oh,
see
Chief,
how I set this thing up, Andrew Mama. I'm looking ahead. I said this. It's so good that we're having a conversation. I pray that President Bouaka run again, if God gave him the strength. I pray that he perform well beyond measure.
He will.
That we can have a good, better Liberia. That's my prayer. That's what we support to him.
He will.
But if there is no President Bouaka in the picture, seriously speaking, this conversation must be heard today. We should speak on it. I pray that President Joseph Yima Bouaka have the strength to run again, but he will be 85 years old. I pray that he can deliver for the Liberian people now and make Liberia better now. But if there is no President Bouaka in the race, who you think the Liberian people will ride around? Looking at everyone to go against George Manuel Weah. Who?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to start from this point, if you can give me the chance.
No, I want to hear myself. I will be quiet. The people say I shouldn't be quiet. Talk about.
If President Bouaka is not running again, who you think will go against George Weah? Look, the Liberian people that will have today, stand up. They are not the Liberians you knew yesterday. The Liberians today were on a Pharaoh, and they went through a lot of struggle, and they can remember. 6 years from now will still be fresh. 6 years from now will still be fresh. Liberians all around the world, Liberians in the 15 countries came together to make the decision to elect this government. Let's forget about Joseph M. Bouaka. To elect this government and the people's government. It was a people. It was a people's movement. It was a people revolution. So it's not just Liberia, Monrovia, or the 15 countries. People in the diaspora all around the world, it decided that it would be a part of the election district, and it made it work, including you. So I want to say to you, Stanton, 6 years from now, the memories, the bad memories, will still be fresh. Look, let me tell you the mistake Manny made. When all those killings were going on, that's why I see people trying to pay for the way and demonstrate.
But understand now, hey, Auntie Mama, hey God,
I gotta say my opinion.
But let's do it small now. Let's do it small. That's you and myself. We get maybe.
I'm going there, but you're cutting me off.
Yeah, but don't go too far and come back. Let's make that thing short and sweet. We understand the killing that Joe Weah did. We put it on him. We understand the bad economic system in the country. We put it on him. We understand that there was no LDC. We put it on him. No food, no rights. We put all the bad thing on him. That's why.
We didn't put it on him. It happened.
Okay, it happened. I will use it why it happened. But then that's why we voted and we fought for President Bouaka today.
Yeah.
We fought for Jeremiah Kun today.
Yes.
Make it sweet and short. President Bouaka 2029, he will be 85 years old.
Yeah.
If President Bouaka say, I'm tired, I don't want to be in this race, but I'm going to bless somebody. Do you think President George Manuel Weah with 49 some more percent beating President Bouaka in Bon County and Grand Bassa, giving President Bouaka Hatta in Lofa, winning all days of eastern counties? It took only and one and only Nimba to help Jose Yima Bwaka with victory. I'm asking you, former Deputy Minister of Commerce, and Jemima Kowodokodi, who there will represent, who going to represent the opposition to George Manawea?
Who will represent? I have told you over and over. Jeremiah Kun and Yomli Kanga. They will represent, in my mind, I don't know who the woman has, but for me, in my mind, the person I know right now will be Jeremiah Kun and Yomli Kanga. Those are the two persons that will run in 2029.
Let's leave the Jeremiah Kun.
If that's the one that in my mind.
Okay, so let's take your scenario. Jeremiah Kun is a vice president now. Obviously, the Ome will not do what Salif did to him. He will not abandon Jeremiah Kun. If Jeremiah Kun say, I want to run, the Ome will not say no. Obviously, Joseph Bwaka would not say no. It must be Jeremiah Kun. If we bring Jeremiah Kun and Yombly's seat will be vacant as a senator. She will be running 2029. If she say, I do not want to run as a senator, I want to run with Jeremiah Kun or whoever, it means that Yombly will be taking a gamble, right? Because Yombly now will not be a senator again. She must leave that thing to run as vice president or vice president. Do you think Yombly will make that decision? Do you think it will be in her best interest to take that bullet, leave that seat, knowing that now, forever and ever, George Manawea now win Grand Bassa County. Now you get Besonga family in Grand Bassa County. If everything remain constant, Yombly re-election for Senate would be very tough because you got Yombly Kanga Lawrence, you got Besonga, and that seat will be a vacant seat. She have to work overtime. Does she have the strength to deliver that seat to the party she will be representing as vice president?
Well, for me, in my heart, those are the two persons I see will be running, that I'm proposing for them to run for the presidency, vice president, and presidency in 2029. But if Yombly changes her mind, and you know it's a low time now, since they're not long, but we can also be looking at other female within the country, other strong female in the country that can represent our country also. If she still wants to hold that seat, then nobody can force her and say, oh, don't run to be a senator. You understand? But if she agrees to it, that would be a good pair for me. That's in my mind.
Do you think Yombly and Jeremiah Kun, or Jeremiah Kun and Yombly can beat President Ware and whosoever?
They can beat in soft, because you know what? Now I'm going there, then you stop me. Because of all the things, George, we are showing his leadership ability. He showed who he is. He has shown who he is for the past 6 years. Like people know that when somebody, your child died today, the child today, man, we will not say nothing. Hey, 250% died in Bon County. They had to talk, advising. Before, after 2 weeks, before he said, "I'm gonna bring the flag half star." So he's being controlled by people like Colasco and.
I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Experience in
I agree with you. Folks around John, I agree with you. But listen, look at what my own sister.
Remember all those things.
My own sister Jatu Kennedy say
rice were in the warehouse. No rice were in the warehouse. He came from America. They lie. Say rice were in the warehouse. He went to low. No rice there. So many things they did. And besides that, most of the businesses belong to only them.
Look at the time on the break coming on the show. Look at the time he coming on the show.
They had everything. You understand? So other people were suffering for 6 years.
Auntie Mama, we understand.
Because leadership was very poor.
Auntie Mama, we understand all the bad thing. It's on Jowea. Can agree? All the bad thing, the worst thing ever on Jowea. Okay? But my take, and what I'm saying here, I'm concerned who will represent if it is not Joseph Boakai, the Unity Party. Who can we fight for again if everything remains constant? You have 73 representatives running in the race. There will be 15 senators running. There will be the seat of the president and the vice president, right? So total number of seats will be 90. DeLong will be running for himself in Moserado. Yombly, if she decides to run again for Senate, she will have to run for herself in Grand Bassa. Let's just name them. Edwin Snow will have to run for himself again in Bummy County. Okay? Yan Twine, the guy from Nimba that will be succeeding, coming in to take Jeremiah Kuhn's place, he will be running again. Let's come to Bon County. Prince Moy will be running again. Borchas will have to run again. Let's name them. At the end of the day, Emmanuel Nukwe will be running again with 73 representatives. That will be an open field. My question to you and to everybody, since we'll be having a conversation, I know we're looking at what President Boakai is going to do. I know we are concerned how he will deliver. I know all of that. But what are the behind the scene conversation? You know, if everybody fighting for themselves, that go for all, because it will not be like 2023.
What I'm saying to you, Stanton, if you, Stanton Witherspoon, ran for 6 years,
somebody
you
said,
let all the people down.
See, oh, I hate it when
Everything
you come with this topic.
You think that the people so stupid, they can't like the same government? Do you think, are you listening to me?
Yeah, we're listening. I'm not going to agree.
Do you think that Liberian people are so stupid that after 6 years they will forget about everything that happened? That's what you're trying to say? No, Liberian people are not stupid. Even if President Boakai is not running again after the 6 year, Liberian people will look up to different leadership, new leadership. They are not going to go and elect the same suffering, the same government that treated them. You understand? If they're putting all one in new battle and give to Liberian people, Liberian people are way advanced.
It's all the best.
Sometimes like you feeling guilty, man, for setting a game against weird.
No. You can say that. Conor Gray, it's a political. Conor Gray, you always do this thing. It's a political conversation. There's no guilt. Yeah. It's something that will happen.
We just commission a president into office. Why can't we discuss the
you came late to the class. We discussed everything that took place today. You came late. Yeah. But these are some that Conor Gray now. You can go ahead and discuss why you want to discuss. That's my own question I asked you.
Let me say this. The reason I disagree with Cummings on this show was when he showed that he was supporting Joe Weir at the end of the day. You might tell me as you like to say.
When Cummings showed that he was supporting Joe Weir?
Yeah, well, my brother, if Spoon go endorse an organization, I want to see.
Okay, that's what you meant. Okay.
We'll be saying that I'm not aware of it. I want to see that. But clearly it shows desperation. But the issue with George Weir for me was personal.
Okay.
It was so good that LeBron made that decision, and they should stick by that decision.
So let me ask you.
Extremely insignificant.
I agree, Conor Gray. We all beat on Joe Weir. I agree with what you are saying to some point. But my question is: it fair to say that when you have 90 positions up for grab, 2029, okay, that would be less than 6 years from now. We agree. Don't you think now is look at everything that is happening? The blame games, the in-house fighting within the Senate, the pointing fingers. Don't you think it's a good conversation? We already got Joseph Boakai though. He's already doing his thing.
I said it will get worse before it gets better. It's that memory of, that good time that what the poll remember going to the poll the next time. They're not going to go think about Joe Weir, who probably will be broke by then. Will be selling almost everything he had. You understand? And he'll be fighting to come out of power. Trust me, everything would have gone down, maybe I think this guy gambles.
But wait, wait. I beg you.
So you have lavished everything on NSA XO.
So you said Joel will be broke by then?
That throw will be broke. Trust me.
but even Mr. Gray, Remy Gray, even Joe, we are not broke. We will not accept him. We will not elect Joe. We are, and it's too soon for even for us to be discussing the man.
No, I don't think it's good. No, like the man is just a recently passed president.
All the good things that Joseph M. Baga is doing right now.
The men are
Instead
left.
of giving more valuable time.
Your spirit is, I can make somebody
Auntie Mama, the man I just left doing inauguration day. He left the country. He went for two how you call it, 2 months to catch pigeon. Well, I mean, these are questions folks gonna ask. You know, he stay young, you know. But with Jeremiah Kuhn and Yombly, and you got Comis coming in the race, and you got all the other people coming around, who knows who we're going to have? I think it's about time that we'll be having a little bit touch on this discussion. If you want to be there to the grade,
it's too soon, Stanton.
No, man.
Even just we have come
we
today.
know it's too soon, but we got to tap into some form of.
We will not take George Weah. You can say we will not vote for him.
But no, listen. Yeah, my
when
thing
I vote for you, the wicked things what they do in the country. Then they
Mama.
stole all the money Stanton. They stole everything because they want to strangulate Joseph M. Baga. But I tell God, thank you that the people of Liberia understand that George Weah stole the money. He lied about leaving 40 million. There is no 40 million. GSC did a report. Only 3 million there. The other account, 6 million. He lied about it. Everything was 419 about this government. So Liberian people are stupid. We're not going back there. That means we got to elect somebody else. We elect somebody else.
Let me tell you something. I said don't say he won't come up, but he got no internet and no current.
Oh, bring it on. Ready for him. Bring it on. I'm here. I will not go into
I said say you will come on.
Come.
Oh, man.
I said don't say he will. No. Yeah, Auntie Mama makes you. She's waiting for you. She said, "Come up." But let me say this to you, right? Colonel Gray, it is important for us to just understand. Everything is based on President Bwaka's performance. I mean, that is no mistake. If President Bwaka performed well, Joe Weah is toast. And you cannot argue that. If President Bwaka performed well. What you said?
Even if the president does not perform to expectation, he will perform better than Joe Weah.
But that's what I'm saying. He just has to perform better than Josh Weah, just to take the people.
Bro, we can go back all the medicine to Benin. All he wants for the government to fail. Nothing will happen.
They can go to Mali.
Where you get your own names from?
They go to Benin. We're not electing them. You think we want to see Finabono back here? Do you think we want to put them back here? Huh? They stole every penny from in the bank.
I agree. Listen. Personally,
we don't want them.
Auntie Mama, do the thing with smart. Don't get vexed now. Do it with smart.
Because we suffer too much on
Auntie Mama, you know, you want to do this thing and people get vexed. People can't understand you. You know, when you joke with somebody, it's joke. When you tell the issue, Conor Greg and Kanye were on a spider story attacking me on a water, no problem. But what I'm saying here is that at the end of the day, do it with smart. You're making some good point. Joe, where would I get rid of? You will not put aside. I shouldn't say get rid, because if you say get rid, it means that you're going to kill the person right, Conor Greg. But he will not drive away. He will not drive away Finabono. He will not drive away Percy Yeke. He will not drive away some of those individuals. We know that. True. Kalasco, that he will not. He will make decision for Joe Weah and the people that are around him. We understand that. But everyone that supported Joseph Yeman Bwaka should begin to think. We did it for JMB. If JMB is not running, then who? And those are fair questions.
Liberian people will decide. Liberian stand on when the time reached, they will decide. If the papa say he's not running again, President Joseph Bwaka say he's not running again, Liberian people will decide. They decided. You think we want to finance Bono budget? We will put all the money in Bob Bear, put on our back, and build all the estate in profit for ourselves. And then you got all the ministers then who build buildings and buildings and buildings, store all the government money, created wealth unto themselves and their children, and the Liberian people were suffering in the time. You think that what we want? You think we're stupid? We saw it.
Madam,
we are not bringing them back. The
we'll
leadership is very bad.
Don't worry. We're going to ask me that. Where she got the money from?
You were there, sir?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Today JMD met his asset reform recovery team.
Oh,
he had a discussion with them. Sorry, we couldn't play that video. I don't know because I came back late on the show, but it was a good meeting. You know, they had a report on it. Did you guys share the report? Did you see the report? Yeah, I put it in the chat room.
Yeah, I was concerned about the.
All right, Dama, thank you very much. I think Nelson is there now. We're just trying to wait for Nelson. Thank you, Dama. But Colonel Gray, let me say this. These are something I think way ahead, and we just want to say
yeah, let's prosecute those people first before you start talking about 2029.
Look at Stephen Johnson. Stephen Johnson said, Liberia are not ready to bury additional auditors. Sometimes I want to take the step. I want to take the step away from Stephen Johnson sometimes. Seriously.
No, but that's true. Not true. All the auditors died. It means say one word. The people died in Bon Country, they had to beg him 2 weeks before he brought the flag down half star.
Somebody take Stephen Johnson phone from him. We don't need his comment. He always coming so hard.
No, but that's true.
Angie Mama.
But isn't that a fact?
No. Angie Mama, you know I beat on Joel. And if
give him a chance, we got bad memories. We got bad dreams about them.
Yeah, but given the chance, I can do it again. But you got to be very mindful. This is
the money they stole. They didn't go and sit down with it.
But so, I mean, you came late on the show, man. You missed the juice.
Well, just
is it Fatima? Is it Fatima or Verba? So let's test Fatima sorry for anything that happened on the show that made her Verba. Fatima will say sorry, yeah. And you know, you can't. We shouldn't make Fatima Verba. They had Joe make Fatima. Listen, not the hard Joe that made Fatima Verse. That the people that were pushing Fatima that made Fatima Verse. So Fatima either or. Conor Gray came on the show to say sorry. I say sorry. And you know, sorry. And everybody said, man, you told us you were talking about Pingo. You home, right? And you know you home. I'll put Pingo.
Whoever you want to talk at home.
Look at he lying around and he said you want to talk.
No, only my daughter around.
Oh, I see how you get shot. But why you lying around? Because you want
to. Oh man. It's just like yesterday somebody wanted to lecture Madam Wolo Kole about her first love. A woman's love. That stuff can remain in your brain forever. Then somebody coming to lecture her the year.
Yeah.
I mean, leave the paper alone, man.
A woman will never forget that. I mean, come on, man. And so you because you know it's about I don't know who's a speaking person. I'll continue to ask you.
No man, listen, let me say this to you.
All the things also doing and talking, they will not come back to power. Guess what?
Lead your way, small man. Lead your way, Joey. But let me say this though. Auntie Mama.
That gave me one meeting. Guess what? They were talking down on President Parker. Oh, the Megan pay for a party headquarters again. Guess what? The Supreme Court finished evicting them. They were on President Parker that he can't pay rent, he didn't pay this. But today, they say whatever goes around comes around. The Supreme Court have already evicted them. They say they will move for that party headquarters because it's not there.
Mama, we discussed it on the show. We discussed it on the show, Joe. We had it up and said they would pay 50,000. The answer was we don't know who to pay the money to. They have family members fighting.
That's a lie because I negotiated that. They sent me to negotiate that thing that me and Musa Dean that they wanted to buy the property. When they negotiated, we told them this is what the owner wanted. They said, no, they ain't got that kind of money. And they took the man place by force. I'm a living witness. And they were there all the years, and I'm paying no rent. Now, the kind of government you wanted to come back. People
You
will
mean
just
actually in the president's office?
Stop, man. Don't say you wanted to come back. Just stop this thing. That when we discuss a national issue, you're taking personal.
No, not
Nobody
personal.
that want a government to come back. Nobody
Today
want
they
a
have
government to come back. But the thing is that we got to have that conversation. It must be told. It must be out there. We have to have the conversation.
That bad dreams, we don't want to hear it right now. We don't want to hear it.
Bad dream.
We don't want to hear it.
Conor Gray. It look like I gotta show the finger picture of Conor Gray for real. If you think of Caressa, because you know she read Beyond Haywood Mission. It means
Where do they have Haywood Mission? Oh, by ACS, right? They're still there.
Oh man! On a serious note,
where the PK living, all you know, my man. Hope that now your guy you can be put there.
No. I get classified information.
My man, I the chief of classification, so you can get classified. I know you can. Yeah, that one there. I know you can get some information. You expose it, and then you say it's classified.
I did classify it, I say classified.
They get information that they say sent on holy with caution. This is classified. Then you can't expose it. You say this is classified information, right?
No, I know. I just press it off. I expose it. I press it off. Like I set it in motion. That's why you do your classified thing. I mean, but I'm very concerned. It was a scary time today in Liberia and part of the Western because of the internet thing. I hope we can now learn from this thing and get up for the better internet services in the country. You know, it was bad for our country. I mean, I can only speak about Liberia. It was bad, Conor Gray. You couldn't talk to anyone. Like we were just black all. Did you try calling Liberia this morning?
No, I only tried sending money, and I don't know whether it went through, but.
Well, I'm telling you, it was bad. Seriously, it was bad.
When you send, it can come green. But normally it goes through. But so I didn't check.
Oh, you that same wave? How much you are sending?
Hey,
I mean, why you ask my question again? You can think before you answer.
Life is not an open book.
No. But Conor Gray, it's not. Let me fair. I asked my question, and your thing before you answer why. I just said how much you are sending. Aunt Mama received 93,000. Aunt Mama received 93,000 from her son Samara Wodokoli and Samuel Twe, right?
Why?
She gave them.
Oh, that payment?
That's all. It's not a breaking news. She has said it on the show, right? Right? And
you said what did I do? I didn't hear you.
It's when we're on the show, we do not repeat ourselves. When it comes out,
no, I didn't hear you.
That's why I say I can't repeat myself.
Stop making Joel to feel good, man. Joel has not even accepted his defeat.
No, I'm not making Joel to feel good. I'm not. But that's the problem.
Nobody put them in ballot box anymore. Don't even bring that conversation up.
So are you saying that Joel will not run and he will not run?
By then, we'll be in jail 7 times for stealing.
Oh,
okay. That joke on here. That final, all those final, then you talking about all those people. They will be investigated.
You have Musa Benete. Musa Benete, few men are around. So Musa Benete will be running too. Hey. Yeah, Musa said few men are. No, seriously. This is a serious conversation. People are having this conversation. I'm telling you, Andrew Mama is right. People are having this conversation. You got Musa. You got people that you least expect. They will jump into that race. I mean, jumping in there. Understand now. I don't think Musa will want to get into this race because
Musa not running.
Musa said, "Don't say that."
Musa said he's not running.
When did he say?
Musa said he's not
They
running.
see Musa that say if coming and win him or growing my pie, I'm gonna resign. That is same Musa you want us to listen to?
I say Musa not running.
Musa said no. I'm just talking about having internet, please.
No.
Musa got a job. He looking
And the
fat
internet is
and,
not talking
and
about.
nice.
The internet man will say few men I stay around that internet talk.
Yeah, what are the men saying? So he had to call places.
Few men are around.
Few men are stay around. What does that mean?
Those people in leadership.
We know all the few men then, so we know them.
Those people are
we
in
know all the
leadership.
few men then. So Musa got a job. He happy. Let him get work.
Musa built it around to take care.
But let's say this. But on a serious note, I hope Nelson can put that picture up about Musa. What Musa did, right? And to tell you the truth, I don't like to praise Musa, but to tell you the truth, man, I will praise Musa today. That bridge, he promised the people, he delivered. To be frank, in less than 3 months, I want to see a lawmaker. And he didn't say I will build it
for our country.
No,
1847.
He didn't say I will build it and name it Musa Bridge, or I will build it and take money from you before your crossing. No. He built it and he gave it to the district. He gave it to the county. He gave it to the country.
But what else could he have done? What else could he have done? That's a bridge. That's a bridge.
You asked a question. What about the men that built the school and said that my school?
No, but I want a different thing. What I'm saying, Musa could not have done any other thing but to give the bridge to the country, to the people.
Mama, let's talk one at a time. I beg you, Mama. Couldn't agree. You cannot say because it's not school. Don't you think people that love it to bring school in the country went out around and hustle should give it to the community, give it to the district, give it to the county?
Yeah, but come on, fella,
you come to interrupt us again.
Okay, go ahead.
So my thing is I can agree. Regardless it's a school or not a school, what Musa did, it have never ever been done in the history of Liberia.
It's a good thing, but it's not a school.
Hey, when I get your chance, that thing you get from Musa about.
Do you know what that bridge will mean to those people?
No, I was just waiting. When you finish talking, I will tell my own.
No, but Musa, I'm a smart brother. I ain't got nothing against him. I say it's good. It's a good
kind of project
that he did. But he could not have done any other thing but to let it put right on it. But if you're talking about the school, Sir Joseph Bay School, if for itself, Falabe University in a name, those things should be turned over to the community. But they took it. Musa did not build a school, so whether he gave it or not, everybody will pass on it, including your enemies. They all will ride on it. But school, Falabe University is in his name. He built market, it's in his name. Sir Joseph Bay School is in his name. He built a market, it's in his name. That's a different thing.
We'll find out how they got him.
So you feeling like can I please stop?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Thank you. Gonna agree. When I finish talking, my please talk before Oma take it again, yeah?
No, I will not talk.
Yeah. Here's the issue. Here's the issue on a very serious note. Whether it's a school or clinic, a hospital, that's a good example. What he did is brilliant. What he did, I want to see somebody doing the same or more. Musa promised the people, if elected, we'll complete this bridge. You guys will find a way to get on the other side. I can beat on Musa on the show every day. But that's the kind of leadership people are looking for. We should applaud Musa. You can accuse him. You say whatever you want to say about him, but we should applaud him. Let's be serious. If this continue in Nimba, in the absence of Prince Johnson, Musa can stand as the next godfather. Prince Johnson built his school in Nimba, the school for Prince Johnson. The school remain Prince Johnson. What if Musa is blessed and he built a whole university and give it to the people at Nimba?
That would be great. That should be.
Warrior Musa
That's how
is
it should
black.
be done.
And say, you know what? How many community we get in this district? How many community here? 5, 10 community here. You will work only for the community. I don't want my salary. I give my salary back to the district. Let's improve this district with clinics. Let's improve this district with school. And I think people should come from all over. Lawmakers that say, I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it to build this district or this county to follow the example of Musa ability. To be frank with you, people, I will end on this, gonna agree your comment. I have received information from newly elected lawmakers. They have turned their back on the district. Newly elected lawmakers. They took people pictures, creating enemy lists. I'm not kidding. They have not done a jack since they won that election. They have never ever went back to that district. They in the Capitol building for them to go home. But you will see them the next election. In less than 3 months, Musa is dedicating that thing April 5th. In less than 3 months? Come on, man, Auntie Mama.
Well, he was building that bridge, I remember, before he went to the house. So
But
he
that's
just
what we're
completed
saying.
it.
People should
And
celebrate
it's
him.
a good thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I said it's good. I said he did well. I didn't deny the fact. But what I'm saying is that bridges are different from houses. The bridge, whether you like it or not, his enemy around that bridge, whether he likes it or not, people around on the bridge.
So
he
what's
has
your
full
point here?
control.
You say
So
Conor
don't say he turned it over to the district.
You say Conor Gray or go on the top, but you talking on.
No, don't say he turned it over to the district. No.
With that demonstrate real love for community. When we talk about all the love for country, love for this, love for, you get the country at heart. That is somebody who has demonstrated a true love for community. You understand, madam? Musa would have built something else other than a bridge in Nimba. But you look at the importance of connecting that little community together. Those equipment I'm looking over there, Stanton. That man spent good money on that bridge.
Ajumama, are you there?
I'm right here.
Oh, Conor Gray is freezing.
Yeah, and I want to say that I said, in fact, when he dedicated that bridge, I said to him, congratulations. Go on my Facebook page, he friended with me. I will not say that what Musa did was bad. No, he did it right thing, but he could not have done any other thing but to allow the people to go on the bridge. If it were
we are not saying his enemy will not go on the bridge. That's not an argument yet. Auntie Mama. We
but
are
I
not
congratulated him. I can tell you, I congratulated him on my Facebook page. I said, congratulations. I'm not a normal politician who will see right and don't try it.
The choice of building a bridge over a private entity like school. That is what we're talking about. That makes him selfless. That makes him.
I know what you want me to say him.
When
no,
Musa
we are
is
blaming you. Auntie Mama, don't make it say, don't make it
a good thing.
Auntie Mama, don't make it about you. We are not blaming you. Okay? We are not holding you responsible, saying that you don't like the idea that Musa. No. What I'm saying, and I think what Conor Gray is saying, we appreciate the fact. And we hope that other lawmakers can follow suit. Because what Musa did,
I agree.
We have never seen it. We have never heard of it. People will say, well, I built a bridge in Grand Bassa. Well, somebody built a bridge. Everything it had nothing to do with government. But there will be no lawmakers right now that can tell you, past or present, that I did this thing in my first 3 months for my county, for my district. I have not seen it. And that's my argument, Conor Gray.
And Musa are going to build that bridge, whether or not he was going to be elected. So that how much, because he started the project. Most people will say, well, if it's a school or some, toilet facility is dedicated for the community, he might abandon if he doesn't win. But he started that project. Whether or not you were going to elect Musa was going to put that bridge down there. And the fact that he came into office and completed it, that's a plus. And that's what Musa was saying, that men are around. Who knows? You bring him on what he did for this internet to be restored in Liberia. Who knows? Because I see Musa now like somebody who can make things happen. Even though he could not make it happen for
No, but people are saying Musa also took the solar light in the district. And, I have to send the guys over there. They are saying that Musa took solar lights in the district, right? So secretly, where Auntie Mama family from, and you understand that if Musa took solar light there, lights all on the street, that's a plus. Listen, anybody
That's
doing the
good.
same thing,
But
anybody
that's good.
yeah.
If
Anybody
you take life for the people, then that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That development. Who's gonna start development? Nobody gonna start development. That's very
Everybody
good.
do the same thing. I'll tell you why. We should celebrate them because this is beauty. Musa ability from nowhere. The man say, "You make me your."
No. Wait. Don't say Musa ability for nowhere. Musa had money before he went to the house. Musa ability got money before he went to the house.
Musa a lawmaker 3, 4, 5 years ago.
But don't say Musa ability for nowhere.
I'm saying from nowhere because he wasn't a lawmaker. He wasn't a lawmaker. That's what I meant.
Yeah, but he had money before he went to the house. Don't say for
I'm
nowhere.
not talking about money, Auntie Mama. I'm saying he's from nowhere. He wasn't a lawmaker. This guy just joined in this thing recently.
He wasn't a lawmaker, but you are not just an ordinary person. Musa is a businessman.
I'm not. Listen, Auntie Mama.
You can't just say Musa Jeff not for nowhere. No. Musa already had money before he went over there. Some of the people going to the house ain't got one cent. Some of them just living in one hut or in one bedroom. Some of them ain't got nothing.
What's Auntie Mama argument
with Musa?
What's Auntie Mama argument here, Conor Gray? What's our argument?
My argument is Musa already was settled before he went in the house. Some of the lawmakers, they don't have money. So they cannot even run. They cannot even, run competition with Musa.
About Musa Bridge and somebody say, "Oh, but you can call about Bridge." Nelson, can you show you can call about Bridge and Musa Bridge? Let's put this out. Yeah, man. This is about you can call about Bridge. You can call about Bridge. I'm not, people say, look at Fanny saying thank you. I'm not saying that Musa never had money. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, he just got into this thing as a lawmaker. He promised the people, and he delivered for them.
Now money can work. Money.
No, but one of the reasons why people are so fascinated about Musa is he's a generous guy. You understand? That one of the things that entrap certain people.
In general, but let me leave it because
let you go.
My thing is that Auntie Mama gets something that ain't like about Musa.
Yeah.
I hate that man. That man is my late brother. You know me. The thing I want to I was talking. Musa no my more big and let me tell you something.
All the people that went around
Nima.
All the people that went around Musa.
The one that in our heart we're talking. And Musa know we got someone.
Musa owe Auntie Mama plane ticket money.
I ain't got nothing
against Musa. Auntie Mama fat. Musa pay the owe my money, man.
I was talking. Musa is a top business man. He got money, but my money he got. He won't get rid of me. I was fucked about him. Yeah. But Musa know I like this thing. But he won't give me my money, and he got money.
How much Musa owe you?
104,000.
That's a lot of
Musa
money.
got money.
Can Musa put you on
my office?
Can Musa put you on
my office on 15th Street? Asking, I'm not my brother. But I know he won't pay my money. You know I'm working. Joe, we have suffered me for 6 years. All my business is closed.
Can Musa put you on payment plan? Can Musa put you on payment plan?
Asking all around, and you got plenty of money.
Can Musa put you
on that flower? I will not leave it.
Can Musa put you on payment plan?
Well, I ain't put me on payment plan. No, I am busy stuff. Musa came to my office the last time. He gave me $50. $50. He said, "Oh, they want to go buy you long." I said, "Musa, why would you $50?" Oh, big sister, what the way? I will give you your money. Every time I see I can hijack it. My money. I will put it into a wife and all, nothing in where that poker high.
Which one of the wife? Which one of the wife?
The same wife. I know one.
Yes, you know what? Yes, I shouldn't joke.
One wife.
I'm not going to joke. I'm going to joke on the show.
You come and talk.
No. Musa, I take that. Musa is fasting right now. I take that back. I cannot.
No, I think he broke fast already. So, but what Musa say?
Musa need to get a big sister of money.
No, Musa said. No, this is what Musa said. Musa said, "Can you imagine someone owes this woman and you are not in court?"
I ain't see that. That's so nonsense. What you talking, Musa?
Musa the court.
All right. That me must tell you the code. If I want to carry the code, I'm going to carry the code ever since. But because I know that you're my little brother, I want to carry the code. You don't think about that one. So it's very ungrateful for you. And you got plenty of money. Yeah. That means I will carry the code.
Musa is the richest Liberian man. Musa is the richest Liberian man.
I will not care Musa related to court.
It's the CEO, you
my little brother, why you did and you think correct, let it be so. For me, I will not get in the court. Money.
So Musa said, I owe her nothing.
You owe me nothing, eh? Okay. You will see. Now only God will pay my debt. You owe me nothing.
Musa said, I dare you to prove that I owe you.
Musa, that won't piss me or I won't get first. Y'all forget what I mean. Forget about Musa. Forget about Musa.
Mama, you know how many people owe people here? You better go say that.
I said forget about Musa. I ain't saying you owe me nothing. Man, God will see Musa ability.
That God busy putting it in one. Man,
God will see. I ain't saying you owe me nothing.
Yeah, but don't put God based in the thing.
No, but the way you're talking in now, it's making me mad. What do you mean by you owe me?
You know
you owe me.
Anyway, he did well for.
Oh, Edwin Snow said he agree with Musa. Musa ain't owe you nothing.
All right.
I'm surprised that Edwin Snow come in the conversation. He said he agree with Musa. Musa ain't owe you nothing. I mean, what's going on here?
No, Snow, not in that conversation.
So you said Snow didn't tell me, right? I will allow Edwin Snow.
Edwin Snow never said that to you.
I will allow Edwin Snow.
Yeah, you lying on Edwin Snow. He didn't say that.
Female and me. I will allow Edwin Snow.
Stand up with us when you lying on Edwin Snow.
Edwin Snow said.
Edwin Snow, he said so. Show it to me.
Snow said, I can send it to you. I'm calling Edwin Snow's name. He said, please tell Angie Mama I fully agree with Musa. That's what he said.
But Musa and Edwin, they are sheltered and borrow.
Oh, Angie Mama, you only push you.
Sorry, sorry, I forgot. Those people are very close friends.
Great
Auntie Edwin will come in to come say something about Musa because he knows very well that Musa owes me. But he won't plead for a friend and it's okay, but I don't believe it. I think you just kind of rub it in.
No, Edwin Snow said, please tell her I fully agree with Musa.
No. You are not there when I sponsor the team going to Zimbabwe and I sponsor the team I told my high-end money 45,800. I pay for the team going to Zimbabwe. I pay for the Lone Star team going to Namibia. I took my money out of my account and pay for those things there. So how much I was saying you owe me nothing. No, he thought that thing there. He never said it to you because he wasn't there.
You see me? I don't like Conor Gray. Can you come back on? The senator from Bombay County said, I should tell you that Musa owe you nothing.
I say he never said it.
Senator Snow, are you on? Senator Snow? Yeah.
Musa owe that one nothing.
Hey, yeah. Oh, you laugh. You laugh.
I'm Musa witness. Musa owe Mama will call
you. You say I will lie, you let it out, Auntie Mama.
That one he says, Musa, you know anything about Edwin Snow? You are there when I was crediting a rascal chicken friend. You're chicken rascal Musa. When you are there.
Then to come here.
Where you gotta do it? Why you gotta do it? Because boys are the same color flock together.
You better so okay. Let me call Musa. Chairman. Chairman. Chairman.
Everybody know that you and Edison and Musa Benete, they are the same way.
Musa, Edwin Snow just confirmed that you do not owe Auntie Mama.
Edwin Snow and Musa Benete got the same ways.
But Musa Benete is on. Can we hear him? Yes, sir.
Somebody said a black deal.
Mama, just let you hear us. Let me tell you. In fact, Auntie Mama's supposed to owe me.
Oh, I owe you.
No, let me tell you.
But Auntie Mama, wait now.
I swear to owe you what?
Mama,
you don't owe me. I got document.
Auntie Mama prove. They want to start talking plain.
I got all my documents.
Auntie Mama begging waste more now.
all my documents.
You want to talk because you don't
Auntie Mama waste more now. Begging you.
I'm waiting.
Let me say this. Auntie Mama prove to you. Auntie Mama prove to you. I say to anybody. And she proved to Stanton with a spoon that I owe her, I will pay her. First of all, what she didn't tell you is that in fact she owes me, and let me tell you how she owes me. The mama did something to me that I do not expect her to do. I arranged for the mama to buy ticket for a national team. We went to the bank, and the bank put a bank operator, because I told the bank that the mama, when she get the money, she will not perform. The managing director put somebody behind us.
Nah, lie.
Give the money to a lady.
You lying.
Hold on, Auntie Mama. Hold on.
He's lying.
Nobody
lying. He lying. That's not how it happened. That's not how it happened.
Auntie Mama,
I went to the bank.
Auntie Mama,
Auntie Mama. He lying. He lying.
Yeah.
No, he lying. When I say for Musa Benede, he lying.
But you were trying, Auntie Mama. That Musa
document.
But hold on, Musa, hold on 1 minute.
Lying.
Musa, hold on 1 minute. Musa, hold on, baby.
Musa is lying.
Auntie Mama.
No, but
Auntie Mama.
I can't say that for the man to lie. There's an
Auntie Mama, that your show. Auntie Mama, that your show. Even if Musa is lying, you gave him a chance, let him finish, then you speak.
No, but I can't say for him to just lie.
Yeah, but you will speak. You will speak.
Whether you like or not, I will speak today. You know, don't be looking for me. You got me tonight.
But you think I'm scared of you? You think I'm scared of you, Musa Benede? Everybody know how you cook fish.
It was so embarrassing and shameful. We went and took the bank hard-earned money. I swear to God in heaven, and you can go to GT Bank today. The manager is still in the bank. His name is Elvis. You went, and when they reached to the airline to pay the ticket, they took the money and gave it to Mama. The mama ran away with the money. I swear upon anything, if I lie on the show, you hear me?
Musa, that fast Monday, so the fast month
ran away with the money. The bank had to put a arrest order to Auntie Mama. GT Bank, the bank still open. The manager, the two managers that are aware of this transaction, I will text you their number tonight so that you can call them. She ran away with the money. How might you see that? She just there on that show, just making noise. And she got to be, being rude and insulting people. I'm not here for that tonight. Me, I'm fasting. All I gotta tell you is that what she did was criminal. She was charged criminally. And the rate of arrest was issued for Jimama Wolokoli.
Do you have a copy of that rate of arrest?
My brother, why are you looking for rate of arrest? Go to the bank. The thing I'm telling you, if one is a lie, I will write a check for her money tomorrow. If TD Bank said she ran away with her money, I would rather check.
But how you owe her then? How do you because
because she lying. She just let them lie. I want you tomorrow morning. I will text you Elvis Crusoe. Her name is Elvis Crusoe. His name is Elvis Crusoe. Thankfully for me, the boy is still in the bank. He's a manager.
You now still all the money. Quickly, you go pay in the house already.
All right, Musa, let go. Musa, thank you. Let go. You know the folks saying that we should
You
go.
gotta promise me.
Yeah.
We are the people listening to us.
Yeah.
You gotta promise me that you will go verify the information.
Send me the number. I will call them tomorrow.
Yes,
All
I
right.
beg you.
Thank you, Musa.
And you can send anybody in the bank that will go prove it. If I lie, I'll write her check to you tomorrow. She just sit down over there because you
all right. Thank you, Musa.
Musa, thanks for the bridge, my man. Why next time for the place?
We'll bring you on. We'll bring you on.
Yeah. My man, we bring in your people. That then come, we open it on the 5th.
Okay. Thank you. Let me bring Andrew Mama back on. Thank you, Musa. You know what? When we get into a conversation, kind of great.
No, because he's lying. I want making me mad. He owe me, then he's lying.
All due respect to you, you will have your time to say what you want to say.
No, but
I thought this thing was, it's finished. I'm taking a whole different turn.
No.
And I don't want to continue it because actually though, Edwin Snow was just joking. Edwin Snow was just kidding when I said that.
On international platform.
Auntie Mama.
Everything joke on international platform.
But Auntie Mama. No, Auntie Mama, let me ask you.
For me to explain my side of the story because you gave Musa Peleze time to tarnish my reputation.
Go ahead, explain your side.
Okay. Musa Peleze, he called me, he said I should go and do a ticket for Lone Star. So I went to Musa Peleze. We issued the ticket, everything. I went into my account and took out $45,800. And I took that money and I went and pre-financed that ticket. I pre-financed the ticket. Everybody in LFA knew about it. I tell that ticket they were going to Zimbabwe. Then he didn't have money after he was LFA president. He called me back. That's stupid. I listened to him because at the time so telling to be my small brother. He called me back. He started speaking Mano to me. He said, Jamal, when he spoke Mano to me, I was surprised. I said, oh, Musa, all the years I've known you, I never knew you could speak Mano. He said, oh, but Mano, my mom from Secretary. I said, your mom from Secretary, and all of you tell me, say, you mandingo. So I didn't know your mother from Secretary. So the how you your cook, Jelly was in that bed, how you calm me down. Me and my daughter, she in the States today, stay by locally. We went there. When Musa said, even though I owe you $45,800, but I want you to sponsor the trip going to Namibia. When you sponsor that trip, I will just put all the money together and get you one check. And because I used to tell you that my little brother's Stanton, I believe Musa. I win. I issued he took me to GD Bank. He said, let's go there. I will talk to the people. I said, I gotta go and take a loan because I can't be withdrawing all the money from my account. I can't do it because I already paid cash of $45,800. So I don't want to do it. So I will go to GD Bank to go get loan. He said, oh, but if you go to GD Bank to go get loan, those people that they are my people, I can go and put you work so it can be faster because the people gotta go like I think 3 or 4 days. He said, Dana, my friend, I will go and talk to him. He will get the loan the same day. I said, oh, but then that would be better. Then when I take loan, I said, because I've been talking to them to give me the second money. I don't want to withdraw it from my account. We went there, that my daughter are. We met the bank president. The other guy that he said that today, the guy came us there, we talked. They said, okay, we'll give you the money. They gave me the money to buy the ticket. I bought the tickets. I carried the Musa Peleze. The balance money that left, Stanton, that man is the cook. He will not stand to tarnish my reputation. The money the people gave me, I carried back 20,000 some change. I carried to the bank. The man said, what? I've never seen that from the time I've been in Liberia. Because every time we give people loan, the balance money, they can eat it. Even though we may arrangement, they will be paying us small, but they can always eat the balance. And you and your daughter, you brought the money back and say, yes, the money is a loan. It's not, I don't want it. I don't need it. I carry the money back to the bank. And the man held me for that. Then, after we did that, the Namibia trip, I bought the ticket and went. Then he came back and he told me, say, he wanted to pay for certain players. I know in what class. He gave me 19,000 some change. Musa Belete, he went to the bank. He told the person, you okay, 19,000. It's only for the team. I want to add more person. They gave me the 19,000. Another time now. So I said, but Musa, then 19,000, I will deposit it in my account. The thing I'm telling you, Judge Chan Peka. So local, he know about it. According to the judge name, you can also find it for him. I will get a number. This money I took and put in my account. He came to me and said, oh, Jamal, you issue. I said, no, I will not issue this. The third ticket I will not issue until you pay man 104,000 for the time. 45,800, 45,000, I think some change. I said, unless you pay me that money, Musa. If you don't pay me that money, I will hold the 19,000 some change. I will put it in my account. It will be there until you pay my money that you owe me. He said, oh, for true, that how you will do it, then you will hear from me. So he went to the bank and he told the bank, the 19,000, I asked the girl so she can issue ticket for me. Since she's not issuing the ticket, I want my money or you might care to court. Listen to me, y'all will come into court and say, Bob Musa, you owe me 45,800. You owe me another 45,000 some change. 19,000, what will do with 19,000? I said, so I will keep that 19,000. When you pay me my money, I will get you 19,000. But I'm not issuing your ticket. And I refuse. I put the money in my account. I said, until you pay me the money that you owe me, because you owe me more money. Then Musa said, you came to court. I thought you were joking. Musa told the bank, get out to court. And how come the people carry me to court? They didn't issue no arrest for me. They just wrote me. They came into court. When they came into court, I think we're in court for 2 months. Then the judge told me, say, you're in the case here. Other people, my lawyer advised me. My lawyer said, you know what happened? The law states that you cannot do battle economic. And the judge stay alive. In the court. The lawyer then told me, say, you cannot do battle economic. When somebody owes you money and they come buy something for you, for instance, they want a ticket, you should have issued a ticket. You cannot hold that money for the 104,000 that Musa owe you. The thing you can do is to go and sue Musa. When the money, you need to give it back to Musa. You know, give it back because the Constitution said that. I said, how? I said, but it is funny. How can a man be owing me 104,000? I seize 19,000 some change. Then you say I should give him the money when he already owe me. Then before the judge told me, say, Mama, that was law. How was law looking? So, US dollars. So the person say, the lawyer then said that was law. That how the Constitution say you cannot seize anybody money for money that they owe you. And how can I wrote a check? The money was in my account. I wrote a check. 19,000 had that money for me. That because we stand here, I'm not boastful, stupid. No, Musa Beleman made me mad. That I can issue the check on 19,000 something and give it to him. Then the judge said to me, and the lawyer then said, now you can sue Musa Belete for your money. But because all are off for Nima Kante.
You give Musa Belete 19,000 after you say he owe you. Then the judge around says sue him again.
No, listen. Don't listen.
No, I'm trying to understand this because you had 19,000 for him, but he owe you 100 and some more thousand.
He owes me 104,000 US dollars.
Yes.
Then he came to buy a ticket with 19,800.
Yes.
So I seized the money. I put it in my account. I say, if you don't pay me my money, I will not give you the money. I will not issue the ticket. I will not give you the 19,000. So he told me, say, I will go back to the bank. And I will tell the bank that they should carry to court if they must give me my money. Because I didn't get my money, I will sue GT Bank. So I said, oh, but Musa, you owe me money. Then how you go sue me? I thought you were joking. Musa went and sued me. We went through that case. After some time, then the lawyer then started telling me, they said, look, you know what happened? According to our constitution, you cannot seize somebody's money for money that they owe you. So you got to return the money to Musa Belete. You got to return the money to GD Bank, and then you come and sue Musa Belete. Because the Lord cannot permit you to seize the money for money that you owe you. And I listen to everybody. I signed a check that day in the court. I gave the money to the judge. and I had the judge get the money back to GD Bank. Then he told me, said, now you, under the Constitution, you can sue Musa now. And I said to the judge, me, I will not sue Musa. I will leave Musa with my God. I will not sue Musa. But anywhere I see Musa, I will ask for my money. And that's what I've been doing all the years. Anywhere I see Musa, and every time I see me, big sister, I will start paying your money small. Big sister, I know I owe you, I will pay you small. Everywhere I see Musa, I'm harassing for my money. That's what I've been doing all the years. And so you pay me, you never pay me. So that's exactly what happened. And somebody, they have rate of arrest for me. 19,000. I can feed your dogs with it. Musa ability. I can feed your dogs with
okay, Andrew Mama, great.
After you hurt my heart, then you say you're lying to the public. But the whole of the brother know how you can lie, Musa.
Andrew Mama, wait now. Andrew Mama, let come in. Andrew Mama, wait, let come in. I beg you, Mama. I beg you, Andrew Mama. We gotta slow you down small to hear Conor Gray. Andrew Mama, Conor Gray. I beg you, Conor Gray. I mean, I'm done with it because we were laughing, joking. You know what I mean? We're just having our cool time, but it looked like this is more serious. Andrew Mama, we're not hearing you though. We are not hearing you because we gotta bring in Conor Gray. I beg you.
Senator, I think sometimes facts come to joke. But the level at which it is now, I think we have to call Musa and Njimama so we can settle this issue. And sometimes that's our role as well.
Njimama, wait, now let Conor Gray talk. Wait, Njimama, let Conor Gray talk. Njimama, wait, let Conor Gray talk.
Anyway,
Njimama, wait.
He will pay you.
Oh, come on, man. I'm dying, Njimama. That's all right.
I mean, you see, Njimama, I beg you. I listened to you seriously, and I will talk to Musa tomorrow. It's kind of late. Thank God the internet on. We got to resolve this. We have to. We cannot. We are all one. We must resolve this. And I think Musa is hurt. You are extremely mad. But we should resolve this, and I will talk to Musa. I mean, you are hurt. But wait now. Allow us to talk.
Go and ask him. Go and I will bring your number.
Mama, wait. Let's talk. One, I beg you.
Why you lying to my owe you money?
Mama, I beg you. Let's talk. Conor Gray. I don't know what's wrong with this Stanton guy. He loves to bring stuff up. Conor Gray. And I think Stanton should take 2 weeks from the show. He should be off 2 weeks because it was Sam Jackson the other day, and now Njimama is mad. What's going on with Stanton? Fatima got mad here again. We have to apologize to Fatima.
Yeah.
And what's going on with Stanton? And that's not good.
These people are the elders for their county, man. Let's look into this behind the scene, my brother.
I'm gonna call Musa tomorrow. I'm gonna talk to Musa, and I'm gonna talk to Njimama. We'll make peace. We'll smoke the peace pipe. Musa always listen to me. We smoke the peace pipe. But again, I just got confused. What was going on with Stanton, Conor Gray? Are you deducing that this thing again? The show at the end of the show, it gets so crazy hot, and I don't know. So I think Stanton should take off 2 weeks from Spoon Talk, right?
But Musa should not come in and lie. Everybody know Musa can lie, and I was just trying to play around it. Because when I see Musa, I take it to the for Musa to come here and lie on the international TV, I will not permit that. It's unacceptable. And Musa knows that he owes me. Then he lying to his teeth about the woman they sent rid of arrest for cookish. Cook like you.
Thank you, Njimama. We gotta go. It's 9 o'clock. Nelson, come on. Njimama, thank you. Njimama, thank you. Again, folks, we will show you that we will speak to Musa. We'll speak to Musa tomorrow, and we'll call Njimama prior to the show tomorrow. And I believe I will be inviting Musa that we can resolve this. It can be resolved. 104,000 here, 19,000 there. We are all Liberians.
You guys are elders.
Yeah, and want to say, Njimama.
You can actually pay. I pay your money. I seize the money because you owes me. I was paying $19,000 to $104,000 Stanton. Why would take Musa money? I need money from Musa. Musa has to beg me to issue ticket. He knows that.
That's okay. That's okay.
I got money offer him.
That's okay.
Then you can't nonsense here tonight. That your representative,
okay.
that okay shit, don't bring it to me. Musa, man, don't bring it to me.
Thank you. Andrew Mama, thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good night, Andrew Mama.
Okay.
Thank you. Please be safe. We'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Thank you. That's my old man there. That's my auntie. You know, whenever she travels to America, she visit me, she bring me stuff, and you know, we sit down, we talk. This Musa guy, man, I get it very Musa now. Seriously. I get extremely mad at Musa, you know. And that's not right, Colonel Gray. I'm really mad at this representative. Look, I Colonel Gray, please. Nelson, I'm extremely mad at Musa right now.
If it is true that Musa owes us as she lays the case, but Musa also gave us reference, so we have to check the references.
I Colonel Gray, me,
check the reference of Angie Mama. She said,
Colonel Gray, I'm extremely mad at Musa and Edwin Snow. Seriously.
Seriously, like when people say you should take a break, you should take 2 weeks break for the show to be peaceful.
I don't want this.
Well, the show was over. You just can't revive the show again.
I don't want this. I want trouble always.
The show was over, but make sure I just go by your business.
No, seriously. I'm so mad, and I'm going to tell you guys, 2 weeks, I will be off the show because, you know, even when you joke, people so they're so, you know, angry. Something for you to just laugh about and joke about. It's like the world coming to an end. You know, we talk about this issue, you know. People say, oh, you know, people say, oh, they thought this about Fatima. Oh, where Fatima going? Granny, people, you know, this is spoon talk. We laugh, we joke, we come back again. How many times say, Remy Gray talk to Pinge? Who is Pinge? We didn't even know what Pinge is. That Pinge said, where the name came from? You know? But, you know, that make the show interesting. But on a serious note, we want to say thank you for joining.
No, actually, this repetition will hurt tonight, especially in Jemamas. I think we should do something better. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this, and then somebody must issue an apology openly because.
You know, when you say somebody might issue apologies, that when things get tense, I mean, let it go. Let everybody settle off. You know, Musa, listen, Musa got a story to tell. Andrew Mama got a story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, let's find out who's right.
Yeah. You know,
and then issue the apology for one end, man.
You know, we'll listen to them. I think, listen, that's a lot of money. 104,000 United States dollars. It's a lot of money.
Those two people can never. Yeah, they can never take it back. Angie Mama left that place in tears. I can tell.
Angie Mama and my old man, you know, something didn't go down right, but they can fix it. They can fix it. You know, that husband brother be Musa. They can fix it. And you know, and I mean, that's why we need to come in. But I will come in with love. I will come in with laughing. I will come in with joking. That's who I am. I never get mad. You know, people say, "Oh, no, you were Jojo." When was people joke? Where else you gonna joke me on? Joke me on anything. You know, it would not shake me. Say what you want to say, I will laugh with it because, you know, it's so unique. So, you know, at this time of the day, I'm telling you. Thank you, baby. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's enough. At this time of the day, that when you eat your, you know, your nice evening dinner and, you know, you settle in, you know, that's when I get my spaghetti with meatball. That's all I'm waiting for. So let people go ahead and get that.
Your show coming on?
Yeah. That's what Fatima left.
Yeah.
But Fatima, my man, Fatima, my real ride and die sister. Seriously. Fatima, my sister. Y'all think I can be saying that and getting fed? You know how many times Fatima myself can be joking.
Oh man, now you come and eat on the show, but I see you guys.
No, I'm not coming to eat. Mama, what the food you see? What the food you see? Did you see anything?
I see you stay in the food.
No. I'm just speaking to you.
But let's do a show, man.
That's it, man. Have a good night.
Good day,
Like I
man.
see too much.
Well, folks, again, we say thanks to you out there for being here with us tonight. Thanks to our ardent followers across the So, talking about internet connection, it's been a hectic one. Yes, but we sailed through and we were able to be here tonight and making sure that we bring you this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who have been here following the program from the very start. We appreciate the thousands of you here in Liberia who make up time to follow the program on radio. We appreciate you. As you know, we are always streaming live across the internet. Right now, we are live on Spoon FM 107.5. We are live on Fabric Radio 101.1. We are live on Super FM 95.5. Thanks to the partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying this program. Thanks to Punch FM here in Montreal County, 106.7 for relaying the show. Thanks to the folks there in my Gibby County, Gibby FM for relaying the program as well. We appreciate all of you. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. We appreciate the team there for relaying the program as well, and all of the other radio stations across Liberia that are always here relaying the program. We sincerely appreciate have a good night. But just before we go, let me send a special birthday greeting to Madam Marie F. Saka, Madam Marie Fan Saka. Today is your birthday. You're there in the US. You celebrate your 60th birthday. Uh, no, that'll be on the 15th. Yeah, but today in Liberia is already the 15th in Liberia. Happy birthday to you, Madam Marie Fan Sakea, as you celebrate your 60th birthday today. We wish you all the best and praying that you enjoy it. Enjoy it. Keep all right, so we wish you all the best birthday ever. Happy birthday to you. And again, to all of you celebrating your birthday today here in Liberia, ardent followers of the Spoon Network, we want to say happy birthday to you. And let's hope we can be here tomorrow with an LED